We're gonna have no sheep left if I keep timing out everyone that says Badoru. You're all getting 5 minutes times out. You were warned. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I hope you're all having a lovely day. There is not much that we're going to be doing today. We're just going to be chatting and chilling, so feel free to get comfy, settle in, and I hope you're all ready for a nice chill start. I got my Christmas jumper on. I got my sexy hair on. And other than that, yeah, we're just going to chill and have a lovely chat. I don't really know what we're going to chat about yet. It's going to be totally freeform. I don't have any topics. First off, Hezu Xiaoshang, thank you so much for donating the food funds. I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you for being here. Cool hair. Yeah, no, this haircut is actually so awesome. It's a shame we didn't actually get to use it for the cooking stream, because it was going to be, I think this was Ian Blanc's hair, and the other one was Alan Bink's hair. But yeah, we got two very cool hairstyles that looked like they were going to be awesome and incredible, and I have it too low. 1 second. I think I need to move myself down in general as well, because it's a bit tall. There we go. We've still got little legatus on the sweater, so it's fine. I'll be right back. My wig isn't on properly. Need to get my wig straight. What? Why did I have that solo? Should have realized that wasn't right away. There we go. Forgot to glue it down. Yeah, exactly. It started to slip. That's on me. Hu Futan, Korean drama haircut? Oh, hell yeah. I'll be your ajushi. Wait, does ajushi mean? I think I meant oppa. Oh, wait, no, ajushi is uncle. Yeah, no, I'll be your ajushi. That works. I was like, wait, maybe it's oppa because of Gangnam Style. This is how much Korean I know. I know all my Korean through Psy songs. Also, thank you to everybody joining the membership. There's been so many people this morning, so welcome, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Sulikula, thank you for donating food funds. Ba, and ba to you too, as my Christmas jumpers. I forgot this had the cats on it. It's got so many Comfydants too. But yeah, we're not going to be doing much today other than just chilling and chatting. I do not have anything planned. Can we wushu your hair so that you brush our wool as a give and take? You can wushu my hair. That doesn't mean that I have to brush your wool. That's not a give and take. That's a transaction. We don't need no transactions around here. Maybe I'll brush you guys someday. It is actually one of the Batsu streams that's coming up someday. We've just got a lot of Christmas stuff that we have to get through first. Like this week, the special stream that we're doing is obviously... Oh, yeah. That's what we can start by talking about. 1 second. I'll grab all of these as well. Let me grab my schedule for the week. Oh, it doesn't even have an image file currently. I must have deleted that one. The schedule for the week, which is not a huge schedule, but not the tiniest schedule. And it's probably, like, for the foreseeable future, we're probably only going to be doing 4 to 5 streams a week anyway. So this is going to be about normal. That's a lot of people wushu-wushuing me. But yeah, the special stream for this week is coming on Sunday because Saturday was unfortunately taken out by a collab. But yeah, Sunday we're going to be rewriting Christmas carols based off of like Fooniverse kind of topics. So yeah, we're just going to be changing them to make them suit the Fooniverse and have things that are related to our group rather than actually being Christmas carols anymore. The only one that I found out I'm not allowed to do is Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. The one that I had a plan for, it was going to be Shiro the First Confidant. That one apparently does actually still have copyright. It hasn't quite entered the public domain yet, but all the other ones that I have planned... In fact, let me get the list of the ones that we have planned. I'll put them on screen, so if people want to start coming up with ideas, you guys can. On the day, obviously, I'm going to be coming up with ideas and also asking you guys for ideas, fishing for ideas, stealing you guys' ideas. Why can I not? Oh, because this is in front. Professional streamer. I love that I've just got this ranking saved forever now, so I can just enjoy it. Oh, I have to go to Slack to steal that. 1 second. There's copyright on Rudolph. Yes, there is. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is copyrighted. I'm not sure if it was originally copyrighted or somebody just copyrighted it for one of the movie things, but you cannot, yeah, mess around with that song. They will come for your ass. They will come for your ass, and we don't want none of that smoke. Okay. This is also going to have codes for something. Do not worry about the codes. Codes do not need to be worried about. Beep. Aggie. So these are the ones that we're going to be rewriting the lyrics for. Jingle bells, silent night. We wish you a Merry Christmas. Joy to the world. Deck the halls. Oh, come all ye faithful. The 12 days of Christmas. Oh, Christmas tree. And Oh, holy night / Cantique de Noël. Which I did not know was its name, actually. I thought it was just Oh Holy Night. But yeah, no, apparently that has like a proper fancy name, which I had never heard of. Young Nai bells, young Nai bells, young Nai all the way. That really changes the song. Hold up. So instead of it being like jingly bells, why would there be young Nai bells? Because I mean, yeah, we can get the young Nai. We can bring the young Nai whenever we want, but why would there be... Oh, God. Would it be young Nai shaped bells? Would it be like this kind of bottle with the label, but then the label is where it ends, and then underneath is just a bell that rings out? What kind of sound would a young Nai... I guess like a cattle bell. If you had like a cow bell, it would be like, yeah, one hanging around like a sheep's neck instead. Young Nai bells? Please, I don't want to imagine it. No. We're doing this now. We're imagining it. We'd have to change the music as well for that one. God damn it. We're simply having a wonderful Christmas time. True. Silent night could be violent night. It could be. I was sad because we can't sing the Grinch song. I was just going to change it to Legatus. Like, you're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. He's a mean one, Legatus. Man, copyright sucks. They should just let me play with whatever songs I want. But yeah, no, we'll find ways to rewrite these ones. We miss you a Merry Christmas can be very easily just turned into like, we wish you a Merry Bahamas. Wait, what? Grandma got what? I don't see no grandma one. There is a dirty grandma song, but I do not remember its name. But there is definitely something about like grandma getting something from Santa Claus that always felt a little bit weird to me. But no, that one's not one of them. These are the only ones. Rudolph was copyrighted for the 1939 version. It apparently expires in 2034. And they keep extending the date. It's supposed to just be 70 years. Because that makes sense. That was like the average human life at that point. And yeah, they just keep extending how long they can stick around for. Literally because of Disney. Disney keeps lobbying them to do that. So that they could have kept so many of their things outside of like the public domain for so long. Ah, man. I guess we're stuck at around 90 or whatever. 95 it looks like years. That's rough, dude. That's a long human life. I don't want to live for 95 years. But that was the whole idea of public domain. It was like, okay, you copyright it now, you get like one entire human lifetime where it completely exclusively belongs to you. And then after that, anyone can do what they want with it because, you know, it's been in the public domain for so long, people should be able to enjoy it. Rudolph necromancy? Yeah, unfortunately, we're stuck with Rudolph. That point just take me out. Same. If I make it past 60, I don't think I'm going to be, you know, I don't think I'm going to be having like a good state of life at that point. So yeah, just take me out back behind the shed. Old Yellow Me. Get me out of here. But sir, could the actual Christmas karaoke be archived? No, unfortunately. Unfortunately, just because the songs are in public domain does not mean that the actual like karaoke music that we use can be archived. So it'll once again be unarchived. Gotta be a VTuber for 10 more years so you can do the rewriting stream again. Oh, Jesus. 2039. Ah, that feels too cyberpunk. Oh, wait, it was 2034? Yeah, no, that feels too cyberpunkish. That just doesn't feel like some time that I want to be around. I feel like Keanu Reeves should be announcing that date, so I should not be around. Rebroadcast? I mean, we could rebroadcast it next year at Christmas, I guess, but... yeah, we can't, like, archive it. Rudolph and Fuchan crossover? Will Fuchan's nose be red or something? What do you mean by that? My signets are red. You know, these. Right here. I don't need no red nose. My arms, my feet are all shiny enough. Thank you very much. Ears. I mean, I guess the ears could go red in the cold. That also works. That makes sense if the instrumental is copyrighted. Yeah. So unfortunately, no archived. We never get to do an archived karaoke. There are so many loops you have to jump through to do an archived karaoke. It is what it is. Fulgur the red-fingered cyborg. Ah. Maybe red-handed. Let's go with red-handed cyborg. I don't know. Red-fingered just has connotations. Could have a detachable glowing nose too. I could. I mean, I could just have a detachable red nose. Oh man, Archivist is too tall for this shit. I can't wear the clown thing as Archivist because his shoulders are too big. The little... Oh my god, it doesn't even attach. It just floats. Legatus was so tiny. That sounded wrong. I know, right? I'm late. Oh my god, when did you get a beard? Let me check, actually. I think it's been more than a year now. I've been trying to work on this timeline for Legatus 505, but I can't remember exactly where it was. View your channel. Oh yeah, I didn't even finish going through my schedule. Sorry, I'll do that in a minute. Fulgur Ovid Archivist debut. It was March. Oh. Wait, March of 2024? We haven't even had Archivist for a year? What the That's crazy. They made me wait for Archivist for so long. Oh my god, what were they doing? It feels like this year has gone on for like ever. I feel like I've been Archivist for like a year and a half. Turns out it's only been 9 months. It's only been long enough for a baby to be conceived. This craziness. Which means if back any babies that were born in December must have been conceived in March. That's good to know. Nearly 7 to 8 months. Yeah, it says it's 9 months. So somewhere between 8 to 9 months based on the YouTube kind of thing. About 1 pregnancy leg. Thank you, Raining Windows. You apparently got there before me. It was long and short at the same time. Yeah, it was a very, very long year in 2024. But we're almost through it. I feel like 2025 is going to be way better. My birthday was March 8th, and I remember the stream was around my birthday. Old man sex was my gift. Fair enough. Yeah, the Archivist is the one that wasn't actually timed at a decent... Well, no, I guess really... I guess I really only targeted the Shepherd one. I made sure the Shepherd one was like a 707 to match with 404 and 505. Now we just need to do something to fill in the 606. Archan is only a month older than my baby niece. Oh, that's kind of crazy. I'm a very old-looking baby. So I am only 8 months old. Old man sex for Christmas. Best gift. True. You know, Sunny and Alvin and even Ukiki knock dicks, they knock dicks, our Oshis get freaky. But do you to recall the rustiest Oship of all? Fulgur the stinky cyborg. Frick, I need to stop singing that one. We're not allowed to sing that one. Grandpa baby. That actually explains my Fugi. My Fugi being the Ash baby suddenly makes much more sense. Also, let me know if the music is too loud. It says it's being balanced well in OBS. It just sounds loud in my ears for some reason. OBS be getting weird all over the place sometimes. I'm gonna lie, the year blurred for me. Yeah, that's why not this coming week. In fact, let me bring up my schedule again. God damn it. There we go. Yeah, so not this coming week, because obviously this is the coming week's schedule. But next week, I want to do a stream where we basically go through the entire year, because I've got... I've been saving every thumbnail. I think I talked about this a bit before. It sounds a bit loud? Damn. What the hell? It's at minus 30. That's normally perfectly balanced. But yeah, it did sound loud on my end too. I don't know what's going on. Okay, that should be good. Now it's like minus 40 to minus 35. Okay, that'll do. But yeah, next week I want to do a thing where I go through like everything that happened in 2024 using the thumbnails. Which obviously won't count like all of the collabs and stuff that I didn't host on my channel, but I've saved every thumbnail that I made this year so that I can, 1, turn it into mosaic for the thumbnail, and 2, yeah, go through them one by one and just be like, huh, what were the best memories we had from this year? What are the memories that we're going to treasure, and what else just kind of sucked? Lily Sheep, thank you so much for donating the Foo funds. I hope you have a wonderful day, Foo. I will. I love these streams, and especially since this one is just a Zatsudan. I'm not even gonna lie, the reason I was like 5 minutes late this morning is just because I rolled out of bed a good like half an hour before stream. It was not the best. It was not the best. Let me see if I can grab Pio-chan's chat before it disappears. Oh, no, I cannot. Dang it! People were chatting too quickly. But I will grab, I don't know. Why are we getting howdies? What was Pio-chan playing that he decided to howdy us? What's going on there? Also, congratulations on Dolce's debut, Pio-chan. It went so well. It was so good. What up, Sidekick siblings? Yeah, what is up, our adorable Sidekicks? I hope you've had a good morning. Thank you so much for the raid. We're just doing a Zatsudan, so we're just chatting about randomness. Oh, it was the fast food sim collab. Awesome. Yeah, I saw there was a big collab going on this morning, but I didn't realize Pio-chan was a part of it. But yeah, I watched like 90% of the Dolce debut. It was very nice. The sweetest slugger, Dolce drop scythe. She had more riz than Pio-chan. That moment when somebody asked what was your favorite flower, and her immediate response was just like, it's you. Next question. I was like, God damn, that's smooth. Holy shit. And the whole like switching between barking and meowing. Dolce's amazing. She's definitely going to be an incredible idol. Thanks for being there, Fu-chan. Def felt a little more comfortable with that because you were cheering her on. She was incredible. Her voice is beautiful as well. I really like her laugh. It took her a while to get comfortable enough to laugh in an understandable way, but yeah, her laugh is beautiful now. Beautiful work on everything, Pio-chan. The artist did amazing. I didn't know there was going to be like a moving version, so I was really excited by that. As soon as like the thing started moving, I was just like, oh my god, she moves. I thought she was paralyzed for a little bit longer. So yeah, congratulations on the debut. The family continues to grow. Oh, I missed one message. I didn't get grabbed. The comfy grabber keeps breaking. I hate being less popular than my OCs. I love being less popular than my OCs. I get to just sit back and be like, nah, I'm just the writer. Legatus, Avidia, they're like the stars of the story. It could have been Shepard, but yeah. But yeah, they're the stars of the story, and I just get to sit back and be grumpy old man with silly assets that I play around with. Actually, Fu, what would the dynamic be between Dolce and Avidia? After hearing Dolce kind of aggressive, kind of over the top sometimes. I think Avidia, like baby girl Avidia would like be a good match because they'd match each other's energy. Most of the adults Avidias would kind of just be kind of terrified of her. Other than Goddess Avidia, who again would want nothing to do with her. She wants nothing to do with any humans. She just kind of wants to step over human corpses, so she wouldn't get along with any of the characters outside of just, yeah, some of the Shepherd characters. But yeah, baby girl Avidia would be a good match with her. Most of the other Avidias would just be like, oh my god, why is there a baseball bat covered in lemon juice? Why is she always talking about baseball? Dolce did just destroy the moon with her bat? Exactly. In her own timeline, in her own universe. It's very Dragon Ball. It's very Piccolo. Avidia and Dolce. I love the fact. I think the moment when I had to turn off the stream was because it was one thing when all the sidekicks were already saying, I want to get hit by the bat. Step on me. Spit on me. And I was like, yeah, that's a normal level. As soon as Dolce revealed that she has her own 18+ tag, the amount of comments that exploded in chat, I was like, I'm out. I'm out. This is one of my closest friends, alternate universe female versions. I gotta get out. This is too much for me. So that was probably the point as well, where I was like, the Avidias might vibe on a certain level, but it all feels surreal to me. So many things happened. Someone debuted, graduated, projects, collabs, new outfits, more lore updated, new covers and original songs. Yeah, there's been so much that happened in 2024. Some of it has been amazing. A lot of it has been just kind of... So yeah, I'm glad we're moving out of 2024, and I hope that 2025 will be way better. So we'll celebrate leaving 2024 and celebrate all the happy memories while we go through them. Because that's the good thing. Like going through the thumbnails on the stream, oh man, that's going to be a fun time because the streams were the most fun things for me this year. All the projects that we did, all the projects that we had fun with, all the different like games that we played, little RP sessions that we did. I don't even know if we did like much Funiverse stuff this year because so much got cancelled in a row, but it'll be nice going through it all and reminding ourselves of that. The fact that Archivist was only 9 months ago blew my fucking mind. I was like, what? That wasn't in 2023? White Day stream, iconic. Was that this year? Oh, shit, yeah. White Day is like... When is White Day? White Day's before... No, White Day's after Valentine's Day. So that must have been March as well. Yeah, that must have been one of the first things the Archivist did. Oh, man. That's going to be a weird one to go through. 18 plus art of Dolce goes hard. Yeah, I won't be checking that out, but I'm glad you guys enjoy it. March 14th. Okay, yeah, so it is just exactly a month after Valentine's Day. That makes sense. The White Day stream was the ultimate Foodiverse stream. Ah, hell yeah. It was an interesting one. I think that's the most fan service I've ever given to you guys, and probably will forever be the most fan service I ever give to you guys. The iconic Fata Morgana ending was this year, too. That's crazy to me. Didn't we start Fata Morgana in Christmas of 2022? And so, yeah, I think that did go all the way through to 2024 just because we took such a big break in the middle. Also, I only found out today that Haneda Keika Sensei has written novels. They just haven't been translated into English. And now I'm really angry. I really want to read them. Apparently, yeah, there are novels that have been written by the same person who did the House of Fata Morgana. And I'm like, oh, that's a thing? Let me Google that. They've been in the original Japanese and translated into Portuguese, but they have not been translated into English yet, so I'm sad. Hopefully they'll get translated at some point in the future, because I'd really love to read those. But yeah, I saw him posting about it on Twitter, and I was like, damn. Watch that stream in public on the bus. The way I had to hold myself back. You're brave. That's fair. 2024 had its ups and downs, but to me, it's truly Niji's year with all their projects. One thing that I will say, it's definitely the year of Nijisanji EN members taking control and trying to create their own joy in the community. Like Pio-chan with the Nijiverses thing, where it just, he shared that with everyone. He shared all the assets with everyone and just basically said like, hey, here's everything. If you ever want to make a tournament, you have everything ready to go. You have like brackets, you have assets, you have backgrounds, ways to set up thumbnails. Like he did that. Wilson set up like the huge play thing. I forget what it was called, but the isekai kind of alternate universe thing where Vox and Ryoma were daddies. There's just so much that's been going on. So many musical things. Millie's doing like the end of the year, like award ceremony. Yeah, I just feel like Nijisanji EN in general, the livers themselves have been working so hard to try and like keep morale up and to try and bring more enjoyment into things. And we have had some official things going on as well. Noctics have been very blessed. Obviously last year, well, no, it was this year. At the beginning of the year, we got our like Noctics level up thing, which was really damn cool. And then, yeah, we got to go to Fuji Q recently. So yeah, we've had a lot of things. Yeah, in general, there's been quite a few tournaments as well, which just I never get to be a part of. Because they're always either games I don't want to play or they start like recruiting people while I'm on a break. Terasanji, thank you. I forgot the name of it. Can't find OG height comparison anymore, so I pulled out the height calculator. According to the top of Lechan's head is roughly the same height as Archivist's nose. Yeah, that sounds about right. He's not that much smaller than me, honestly. I think he's only... Well, he's 187 cm. No, that can't be right. 178 cm, that's it. I'm 190, so plus 2, 22 cm. Yeah, that's only 8 centimeters lower. You're in the fashion tournament? No, that's what I mean. If Pio-chan ever, like, asks people to join anything, I'm always just immediately like, yeah, no, I'll do it. Pio-chan works very hard for everybody. So yeah. The Fashion Dreamer tournament was all Pio-chan. The fact that it was like tweeted out by the original game designers and everything, it just shows how hard he worked on it. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like Pio-chan's been working incredibly hard to do a lot of things for a lot of people. The official ones I think have been like the Tekken one. I think there was a Mario Kart one. I can't remember most of them because I just haven't been in any of them. There was a Valorant one. I don't think there was an official Valorant one. I think the Valorant one that I joined, that one was by First Stage Productions. My team came in second and I didn't get any of my prizes. My prizes were energy jelly and really fancy Japanese chocolate. And those can unfortunately not be sent across countries. So actually, Noctics have been eating those recently. I was just like, okay, if you can't send them to me, just give them to Noctics. So yeah, my prize has gone to Noctix to enjoy. But yeah, that was done by First Stage Productions, who, yeah, were able to send it to Nijisanji, but Nijisanji weren't able to send it to me. Remember back then you said something about a game that has Niji members in that game, but I forgot the name. Can you say it again? Niji members in the game? I genuinely don't know which one you mean. I know if you want to play as a Comfydant in A Date with Death, which we weren't able to do this week either, I'm really hoping we can do it next week. A Date with Death is... You can now dress up as a... You can dress Grimmy up as a Comfydant. I forget... There's going to be something that you can dress your main character as, but I can't remember. Oh, World of Horror! Yeah! World of Horror was made by Susuri, who is a very devoted Comfydant who made a mod for World of Horror. Albinyan's actually playing it this week. Albinyan's playing the Noctix mod, so he's going to be able to see that this week. There's also like a fan-made... There's been a bunch of fan-made games, but the one that I'm most looking forward to... I forget its name. I think it's FOE. But there's a really high-quality fan-made game. It involves a lot of unique assets. I know Anastasi's working on the music. There's a lot of beautiful art. It's been being in production for... Oh, LIFE. Thank you. It's LIFE. Yeah, LIFE, which I'm hoping will come out sometime soon. But yeah, I should be able to play the demo of that sometime in early 2025. So if the game does come out soon, it should be good. The fishing one. Yeah, exactly. The fishing one that they've told me is just a fishing game, but I'm not sure I believe that. And also, there's a game called Tales of Seikyu, which I was also part of the Kickstarter of. That one, if you play that one when it comes out, because I kickstarted that one as well, you can get Comfydant stew in it. So yeah, there's a lot of different things that have like little Comfydant or Fulgur Ovid references in them just because I've kickstarted them. There's some fan-made games, but yeah, World of Horror is the one that has a Noctix mod. I've already played it, so if you want to see my playthrough, just search Noctix World of Horror and you should come up. Other than that, Albinyan will be playing it this week and seeing how it goes, but Susuri worked so hard on it. It was so good. The stew one, yeah, Tales of Seikyu, which I've also just received an email from recently that says they're going to be entering into early access, so it's going to be available for anyone to play on Steam in spring of 2025. So yeah, in the next couple of months, probably around like March to April-ish, I'd imagine, Tales of Seikyu will finally be available for everyone to try and play. It's basically like Rune Factory, except with yokai instead of monsters, and you can transform into yokai as well. So if you want to like fly around, you turn yourself into like a dragon. Stuff like that. Is that Shiny's costume you request? Yeah, the one with the sheep horns and ears. I think it's just named as the sheep costume in the game, but yeah, that was our request. That's why I was able to share the full body version of it on Twitter. They gave me the full body version to be able to share with everyone, because obviously you can never actually see below his hips in the actual game, but they did it all the way down to the shoes. Dragon, hell yeah. At least we're not canon Yang Nai. Yeah, I don't think they have the option to milk sheep in the game. So I didn't want to just use cow's milk. That would be silly, so. Although. Oh, I should have requested milk to be part of the stew recipe. I think it's just a bunch of vegetables and then sheep meat. Will you ever play the Elden Ring DLC? Yeah, no, I am actually going to play the Elden Ring DLC sometime in early 2025. I'm not going to spam it as much as I did the original Elden Ring. But yeah, I want to. For one thing, I still have, in fact, right in front of me, I still have some stinky tofu snacks, which I believe start to expire in March. So I need to start that before March. And I also have the second level Boldak that I need to eat, which doesn't expire until like 2026. So I'm good on that. But yeah, we're going to do the DLC. It's just probably not going to be a 5 days a week kind of thing. It'll maybe be like a 2 days a week kind of thing to go through the DLC. That's close. Yeah, that's pretty close. Woohoo, Elden Ring was my top watched game with you as my top watched streamer. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I enjoyed Elden Ring. It's so good. And yeah, I was really interested in the multiplayer game. Van did inform me that I cannot play as a Belmont. I was heavily disappointed. Still interested in playing it. We've already been talking about like what would be like the best 3-player combination especially if we get into like the online there's like an early access kind of thing where they're just testing out the servers and stuff that starts, I think in January you apply for it and then February it starts. So we're hoping we can do that. No whips. Yeah, there's apparently like 8 character classes you can choose from, and they have like locked in like abilities and equipment and items and stuff. So yeah, there's no one that dual wields whips or anything like. As far as I know, none of them have like any whips. But yeah, there's 3 people that go against like a horde kind of mode. You have to survive for 3 days. So it's like a survival kind of game. Yeah, you just fight a bunch of enemies and bosses and stuff together and see how many days you can get through or if you can clear the days and stuff. But yeah, there's only 8 things to choose from, which makes sense because I guess they wanted it balanced. They didn't want everyone to be going in with a bleed build and just be getting bleed every other second with 3 characters all attacking a boss at once and building up bleed. So yeah, they've got specifically linked things. It is what it is. But yeah, I'm still interested in playing it. It's just I'm sad I won't be able to create like a Belmont class for it. And then yeah, I wanted to have like me as the double whips, somebody else playing as like an Alucard character, so with like a thrusty sword, a shield. Enna would have been perfect for that, with like all the parries, like parry queen Enna playing as Alucard essentially. That would have been freaking beautiful. And then somebody else playing essentially as a mage, filling in like, yeah, because there's been a lot of, there's normally when it comes to the Belmont like group ups, there's normally a Belmont with the whips, a mage, and Alucard normally joins in as well. So it would have been cool to just like recreate that trio. Anyway, let me go through my schedule. I keep like having this here. I'll get it out of the way after this. So yeah, today is just chatting, obviously, just chill, relaxed. Tomorrow we're returning to Outer Wilds because I really loved the story and I don't want to forget some of the mechanics. I want to lock them into my mind, so I wanted to play that as soon as possible before some of the story and mechanics went out of my mind and forgot them. Especially when it came to like the quantum mechanics-y kind of stuff. The things that you have to like observe, like I need to remember that immediately. Then we're taking a 2-day break because like I said, from now on, I'm probably always going to have 2 to 3 days off a week. Because yeah, I want to be able to focus on Legatus 505 for certain days and just not think about anything else. I want to make sure that that's finished as early as possible into 2025. I want to try and finish writing Legatus 505 by the end of January. And I'm not sure when I'll do like the final actual read through or how quickly I'll do the read throughs, but I'd like the writing process of it to be done by the end of January. And I think that's achievable if I like take some time to focus on it. Because yeah, then in 2025 I want to be moving forward into other types of content and just yeah, know that that's there and know like when I'll finish it in a dramatic way. I might try to finish it like around the birthday or just before the 3rd year anniversary. I don't know, but it's going to be a very it's going to be a very explosive conclusion is what I'll say. Like I think you can tell from the way the last read through went that from here on it's just all aboard the pain train. All of the pain and suffering is coming. So it'll be nice to see everybody react to that. Breaks are good. Don't worry. Wishing you all the best, Fuchan. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's just more like I realized in the past, I've been very much focused on like making sure that every time I release a schedule, it has like 1 or 2 things that everyone can be like, oh, Fuchan's doing this week. Fuchan's doing that this week. And just like, yeah, have a big impact on the schedule. But then I often just like get burned out after like 6 to 8 weeks of that and realizing like, oh man, I'm pushing myself too hard. So I'm just going to take some more breaks and relax a bit more so I can focus on Legatus 505, not burn out, and just continue to enjoy every stream and not think like, oh my God, I have to work on this thing for the end of the week. I have to work on that thing. Just enjoy my days off and Legatus 505 and everything else as well before I move on to different things for 2025. Explosive? Oh yeah, it's going to be explosive. On Friday, it is actually Zeus from Mythos's birthday. So yeah, that's why a bunch of people were asking me about the book genre tier list because people were like, is it just Dan May? Is it just this? Is it just that? No, I'm just joining in on it because it's Zeus's birthday. I'm also going to be there for the call-ins later in the evening. But she's doing like a whole day of different things with a bunch of different people. One of the things she's doing is just, it's literally all literature. So Dan may be in there, like all the genres are going to be in there. And there's going to be a couple of us on Zeus's channel just like talking about them, saying where we would rate them, how good they are, that kind of thing. So it's kind of like when we did the AO3 tags tier list, but yeah, just with book genres. So we're just going to like talk about them all amongst each other, debate with like what kind of rank they would be in, like how much we read them, that kind of thing. So it's just a very simple thing. And then I decided to play Kukiyomi 4 on the same day because I've been wanting to play Kukiyomi 4 since it came out. And this just seemed like a perfect chance for like, oh, that game will only take like 40 minutes to beat. So after already having done like a 2-hour stream on Zeus's channel, I can just do Kukiyomi 4 real quick in an hour, bounce that out, and then just chill and chat Zatsu style for another hour or so before I disappear for the day. So yeah, Kukiyomi 4 will be a very short stream. For 3 hours? No, Kukiyomi isn't really one you can delay too much, honestly. Kukiyomi is one of those games where it's not like a visual novel or a puzzle game. Visual novels always take me like 2 to 3 times the amount of time it's suggested they will take, because I talk about every plot point. I analyze everything that I can, from the art, the music, to the story, to the character dialogue. And I also voice act everything. So if you're just reading it through in your head, yeah, it goes way, way faster. But yeah, puzzle games, it's just because I'm a dumbass and it takes me forever. I will never forget, like, playing Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom, and that one stupid puzzle where all I actually had to do was to press the 2 sides at the same time, those 2 block puzzles. And I was trying like all kinds of different things of like trying to make the different statues move in the same direction, or trying to make them like make a pattern. I had so many dumb ideas when it was just the simplest possible idea. That kind of thing, which is why the Outer Wilds is probably going to take forever, because that game is supposed to take 21 hours, but as a puzzle game, it's probably going to take me like 30 to 40. But yeah, no, for Kukiyomi, like it's so cinematic, it'll take us 45 minutes probably. I think it took Shu-chan like a good 30 to 35 minutes, so it'll be a very short stream of gameplay and then just chilling and chatting afterwards. But it should be a funny one, because Kukiyomi always has some very funny things. I think the last time we played Kukiyomi, we played the first 3 in a row. And even then, it only took us 2 hours to get all of the first 3 done. Sometimes we overthink things. Yeah. Sometimes the Broin just not be broining, and sometimes the Broin turns into Brian and just starts going off in the wrong directions, which don't make any sense. Cloudines, thank you for donating the Fu funds. Will we finally find out if Fu-chan has a heart? You joke, but maybe that's a plot point. If not, you can have mine. Ba-dum. Terrible, terrible. I think Alan Bink would like your heart. I don't think Fu-chan himself would like the heart, but Alan Bink would totally be all over that. Thank you for donating the Fu funds, Cloudines, and I like your Christmas-themed update to your avatar. It looks very cute. Hope you're having a wonderful day, and thank you. Your last Kukiyomi VOD is almost 4 hours. Yeah, but that's just because I yap after everything. That's one thing that people don't realize about my streams in general. Like, a lot of people see me playing a game for like 10 hours in a row and not finishing it, and they're like, how does he do that? It was only like a 6-hour long game. And the honest truth is just because unless my back is hurting, there is never a time that we don't spend like at least half an hour after a stream chatting. Normally like an hour to 2 hours chatting. So yeah, when we play like a game like Fata Morgana, where probably we did put in like 60 hours just of gameplay, but of the actual streams, it's probably like 90 hours of actual streaming, just because there's so much chatting all over the place as well. I love the after stream Zatsus. Yeah, no, me too. I like the after stream Zatsus because it feels like calming down after it. You get to like talk about the storyline of the game, decompress, analyze things. Like, look at like Click Holding. Click Holding was a game that really only took us like an hour to finish, but that VOD's like 3 hours long, and I still think it's one of the most emotive experiences we've had on the channel. I just don't see the point in not chatting after streams, because it's like, otherwise, it's just like, nah, I don't know. At that point, you might as well just watch like an edited VOD that takes out like all of the quiet bits and just streamlines you through the storyline of the game. If you're not properly talking and dissecting and analyzing and enjoying things, it just feels wrong to me. That's a large part of like why streams are interesting to me, is seeing people's reactions and discussions about them as well. And mouthwashing as well. Like, mouthwashing is a game that only takes 2 hours to beat, but I haven't seen anyone's VODs for mouthwashing being like less than 3 hours, because that game is just so compelling and the storyline is so deep. Although I'm getting really pissed off at the fan base. Apparently I've interacted with too much of the fan art on Twitter of just like liking and opening it, because man, the mouthwashing fan base is tearing each other apart with some of like the weird takes on Anya, and everybody like attacking each other through fan art, man. It's like, dude, just enjoy the game and share your own perspectives through fan art. Don't attack everyone else's. Remember, before I started watching you, every time I clicked in, you were always Zatsuing, and I was like, eh? It's always Zatsu. You must have been like clicking into the late bits as well. Because a large part of that is the fact that I tried to like only talk at the beginning of a gameplay stream for like 10 minutes maximum. Because I don't want people to feel like they've been cheated. And like during the gameplay, I don't even read super chats out loud. I only read comments that are related to the gameplay part, because I want people to like know, like, okay, this is gameplay time. We're dealing with gameplay, we're dealing with story and talking about the game. But yeah, then after that, that's why I like to then go through like all the super chats and do all the discussion part at the end. So like, yeah, we get all of that at the end as well. It's just, I like the storyline experience to be pretty streamlined as well. Zatsu after game is always my best part in every stream. Yeah, I like Zatsuing. I think... yeah, I'm probably not going to do it, but one of the things I have been thinking about what would have been fun to do would be to do like a weekly radio show kind of thing. Just like every morning on a certain day, just like go through some news, like lighthearted news, like science-based news or like happy news kind of stuff. Followed by just like Zatsu kind of topics, taking comments from the YouTube VODs and like responding to those. Just stuff like that would have been a really good idea of content for me. So I might do that sometime in the future, but I doubt I'm going to do it like anytime soon because I'm just focused on so many other things, especially right now, Legatus 505, and then seeing what the heck happens in 2025. But yeah, that is the type of thing, the type of content that I think I'd be really good at. Remember doing Omori? I constantly sent everything is going to be okay, supers. And it was so funny when you read it after the tense moments. Yeah, exactly. That is the one drawback, is that a lot of the times people send supers that are like very relevant to what's going on at that moment. And yeah, I just ignore them at the time. Then at the end of the stream, I'm like, oh, that would have been such a good comment at the time. But Chan, have you seen the Game Awards? What game are you excited for the most? Oh, I posted that on Twitter. I posted on Twitter exactly what I care about from the Game Awards. If I didn't post about it on Twitter, I didn't care about it much at all. Appreciate the Zatsus, especially when the game was intense. The debriefing helps me so much. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, especially for mouthwashing and click holding. Like, there are so many things where it's just like, okay, let's decompress. Let's talk about that. Let's calm down. Because we do play a lot of dark, psychologically heavy games with dark atmospheres that are kind of torturous. So it's nice at the end to just be like, okay, that was interesting. It is just a storyline, but here's how I connected with it in my life. Here's what I liked about the characters and their stories and what was going on and all of that kind of stuff. Let me check my Twitter post and I will tell you exactly what I cared about from the Game Awards. I did not care about the awards themselves. I will say that. I never do. Oh shit, Volpixie released an MMD. Damn it, I hate opening Twitter when I'm in the middle of... Now I have to send all these things to myself to make sure they just don't disappear later. Oh my god. Matsumeko did a beautiful image of the Fu family too. God damn it. Okay, what was I searching for? Oh, my own stuff. Right, to find out what I liked from the Game Awards. Oh man, I have to scroll through. There we go. Okay. Witcher 4, 10 out of 10 hype. I'm very excited in Witcher 4. The one thing, I almost put that down to a 9 out of 10, just because they have, like, they've broken canon a little bit with apparently the fact that Ciri is a full-fledged Witcher now, which means she's done the trials and she's able to drink monster potions. So that almost dropped it down to a 9 out of 10. And then I thought about it and I was like, I don't give a fuck. Rule of cool. Like, Ciri was always clearly going to be the next protagonist. She's always been so important to the books. And yeah, I figured, like, they were going to use, like, her Fae ancestry, her, like, deep, dark magic powers to do things instead of Witcher stuff. But I guess they just decided the potions were such an intricate part of the gameplay. They didn't want to get rid of that. So, yeah, it's like, it's fine. Rule of cool. I don't care. We're still going to have, like, crafting potions and collecting materials and stuff. And that's badass in its own way. It looks sick, and oh my god. The final, like, for one thing, the whole trailer was badass. Just Ciri doing Witcher shit, beating the shit out of people, taking on monsters 10 times her size. So badass. And that final line was what got me the most, because it reminds me so much of my favorite Witcher 3 trailer with just, like, the whole Geralt pulling up on a bunch of witch hunters that were just very clearly sadistically torturing a woman that was accused of being a witch and was not a witch, because otherwise she would have blown them the fuck to death. And him just being like, them being like, what are you doing? And him being like, killing monsters. So perfect. So perfect when he kills a bunch of humans. Basically says they're monsters. So Ciri having like a very equal line where she's already taken on a monster in the woods that people are sacrificing people to. And then they've sacrificed the human woman who was supposed to go into the woods that she saved the life of. It's like, ah, you fuckers. Yeah, so that one was already emotional. But then her walking away after they were like, well, what are you doing? You're gonna anger the gods. And she's just like, there's no gods here, only monsters. It's sad to hear that Ciri has gotten as not disenfranchised. I guess what's the word I'm looking for? Pissed off against the world. I can't think of the word that would actually be perfect, but she's just pissed off at jaded. Yes, jaded, disillusioned. Those are both good ones. Cynical was the one I actually wanted. Cynical towards the world and towards humanity as Geralt. But it makes sense because that's the witch's whole entire world. So yeah, that line is so good of her just realizing like, oh, you guys are fucking idiots. There are no gods. There's only monsters and you guys are monsters too. You're lucky I don't kill you. But yeah, very excited for Witcher 4. It looks so good and I'm sure the gameplay is going to be amazing. The Witcher games have only gotten better each time. And I really like what CD Projekt Red did with Cyberpunk 2077. Was it 2077 or was that the anime? No, anime was Edge Runners. Yeah, it's 2077. Like they started it off like very glitchy, very nightmarish, but they just continued to update it and do everything they could to make it a really damn good game before they were done with everything. So yeah, they've worked their asses off and I'm sure Witcher 4 is going to be incredible. Elden Ring Night Rain was the other thing that's like second level because yeah, I thought that was going to be able to play my own character in that, which made it a 10 out of 10. Now it's more like an 8 out of 10 if I have to play a different character and I might not like the gameplay as much as playing with the dual whips, but I'm still excited to play it. I'm excited to play with like other Elden Ring fans and just like, yeah, dive into the game and beat the shit out of some enemies and see how much I suffer because I'm not great at the game. So yeah, the fact that Van's already like trying to put together multiple groups of 3 because he asked like, yo, who, no, in fact, it was me who posted the thing about the test starting in January, and then he was like, yo, okay, I'm in, who's our third? And like a bunch of other people applied, and like Van was saying I'm probably going to play it with multiple groups of people anyway, and I was like, dude, you're going to get at least 2 groups of people just in Nijisanji. But I'm glad that whoever I'm playing with, I'm hoping that I'll be able to play with like either Van and Enna or Van and Voxy. And then, if nothing else, Van's going to be carrying me. Enna's a fucking legend as well. Voxy's really good. So, either way, I'm going to be the weak link of the crowd. There were a few other people who wanted to play as well. But yeah, I'm glad we've got some carries in that crowd. Project Robot is being made by the same company that made Shadow of the... Well, no, the same creator who made Shadow of the Colossus and Eco. And unfortunately, The Last Guardian, which apparently went through so much production hell. But it has like the same bones. It looks very much Shadow of the Colossus with like fast-paced climbing. I'm really excited to see what they do with that because yeah, they worked their ass off on those first 2 games. And from what I heard about The Last Guardian, it was like a lot of like other companies getting involved in the creative process that fucked it up. So that's unfortunate. Split Fiction I'm really interested in as well because I liked It Takes Two so much. Like just the gameplay mechanics in that was so good. I felt like the game went a bit long just because the storyline was dragged out. They really just kept coming up with any solution they could to keep the parents from actually talking to the child, which annoyed me sometimes, but the gameplay way made up for it because every time the gameplay shifted up, it was like still such a cool mechanic each time. It was always fun and it never overstayed its welcome. Some of the sections could have even gone on like another extra hour or so just because some of the mechanics that they used were just like, oh, this is so much fun. And then they stay for a little while, they disappear, so you never got bored of it. It just kept growing. And finally, Thick as Thieves. It looks like one of the old school Thief games where it's just like sneaking around in mansions trying to steal things, except it's 4-player and not co-op. It's 4 players trying to fuck each other over and steal the items before the other people can, which just sounds so amazing, especially as a streaming game. As a streaming game, that's got to be incredible. I can imagine like 4-player for one thing, Noctix gameplay. It has to happen. Albanyan has to see if he's the best Phantom Thief after all among Noctix. But I can imagine the trolling that like me and Sunny will do. Uki will just be chilling, like having his own fun, getting through it at his own pace and trying to steal things. And then yeah, Albanyan has so much to prove in that game to prove that he is actually the best Phantom Thief among us. That's such a Fulgur game. I love Fulgur. I'm not here to win. I'm here to screw everyone else over. It's not always screw everyone else over, to be fair. Most of the time it is. But in general, it is very much a case of I'm not here to win. I'm here to make it fun. And I try to do that. I don't always do that because sometimes I'm a bit overbearing or sometimes I piss people off by, yeah, pressuring people a bit much and trolling people a bit much. But in general, yeah, I like to like balance things a bit more where it's like I am never there to win a competition, to win a quiz, to win a game. I am there to just like have a laugh with people, whether that does mean trolling them and making it harder or just like, yeah, trying to supply a different kind of vibe that makes things more interesting. That's what I'll do through Thick as Thieves as well. Oh shit, Volpixie, hey. I was just saying, I just saw your MMD posted on Twitter, so I saved that for later to watch. Hello, I'm lurking and working in the wage cage, and I hope everyone is happy and well. I'm doing wonderfully, so thank you, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Volpixie just finished watching the entirety of Link Click Season 1 yesterday. So Volpixie's probably in a bit of a fragile state right now. We were messaging throughout the process, and like, end of episode 1, she was like, oh my god, it was so happy until it wasn't. And then they got to like the earthquake episode, and then they got to like the season finale. And yeah, I even like shared with Volpixie the fact that while we were watching Link Click live, there was even that little like lovely, beautiful piece of fan art they did 1 week before the season finale, where it's Chao Ling like slicing into a red velvet cake. And Lu Guang passed out with red velvet cake spilled all over his shirt. And it was like, oh, this is so cute. This is so family friendly. I'm glad they're having a celebration. I wonder how Lu Guang fell asleep. Did he get drunk? And then you see what happens at the end of season 1, and you realize what that art was referencing. And it's like, why would they do that to us? The foreshadowing was so evil. But yeah, no, I hope you enjoy season 2, Volpixie. It was so much fun seeing your reactions to everything. Because yeah, we all went through that while we went through it. Like every arc is just like, oh, I hope it has a good ending. And then crying your eyes out. At least the child kidnapping one, man, if that had gone a different way, I'm not sure how I would have dealt with that one. That one was too much. Just began watching Link Click yesterday. I am very sorry, Yokopan. Feel free to watch it at your own pace. I don't think I dropped any major spoilers, but just like some of the arc general ideas. Just, yeah, enjoy it. It's so freaking good. We did a live reaction to episode 2. I think it's on my members section on the channel. But yeah, they're releasing the special soon as well. They released all 3 of the character introductions for the 3 new big bad guys for whatever's going on in the special. I think the special is releasing sometime at the end of this month. I can't remember exactly when. But we might do a live reaction to that as well. Also, are there any scythe kicks in chat still? Because I meant to ask Pio-chan. I was going to send Pio-chan a message. I can't remember. I know he did a reaction to one of the animes, but did he do a reaction to Delico's Nursery? Yes, here? Okay, awesome. Yeah. Has he done a reaction to Delico's Nursery? Because I was thinking of inviting Pio-chan. Fuck, he did. Okay, because I want to do like a reaction to the rest of Delico's Nursery, but I was thinking like Pio-chan would be a perfect person to do that with as a duo. So I was going to message him and be like, have you watched it yet? But yeah, I thought he'd watched it. He watched the first 5 episodes. Oh, so he might not have watched the whole thing yet. I see. In that case, I might still invite him, because I just, like, yeah, we're very similar in, like, because we've watched, like, all of, like, the child-based anime as well, with, like, Usagi Drop, Amama to Inazuma, Sweetness and Lightning, Hitori... Fuck. Hitori... Something. Kakushigoto... Poco's Udon World, like all of those kind of ones. We were like cute little anime children being raised by single fathers sometimes, or just families doing their best. Spy X Family, Buddy Daddies, all of those kinds of things. It'd be fun with Pio-chan. Yeah, Barakamon. Yeah, Barakamon was like the first one I think I watched of like that kind of genre. I always love those kinds of things, and I know Pio-chan does as well. He's such a girl dad. Yeah, no, exactly. Me and Pio-chan are both very much like girl dad coded. Single fathers doing our best, even though no actual children. We watched Buddy Daddies. Yeah, I know you guys did a live reaction to Buddy Daddies as well. Buddy Daddies was so good. Barakamon was incredible. But yeah, I was thinking of inviting Pio-chan to that and just seeing if he wanted to react to that together. An emote now. Oh my god, somebody got Volpixie with a membership. Awesome. I hope you enjoy it. Fitz, did you see School Babysitters? No, I didn't actually watch that one. Gakuen Babysitters? Nah. That's one of the few that I haven't watched, and I tried to watch it. I think it's the designs for the children, or maybe the children are just too young, where I'm like, they're still babush. Like, I need them to be like able to have like full sentences. I need them to be at least like a couple of the characters that are at least like 5 to 10 years old. If they're all like 3 to 4, it's like, they're just kind of ba-ba-ba-boo-boo-boo-boo. I think Poco's Udon World was like the youngest I would go. I think that kid's like 4 years old. Have you watched Yakuza Babysitter? I have. I liked that one. I liked that one, and the other one, oh god, let me find the name of it. It definitely starts with an H. In fact, Hinamatsuri. Hinamatsuri is one of my favorite one of those ones. That one's pure comedy rather than like emotional drama. Although it does have emotional drama moments. But yeah, it's like such a good comedy show. That's one of my favorite ones. I actually watched that recently on my break. Let me finish my schedule so I can get this the hell out of the way. So yeah, we got through Friday. Saturday, we're doing the Devour collab with Albanyan, Ariel, Yuriko, and Clara. Me and Albanyan aren't planning on having POVs on that. Ariel, Yuriko, and Clara both are. So if you didn't see it yesterday, yesterday I was on Ariel Yuriko's channel playing Until Dawn. So it was a good horror game, and yeah, it was a fun time. Devour I've never played before, but I've played a lot of similar games. But yeah, just yesterday during the collab, I was constantly talking about the fact that, yeah, my plan in Devour, again, is not to actually try to win the game. It's to try and fuck with Albanyan and Ari, because they're both scared very easily. Let's put it that way. They get jump scared incredibly easily. They scream quite loud. They have amazing reactions. So I'm probably going to message Clara as well and just be like, Dada, can we torture the other two? The mission is chaos. You love to see it. Exactly. We're going to I'm probably going to count the jump scares for each Albanyan and Adi and see who gets higher by the end of it. There are spiders in this game, right? Albanyan, are you all right? I hope Albanyan will be okay. I don't actually know much about the game, but it just looks like every other horror game where there's like a group of 4 people having to collect some items, do a ritual, seal enemies off. I feel like we've played so many games that were so similar. I thought I had played Devour. And then I looked it up on Steam and was like, huh? I don't own this one? What the hell did I play? Because I definitely remember playing one of those types of games with Selen and Pomu. In fact, 2 different ones of those games, because we played a lot of those horror games together where we just like laughed at them. We played one where me, Selen, and Pomu specifically were priests and nuns. And we definitely played one, I think it was Gumi was our 4th, where it was a very similar game and we were just running around collecting things and being silly. Niji Blessed. Yeah, I miss Niji Blessed. That was a fun atmosphere. Anyway, that's Saturday. And then Sunday, rewriting Christmas carols. Yeah, like I said, we're just going to be rewriting Christmas carols, turning them into Vooniverse-based things and having fun like that. So yeah, that is the schedule done for the week. And then next week, it'll probably be a similar, like, relaxed schedule. We'll either have 4 or 5 streams. I'm pretty sure Millie's awards ceremony thing is going to happen next week, I would imagine, because it's, like, getting towards the end of the year. If it's the week after, it'll definitely be very tight. And I know I've got one other collab that I'm wanting to set up with someone. We're just talking about the dates for now. So there's a lot going on next week as well that I have to fit within 4 days. How goes your Infinity Nikki journey? So far, I haven't actually done much in it. I've been hoping that we'll get like the go-ahead to play it personally. I actually wanted to do the gacha stuff on stream. So even though I've bought like a bunch of points and stuff, I'm hoping that we get permissions to play it like outside of sponsored stuff. Before some of the events expire, so I can actually show you guys me pulling on the gacha and collecting things. But I only got the story up to the point where we got on the sponsored stream as well. So I've not like lost any of the storyline either. I'm making sure that I can save that for you guys. So yeah, I've just essentially bought a bunch of stuff because it was on sale and going out of sale. I was like, oh, I want to grab this while it's on sale. I really hope that the wedding dress goes on sale as well. I did buy the dragon dress. I bought the dragon dress because it was like 60% off, and I was like, it looks kind of cool. I'm probably never going to wear it, but I mean, it's so cheap compared to what it's going to be in the future. That game's bad for me. That game is very bad for me. Anyway, Jen Yaya. With mouthwashing, it's the same as it was with Homestuck, just Undertale. Better not to interact with the fandom at all if you care for your mental health. Yes, exactly. I feel like there's a lot of fandoms like that right now. I won't mention some of them, but like, Homicipher. Homicipher has some of like the sweetest people, some of like the best fan art, some of the most devoted fans. And it's the same for... It is the same for mouthwashing. There are so many people that are like talking about the story and really enjoying it and all kinds of things. And so a really devoted fan base, but they're also really, really intense and rude and nasty to not only like the original creators, but just like people trying to enjoy it in their own way. It's a really disgusting environment on social media in general right now, where everybody feels like the best way to get their own comments seen is to tear the shit out of somebody else. And it's really disgusting. Because I've seen some really beautiful fan art and been like, oh, this is gorgeous. I want to support this. And then I've clicked into it and realized it was retweeting somebody else who was like talking about their own personal trauma and just trying to dig at their personal trauma. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, if you had just posted this as a single piece of fan art, I'd be like, damn, that's such a personal, interesting message that you're sharing there. And I like the art and you've done it beautifully. It's such a tragic outcome. And yet you realize that, oh, they did this specifically to hurt someone else. And it's like, bruh, no. That's not what we create things for. We don't create things to hurt other people. We create things to share our own personal feelings and put them out into the world. It's just, it makes it so much more disgusting to the point where I don't want to interact with it anymore. Anyway, Rissimo, thank you for the gifted. And Uta and Vicky, welcome back to the membership. Maybe I'm a lion. Thank you for donating the full funds. No message, but thank you for the cute little... Oh my god, he has a freaking pair of wings now? That's something else I want to do. I still want to go back and finish Sky. Because I want to do like Sky like every other month kind of thing on the channel. Sky Children of Light. Just because I have so much fun. It's such like a cute game. I love the moth aesthetics. And I've collected such a tiny amount of things in that game. We missed the Halloween event. We're going to miss the Christmas event. Just because we do so much other stuff on the channel. But yeah, I want to return to Sky soon because it's just such a comfy and cozy time. Also, apparently they're going to do another Aurora concert at some point, I heard. I don't know if that was correct or if I missed that. But yeah, I saw something about like them doing another like brand new Aurora concert, as well as like for right now, I think the concert's happening every 2 hours. The old concert is happening every 2 hours rather than every 4 hours. Oh my god, they already did. I missed it! It happened last Saturday. Time moves too fast, guys. I don't know how other content creators can keep up with so many things. I know there are so many other content creators that keep up with like Final Fantasy 14, Infinity Nikki, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail. I don't know how people manage to keep up with events and these kinds of things and not miss things. I'm just trying to keep up with freaking like Sky and Infinity Nikki right now, and that on top of other content just doesn't work for me. How do these people do this? Also, the persons who said, I just block and move on. Yeah, no, that's what you have to do. If you see that people are just being toxic in the fan base, it's good to block and move on, but it's just some fan bases are just so full of vitriol to the point where you just have to give up on the fan base and just enjoy the content in your own way, in your own time completely, because it's just like, even if you follow the people that are sharing nice things and are like interesting and like engaging with the content, there'll always be the antis who are just like going through the hashtags and going through the messages and just like trying to shit on everything. And it's just like the algorithm feeds that to you because it gets big reactions. So Fulva, thank you for donating the Foo funds. Thank you for the chatting stream today, Foo. And I hope you and everybody have a wonderful day. Bye, you. Thank you so much, Fulva. I hope you have a wonderful day too. There was a cute little fox in the snow avatar as well. Please rest well. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope you have a lovely evening. Sad when it has to be that way. Yeah, I saw somebody else. Well, yeah, earlier I grabbed the comment about like the Homestuck fan base being like that as well. There are certain like communities where it's just like, I love this content. I can't deal with the community. So you just get to the point where you're like, nah, I'm never interacting with that stuff on Twitter again. Just so it doesn't get fed into my algorithm, and I just like hope other people will like share like the good stuff with me. You just have to give up on the community and be like, okay, I'll enjoy this on my own side and just not talk about it or share anything about it on social media. I'm glad that somehow like the Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel fan base like manages to do pretty well, because they have like moments where there are like big bursts of attention that it gets and suddenly everybody's shitting on it, which really pisses me off. I can't name the number of times that suddenly a bunch of people have been exposed to Has Been Hotel without wanting to, and then just immediately begin shitting on Vivzy Pop, shitting on all the characters and saying like, oh, all they do is swear and make pee-pee poo-poo jokes. And it's like, that's a lot of what they do, but it's, you know, it's part of the aesthetic. It's part of the style, and that doesn't change the fact that the actual storylines are fantastic and the characters are amazing and the music's great. So yeah, just every time that happens, it's just like I have to go on a blocking spree and be like, okay, you don't like the content, you can shut the hell up. That's fine. I don't need to see your opinion. If you didn't like it, you can just say I didn't like it and move on. You don't have to make it your entire personality for the next 2 weeks because you see people enjoying a thing and you don't enjoy the thing. Moon, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. No message, but I hope you're having a lovely day. What a cute little Foo puppet. Is that wrapped up in a puppy? 1 second. Oh, it's wrapped up in a kitty. Okay. That was beautiful. Sorry, I had to change it real quickly after that to make sure that I did not lose the next super chat. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. That was so cute. I hope you're having a lovely day and please rest well. Yume Haya, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Bye, you Foo. Nothing particular to say today, just that I love listening to you yap. It's always interesting and comfy when you zatsu, so TY. Aw, thank you, Yume Haya. Sorry that I'm having to cut off some of these super chats early. I'm making sure the next ones don't disappear. But thank you so much. I hope you're having a lovely day, Yume Haya. And thank you for always supporting the channel. I hope you're enjoying it. Noeen, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. And I hope you're having a lovely day. Please rest well. And Kit, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. There are so many people donating without saying anything today. I hope you're all enjoying the stream. Please rest well, take it easy, and I hope you have a lovely evening. And June, I missed this one. I don't think it got grabbed by the Comfy Grabber. But thank you for donating the Foo Funds, and I hope you have a lovely day, and please rest well. I think there was one more I missed that didn't get grabbed. Oh, it's a name I can't pronounce, so 1 minute. I will translate this name. This one has a message. Speaking of cats, mine is sitting with me as I watch. Oh, let's go. My cats are not allowed upstairs because they poop under my bed, so... They've been very cute and cuddly recently, though. I'm not sure if it's because winter or if it's because Dog's gone and they're just, like, kind of missing him and lonely. But both of them have actually been jumping into my bed recently and curling up against me, which is surprising. The aggressive one never used to do that. The more gentle one used to do that occasionally. But yeah, recently they've just been a lot more cuddly and cute for both of them. Okay, it says... I don't think it's translating this properly. It says the name is Japanese and is translating it into Itsuki on Usagi. So I hope that's correct, but I don't even know if that is actually Japanese. But that's what it's translating as. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Oh, arigatou gozaimasu. Hello, Fuchan. This is my first super chat. I bought 4 acrylic display stands today. I really love you. Sorry if my English is broken. No. Your English isn't broken at all. That was perfect. And thank you so much. I'm sorry I wasn't able to grab this comment, but that's very sweet. And I'm sorry if the name is being translated wrong. But damn, 4 of the acrylic display stands. I'm really happy to hear that. I hope you enjoy them. I'm kind of curious about which ones you got specifically. Like, I'm assuming it was 4 different ones. I did actually see... There's been a couple of people sharing things from Animate recently on my timeline, which I've been really happy to see. The Animates in Japan. Because somebody figured out that they have some of the Anime Impulse exclusive stuff over there, and it's selling for a crazy high price. They have the Anime Impulse, like, Noctix group shot, where it's us 4, like, looking like we're just chilling in the sunshine. So we have, like, loose, like, less clothing than usual. I know that I'm doing, like, I've got, like, the long hair and I'm pushing the hair out of my head. The Foo Armpit, yeah. I think that one was selling for like a huge price, and I just saw people sharing it and being like, oh man, they have the Anime Impulse exclusive stuffs. That was really cool. I'm glad that they've got that. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the acrylic stands. Thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds, and thank you for being part of the sheep pile. I hope you enjoy your stay. I have that poster at my desk at work. Apparently, it's selling for something like $200 in Animate Japan right now. And they sent me 3 of them. So that was kind of mind-blowing, where I'm just like, I have 3 of those in a box in my bedroom, and they are awesome art. And now I'm just like, should I frame these and just keep them for like the next 10 years? Because yeah, Anime Impulse are always very sweet to us. Whenever they create anything for us, they always send it to us, and they send us lots of pictures. And like the stands and stuff that they do, they always ask us like which costumes we want to wear and which pose we want to be in, and they try to get this the heights life size as well. Bye, you Fuchan. Today, wife, and today's Satsu. Your soothing voice always makes me calm and comfy. Ah, thank you. I hope you're having a lovely day. And Noeen, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Ah, lovely love heart. I hope you're having a lovely day, Noeen. Thank you so much for being here. Please rest well and take it easy. Sir, can I get one? I will tell you this. If I ever managed to get invited to like an in-person kind of event, if it was ever like close enough that I could actually do that, like one of the handshaking kind of events, yeah, maybe we'll do a raffle and I'll give away my 2 spares. I'm keeping 1. I have 1 of like every one of my pieces of merch so far, except for the Rainy Days merch, which is apparently caught in customs for some reason. I don't know what they're doing with that one. It hasn't gone back to Nijisanji yet, and it hasn't come to me. It's just kind of disappeared. I've got the tracking details for it, so I know it's not been moving anywhere, but I have no idea what is going on with that one, unfortunately. I really wanted that one as well. The umbrella looks so freaking cool. But yeah, that's the one so far that I haven't actually got. I'm hoping I get it someday. But yeah, no, I've got like every piece of merch that is released so far for Fulgur Ovid and most of the Noctic stuff. I don't get all of the Noctic stuff, but I request, like, I've got like all the papes and all the Nui. Maybe it's stuck in customs. Yeah, no, I think that's it. I think they just like had to check something and maybe something got like put in the wrong place and it's just, yeah, it's not going anywhere right now. Zozo BB, thank you for donating the full funds. Not a message. Or is it? Mysterious. I guess we'll never know. Feels like a message, but thank you for donating the food funds and I hope you're having a lovely day. Please rest well and take it easy. That dangerous umbrella is holding it up. I know, right? There could have been a weapon hidden in there. If I was alive, I'd probably request so much. I mean, you can, yeah, but obviously, I mean, you pay for it still. It's just you get free delivery, essentially, because they're sending you other things. You get all your own stuff for free, but if you want, like, things from other people, yeah, it's just a way for us to, like, skip delivery fee. It's awesome. They're probably admiring it right now. I think somebody stole it. I'm going to be honest. I think somebody, it was just a rainy day. They had to open it for some reason. They saw there was an umbrella, and somebody just pocketed it. I was just like, yeah, that's coming home with me. Also, Shan, it's very nice to hear that, but please do not tell me when you're leaving the stream. I'm going to put you in timeout for 5 minutes. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. But just so you know, please do read my rules section in the description of every video. If you're ever leaving the stream, just go ahead and head out. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But Shan, do you have any anime recommendations? I am watching some. The only anime I'm watching like air live currently is How I Attended an All-Guys Mixer, which is a really good comedy series that feels very much like Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun to me. And also, yeah, it's just a very good comedy. The voice actors in it are incredible. The seiyuu are great, both the men and women. It's so good. It's so funny. I especially like there's a relationship going on with a himbo who doesn't realize like what's going on most of the time, and a fudanchi who like draws her own yaoi art and is constantly trying to hide that from the himbo while also using him because he's a good-looking like buff man. She'll occasionally like push him into strange positions and he'll just be like standing there with like a innocent smile on his face like, what are we doing? And she'll be like taking photos of him to use later for her yaoi drawings. Oh, sorry, I should actually say the actual premise of the show. The actual premise of the show is it's 3 university students, all men, who get invited out to a group date. And when they show up, they find 3 incredibly gorgeous men who make them feel very emasculated and boring and plain. But it turns out that these are actually the 3 women. They had set up the date with 3 women. And yeah, they were just like, they're women that work at a male escort bar, like a host bar. That specifically, I don't think anybody knows that they're women. So yeah, everybody thinks they're men when they go to the bar, but they just like, yeah, they cross-dress and they flirt with women. And so that's the premise of the series, is just like these 3 guys fall in love with these 3 women who are constantly dressed as good-looking men. And so every time they go out, everybody's staring at them and being like, oh my God, those guys are so gorgeous. What are those 3 plain guys doing with them? Ew. And every time they have like little romancy moments or little fan servicey moments, everybody freaks out and is like, 2 guys are doing that in, oh my God, it's crazy. It's great. And there's like different levels. There's one guy who's completely oblivious to the fact that one of the girls obviously completely and utterly loves him. And he's just completely misreading everything and thinking she's just being nice to him. And then there's one guy, the himbo, who I love, who's paired up with the fujoshi. He just doesn't understand anything. He's constantly like sleeping over at her house and she's like posing him in different ways. She's clearly so interested in him and so falling in love and also very turned on a lot of the time. And he doesn't understand. He's just casually telling his friends like, yeah, I stayed over at her house last night. It was super awesome. We played video games all night. I barely got any sleep. And the guys are just like, you were out at her house all night? You fucking traitor. And then the third guy who's actually having a crisis. Sorry, I'll put the name in chat as well. It's called How I Attended An all guys mixer. I gave up on capitalizing everything halfway through. I got bored of it. But yeah, the third guy is having like a crisis, like Mulan style, because obviously he liked this girl. He thinks he's only into women, and he thinks he's only specifically into like super cute and adorable women. So when he starts to fall in love with this blonde girl who's constantly dressed like a guy and looks like a guy to him, he's like, am I gay? This ain't right. Wait, I only like cute things. Wait, what's going on? And the funniest like development in the newest episodes, because I haven't seen the one that's I think aired last Friday. I saved them for Tuesday because I saved them for Wednesday now because that's my day off. I watched that at the same time I watched What We Do in the Shadows. But yeah, the newest development is that he suddenly started to realize now that she's actually started dressing as a girl when she goes out with him. He's like, oh, why do I keep imagining her as a guy? Like he's completely mind fucked now, where even though they're hanging out with her as a girl and he's like getting to experience what he wanted to, a cute girl being romantic with him, he's constantly looking at her and thinking, do I prefer her with short hair? Do I prefer her looking like a man? Am I gay? It's fucking fantastic. So yeah, it's like different dynamics for each of the guys with each of the girls. It's so funny. Thank you again for donating the food funds. My name is Otto. Oh, thank you, Otto. Thank you for telling me. And thank you for donating the food funds and the sweet message. I'm going to share my stands on X later. Oh, awesome. If you share them with hashtag Comfydants, I'll see them. I normally try to like them when I get to see them, but thank you so much. That's awesome. I hope you have a lovely day. Welcome to the sheep pile, and I hope you continue to enjoy your stay. Thank you for buying so much of the merchandise. Yeah, they work really hard on those stands. Even though we get a lot of stands, it's always nice to see that people collect them and enjoy them and, yeah, do share off their merchandise. Buchan, what about Sasaki Days? I haven't heard of that one. Sasaki Days. I saw Volpixie. Sasaki. Oh, Sasaki and Miyano. That ain't currently airing. I only talked about the one that was currently airing. Creative Bunny, thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you're having a lovely day. Please rest well. Take it easy. What does berikt mean? Berikt. In English. In. Oh, it literally means message. Okay, you made me work for that one. I see how it is. Thank you for donating the food funds. Thank you for the lovely berikt. Yukako, welcome back to the membership. Before you look back on the 2024 stream, I already recall many memories of past streams and feel the passage of time. Thank you for all the hard work. Thank you, Yukako, and welcome back to the membership. It's, yeah, like I said, I think it's been like a terrible year for me on like a personal level and for like some other things that have gone on beyond the scenes, but that doesn't change the fact that I had an amazing time with all the streams and everything I did with the Comfydants, and I'm glad I finally got back into writing mode. So I'm really excited for like how much we've been plowing through Legatus 505 over the last 2 to 3 months. And yeah, the fact that hopefully I'll have it like all written within like the next 2 months or so and ready to just reveal as I want to. So 2024 hasn't been great, but at the same time, I've enjoyed what we've been doing together. So thank you for that. That was a nice message. Veli the Mare Sheep, thank you for donating the food funds. Here's the dress up funds. Don't worry about it. I won't spend anything that I don't have, so you never have to worry about that. Glad to be able to watch your stream after a bad day. Bye you and have a great day, Fu. Thank you so much. And I hope you have a wonderful day too. Thank you so much for being here. But yeah, don't worry. You never have to be like, here, Fu-chan, you got your funds. Don't worry. I'll never spend anything that I don't have. I'm just very happy that currently Infinity Nikki has like a very forgiving system so far. Like honestly, if you spend like $20 in the game, it does get you quite a few rolls. If you spend $100, because that's when it gets cheap, then you get a shit ton of rolls. But yeah, that's to the point where it's like, maybe I shouldn't have spent $100 on dress up clothes for a virtual character. Anyway, Catherine, thank you for donating the food funds. Hi, Fu-chan. I haven't been able to watch your streams in a while. Life has been hectic. But joining today has made me realize how much I missed it. Thanks always for getting me through the workday. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you so much for the sweet words, Catherine. I hope the workday gets a bit easier from here on, but thank you so much for the sweet message. Please rest well and take it easy. Fu-chan, I'm starting to be of concern. You shouldn't be of concern. You compare this to any of the people that are addicted to like Honkai Star Rail, Genshin, some of the other ones. Like, Uki, Alira, Vanta. Yes, I am going to name and shame them. I'm going to name and shame them. Millie, with some of the things that she plays as well. I have seen some of the people like just happily throw like big figures, to me anyway, onto some of those games. I'm not in anywhere near that level, so don't worry about it. It's just right now it's a new game and I'm like, oh no, this banner is disappearing. Oh no, this thing's only on sale for a few more days. That E6 Sunday. See, fun thing, fun fact. If you do your pause on a stream, it counts as a tax write-off. So, not even gonna lie, that's another part of the reason where I was like, man, I'd really have liked to have pulled this gacha on stream. Because, yeah, at that point, it's like, it technically counts as being used for your career, so it counts as a tax write-off. And I can happily say that because a lot of other creators have already like, yeah, no, that's a well-known fact. Same for like MatPat with his food theory channel, where he's like, yeah, no, the reason we have a food theory channel is just literally it makes it so that we can make huge amounts of food and it becomes a tax write-off that we can then claim back. It's like, oh, damn, that's genius. Wilson, thank you so much for the raid. What is up, everybody? What was Wilson up to? What's up, Wilson is? How are you guys doing? What were you guys, what was the stream today? Were you guys part of the big collab as well? I saw there were a lot of people collabing. That's very important for the tax write-off. Yeah, no, I'm not sure if that works in every country, but I know that that works in America. Which is why there are a lot of people who do like only ever do their pulls on streams. He was part of the fast food simulator. Oh, okay, you just had a long chat after the stream. What's up? Thank you so much for the raid. Wilson is, we are just chatting and chilling today, so there is nothing special going on. There's nothing like particularly interesting. Feel free to head out if you don't want to be here. I'm just going to be chatting and reacting to whatever chat says for a while. Currently, I'm talking about the fact that after playing Infinity Nikki on a sponsorship, I have then become addicted to the game. And I don't want to tell you how much I've spent on the game so far, but it is not a small amount. It's not a big amount either, though. And I know they are going to start updating the shop soon, but I don't think I like many of the things that are coming out soon. Like, we've seen some spoilers for some of the things. There's like a Christmassy outfit I'm not interested in, so that should be fine. But yeah, this is the first gacha game where I've actually actively been like, I need some of these things in more than 3 years. Like, I dropped Genshin. Genshin was the last gacha game I played, and I dropped that when Zhongli came out, and I couldn't get him after spending, I think I spent, because I saved up like all of my free pulls for like a good solid 3 to 4 months. I was farming all the materials I could to get those free pulls. And then I think I spent an additional $100 and rolled through that banner. I even got the pity. And the pity was the other character rather than Zhongli. And just as soon as that happened, I realized I spent $100 and almost considered going to the next pity. I was like, nah, this is too much. So at that point, I was like, nah, I'm done with gacha. But Infinity Nikki, it just like, it's a really good game. It's a really good game. And I like creating videos, and I'm hoping we're going to be able to play it on stream in the future. And that, yeah, that'll just be like a new comfy Zatsudan kind of game. Kind of like Breath of the Wild was, where we just explore the world and like unlock whim stars and experience the story in our own speed. That would be really nice. The only gacha game I played actual money stuff was Omyoji. Asura was just that good. Oh, Asura was amazing. I liked... Oh god, I forget her name now. There was one of the other ones that had like a 3D animated trailer, because Asura did too. Asura and the Angel Man's trailer was so freaking good. But the other one, I forget her name, but the dancing girl who had her own like 10-minute 3D video. Like, I loved her so much, but I never actually played Omyoji. I just watched the 3D animation. God damn it. Lisa Tsie, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Kinara. This is the problem. I also would not know her Japanese name. I only knew their Chinese names. I know Asura just because like people have talked about it so much, and I mean Asura just makes sense for his design. But I forget her name. But she had like the long flowy tasselies. I remember the animated video was her like walking along water and doing a dance, falling in love with a man, and then like a very tragic ending. It was messed up. Shiranui, thank you. Yeah, Shiranui, I do recognize the name, the Japanese name of. But yeah, Shiranui. Shiranui was a really good one as well. Lisa Sweet, thank you so much for donating through funds. It's hard to join stream recently because my job and time trouble feels sad. By the way, I bought Okami and prepare to enjoy this old game. I wish you're happy too. I am. So thank you so much for being here, Lisa Sui. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. And I hope you enjoy Okami. I tried to play that one in the past. I got like a few chapters in, and then I ended up dropping it, unfortunately. So I'm not super interested in Okami 2, but I'm glad that, yeah, that took a while to come out. So I'm sure everybody's like very excited for it. So hope you're prepared for Okami 2 by the time it comes out as well. I love Shuten Doji and Ibaraki Doji. Let me look up Shuten Doji because that name sounds familiar. Shuten Doji. Oh, she's gorgeous. I do not remember her. Oh, that's the... Oh, yeah, I forgot they had a 2D anime as well. Yeah, I forgot. Onmyoji actually has a few different animated versions. They have the ones that they make in-house, the 3D animated videos. But then they also have had 2, maybe 3 different anime, like 2D series. They've had the one where they're kindergartners. They've had the one where it's like different stories. And then they've had the one that's like super, super emotional and in-depth. Man, Onmyoji goes hard with the storylines and animated adaptations. But yeah, the 3D animations are the most powerful to me. Work really said no me watching streams. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, especially with the time change. As soon as like the time change changes so that it's 1 hour later for everyone in Asia, I know that really messes with people. So March is on the way. March is coming in like a lion. So March is on the way and then time will reset again. They have a stage play too. Oh, true. Maybe I'm a lion. Thank you for donating the food funds. No message, but thank you for the cute super sticker. And we're seeing all the Lemon Man super stickers recently. Thank you. Merry Christmas. And I hope you have a happy new year. Oh, and thank you for the gifted membership. Twice, actually. Thank you. There were some super chats that I missed as well. So 1 second. Okay. Did I get this one? Yes. Alba Shizuo. Thank you so much for donating the food funds. Sky is super fun. I started playing it because of your stream. Comfy's guide me and teach me the mechanics. Now I'm much more familiar with it. I hope you go to the scary area where you stopped off at last time. Yeah, oh crap. I forgot about that. We didn't actually finish going through. Yeah, we have to get through that scary area with all the mean fishies. Why is it every game we play recently has mean giant fish trying to eat us? Anyway, thank you for donating the food funds. Creative Bunny, thank you for donating the food funds. Enjoy dressing of video funds. Ragadan. Ragadan. What does that mean? Don't mention it.
Graag gedaan.
Graag gedaan.
Graag gedaan.
Graag gedaan. Thank you for donating the food funds. Dankeschön, Creative Bunny. I hope you're having a lovely day. And yeah, don't worry. I'm going to be dressing up a video in all the beautiful ways in Infinity Nikki. I keep trying to call it Yumi Nikki every damn time. Someday that's actually going to connect. Arknights is my favorite gacha game. Friendly to play. Yeah, the gameplay style on that, because it's just like a tower defense kind of thing, right? I've never actually played it. Wait. Shit, was that Dutch rather than German? Uh-oh. Did I make us stupid? It is Dutch. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I said thank you in German. Bedankt.
Bedankt.
Bedankt. Bedankt. My bad. My bad. Oh, God. I just saw it and it looked German to me. I was like, yeah, that's German. I don't have to think about anything. I know thank you in German. But yeah, no, I've seen some of the character designs in Arknights as well, and they go so freaking hard. I feel like Arknights and Fate Grand Order have like the best character designs across like mobile games. Especially gacha mobile games, but those ones, ooh. Unless you prefer the more crazy designs of Nikkei, the goddess of victory. The ones with the bouncy booties. That's also something where I'm just like, wow, they made this a thing. I'm pretty sure, oh God, I don't remember what it is. There's some sort of, there's a spin-off of one of the big games. I think, I don't remember which one, but there's some game that looks like the most parasocial thing I've ever seen in my life, where they keep advertising little clips from the game, and it's like first-person perspective of like girls just coming in close and like rubbing up against you on the camera, pulling your face into their chest. God, I forget what that is. Love and Deep Space? No, it's definitely not. Love and Deep Space is doing that for the male, for the fan base who like males. But there's some new game that's like gacha coded, and it's definitely a spin-off of one of the classic ones as well. Where it's, yeah, I think it's not come out yet, but I've just seen some of the clips and everybody's freaking out about them because it does things like, it's first person of, yeah, the girls doing some very, very suggestive things. And also, oh god, what was the other one that kind of blew my mind recently? Oh, I forget which game this was as well, but one of those like gacha kind of games that focuses on girls. There's one where it's very freaking obvious that there's a oral session that happens, and I was like, they are able to put that in. It was one of the ones where the girls call you commander, but that's definitely not one of the ones. Zenless Zone Zero. Zenless Zone Zero is the one that's getting like super parasocial, like, yeah, close up first person dons. But yeah, no, I forget which one it was, but it's one of the ones where the girls call you commander. And there's just some moment where the dialogue, because I just remember seeing this on Twitter and somebody being like, wow, they did this. Where the girl was like, oh my god, you're so awesome, and this is the only way I can thank you. And the character model just suddenly goes down to the point where you can only see their eye. And she's just talking about like, oh, if this pleases you, Commander, I'll do it as many times as you want. It's like, holy shit, dude. Gacha games have gone fucking crazy. That's not ZZZ. No, that one's not ZZZ. The other one that I'm talking about, I think, was ZZZ with the first person zoom-ins and stuff. Is it Azur Lane? I can't tell you for sure. I don't think it was Azur Lane. It definitely wasn't Wuwa. It was one of the 2D ones. I can't remember. I just remember that, yeah, for sure they called you Commander, but that's a bunch of games they call you Commander. People said New Carnival was crazy. New Carnival is crazy as well. How can they get away with that? The same way they get away with everything in New Carnival. They just, yeah, if it's 18 plus, it's fine. It's just games like that used to not appear like in public, you know? Like if you downloaded an 18 plus game in the past, it was like they wouldn't advertise it. But something about Twitter recently is just like, nah, we're fine with everything, like all the crazy adverts, all the crazy content just being on full display. Oh my god. Rain the Fu-chan sheep, thank you for donating the Fu funds. Welcome to the gacha hole, Fu. You can't escape now. Bah. That's fine. I like Infinity Nikki. I don't have a problem. That's the thing. There's not been a case of like, oh god, I need to buy this. It's just been more of like, oh, this is on sale and it's going out of sale in a few days. I should grab that kind of thing. And yeah, if I end up not being able to play it on stream ever in the future, then I'll probably just not pay money for it anyway. It's just for right now, it's like, I want to be able to share this with people. So I'm hoping that I will be able to like play it on stream and share it with everybody. Now I kind of want to play. I feel that, Ying Shijie. Crazy game I can introduce you to. Who in hell is bad? Oh god. Who in hell is bad? That is a lot of sexy men. Wow, that has bad reviews. Tale of Devils and Angels built on a solid magical setting based on the Keys of Solomon. Oh, so yeah, it's all about demons. Yeah. I gotta be honest, I'm kind of getting tired of like the generic anime boy. Like, I feel like games need to do something to really stand out recently. Like ever since, yeah, New Carnival is one of the biggest ones. New Carnival and like Arc Knights, Fate Grand Order, Grand Blue Fantasy. So many of those games have just had like so many incredible character designs that now if I just see a bunch of anime boys, I'm just like, oh, they just look like VTuber designs. So yeah, when I looked at that one that was just named, I was like, oh, they look cool. But they just look like VTuber designs. So I need something a bit more interesting. That's why like Arc Knights stands out to me so much, because they have so many gilfs. They have so many old sexy men. And I forget the name of it, but there was someone that came out in China like a few years. No, not a few years. It came out like sometime in 2024, but I remember like one of the main characters was like an old man with long white hair that was a priest, and it was really Helga's sexy as hell. There's a couple of decent old men in that one though. But yeah, what was I talking about? Oh, the Chinese one. Yeah, there was a one. I never found out its name because it was only ever released in China and Korea, I think. It never got like an official English release. But it was like a sexy old man priest, and he had like ties to all the other characters that made it like really deep. It was so good animated. Oh yeah, the Salvador guy. Yeah, him. That's the kind of thing. Like when I see like a bunch of like typical looking anime boys, I'm just like, like I could just watch other members of Nijisanji and you get the same kind of look. That's why I like Love and Deep Space, like, stands out above the rest for me, because it goes to like a way more parasocial, like, fan servicey kind of route. Like, just the 3 original boys were already like, oh my god, they're actually being romantic with the girl and not in like a gentle way. They're doing like, yeah, they have like good dynamics. And then Silas came along and suddenly you had the dynamic of both the girl and the guy sadistically attacking each other and grabbing each other and stepping on each other, and it was like, oh damn. So that's what set that above the edge for me. With Arc Knights, it's like some of the designs actually not looking like the typical generic like 20-year-old anime boy. And then for like Otome games, it's normally the art style. The art style has to be an interesting one. That game is called Path to Nowhere. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that one. That one with Salvador. Salvador from Path to Nowhere. Let me see if that comes up when you Google it. Salvador Path to Nowhere. No, that's what I mean. It's... Wait, is this Path to Nowhere? I think this art style looks... Oh, yeah. I remember the sexy woman. Is this the one that had Salvador? Either way, like, yeah, if you search for him, it doesn't even come up on Google. That's what I mean about, like, how hard it is to find... Oh, Morty Men's. Okay, so somebody else is just talking about a different game. The Path to Nowhere does have a gorgeous art style. Path to Nowhere, I remember when that one came out. I think some of the Nijisanji members did a sponsorship for that as well. But yeah, the women in that look crazy. The art style is so sick. Morty Men's. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can actually find him nowadays when you search for that. But yeah, if you search for Salvador Morty Men's, you'll see why that's like a kind of thing where I was like, oh, okay, sexy grandpa. This is a bit different from all the typical like 20-year-old anime boys I see. And that is the problem. I feel like not just gacha games and not just like romance games and otome games and all of that, but yeah, gacha games, VTubers, like there's just so many things now where it's like you see a bunch of 20-year-old looking anime characters and it's always just like, cool. I've seen it all before. Like they need like a unique art style or like a unique gimmick nowadays to actually draw them in. So Messiah, exactly. In the Messiah. I like me some old men. I like me some mature women. I like me some interesting designs. Some ones that don't always have to be beautiful. Some that like include things that would naturally be considered like unattractive, but work on the character. That's one thing that I think Arcane did really well as well. Because even though Arcane, like, all the characters are still sexy as fuck, they also have, like, blemishes on their skin, scars, missing limbs. Their teeth aren't even. Like, they even made sure that the teeth, like, some of them, like, clearly need braces or have, like, buck teeth or, like, teeth sticking out. Like, there are so many blemishes that make them feel so much more human so that you see them and it makes them more beautiful because of it, because they're more unique. Silco is fine? Okay, Chewy. Silco wasn't one of the ones I was thinking of, but damn, you like him bad. He does feel very Disney villain. He's like Disney villain pushed over a little bit. Hey? No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm not shaming you. It's like, I just didn't expect the first name that I saw from Arcane to be Silco. Because Silco is good looking, don't get me wrong. It's just, I expected people to be like, Vi. Jinx. Caitlyn. And then suddenly just seeing Silco as the first one in chat was like, oh, damn. Okay. But yeah, Victor as well. Victor and what's his face? Oh, well, Jace. Jace is a little bit too pretty, but yeah, Victor has so many cool parts, especially I've only just started watching season 2, but it's great. I love Mel so bad. Mel's cute. Her accent does it for me as well. That's part of it as well. Like, if it has a really good English dub, it really adds to, like, the respect that I have for it as well. Because obviously I like the original dubs, but in the Japanese dubs or the Chinese dubs, I don't understand it. Like if they have accents, to me, it's just all a different language and it's cute voices. But when we get like a really good English dub, like I love the fact that we have... Did Shu-chan give you a... Wait, did Shu-chan give you a raid message? Has he ever done that before? Sorry, we'll take a break for a minute talking about how sexy the Arcane characters are. What is up, your minions? Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. You guys were also doing thingy thing, right? Were you guys also doing the collab? He did it too? Okay, yeah, we've gotten 3 raids at this point from people from the same collab bit by bit. But thank you so much for the raid. Yeah. Oh my god, Shu-chan dropped the raid message. I haven't seen you do that before. When everybody was suddenly coming in. Valo? Wait. No. I'm doing a stream shoot. If I was ending my stream anytime soon, I'd be like, yeah, let's Valo. But no, I no Valo right now. But thank you for being here and thank you for the raid. I was just saying I was streaming Valo too. Oh, you played Valo after. Okay. I thought you were just Zatsuing after the stream for a while. Got you. I hope you had fun with it. Did you manage to get a group of 5 immediately? We could vibe with Valo. No. Okay, now I know I wasn't being invited. That was a moment there where I was like, ooh, we could turn this into a Valo thing for like 2 rounds of Valo and then I could... No, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, I hope you had fun with it. That explains it. So yeah, it was a long time. Yeah, a lot of people have been filtering in but bit by bit. But welcome. Yeah, we're just doing a just chatting stream. So I'm just talking about whatever topics chat comes up. Been like sharing my addiction to Infinity Nikki, the new dress-up game that I got sponsored to play and then loved so much that I'm pretty sure I paid out my sponsorship money into the game already. That's okay though, because I mean, that's my money. I made that money. I can spend it on what I want. But that's how they get you, I guess. They sponsored me to play that game, and then I used the sponsorship money to do my own gacha on my own personal account. But yeah, no, it's a really good game. So I've been having a lot of fun with that. I still haven't even touched the story properly, so I'm just collecting clothes and waiting for the banners to change. Long as you have fun. Yeah, exactly. You're their target. No, so see, that's what's always so fun about that, is when I get a sponsorship where I'm just like, I would have played this anyway. Probably shouldn't say that before I complete the sponsorship. But as soon as I've completed the sponsorship, I can then be like, guys, I scammed them. I wanted to play this anyway. They didn't have to pay me. I was gonna be here no matter what. So yeah, no, it's been a really good game. And then we were talking about like gacha characters and character designs, because I was just saying I'm kind of getting tapped out on all the 2D anime boys in their like early 20s. Like, give me some young boys, give me some old men, give me some young girls, give me some mature women, give me like different things that make them unique. They don't always have to have like flawless, perfect skin. Because somebody like suggested a gacha or an otome game. I'm not even sure if it is gacha, but like a sexy male game. And I looked at it and I was like, oh yeah, those guys do look nice. And then I was like, immediately I was like, I wouldn't play this though, because they just look like every other generic VTuber and anime character. So yeah, we were just talking about unique art styles, which took us to Arcane, where I was talking about like all the imperfections that the characters in Arcane have that kind of make them more sexy. Like some of them have like teeth that don't quite fit into their mouth properly, or scars, injuries, bald patches, all kinds of different things where it's like, yeah, this wouldn't naturally be considered attractive, but it kind of makes them more sexy and more unique because of that. And then we were talking like some of the unique art styles and unique characters from other games, like Arknights having old men characters like Helga. Some of the other ones have like some really cute like young characters or old characters, and unique art styles. Like, what was that one, Path to Nowhere? Let me look up Path to Nowhere again. I just want to see some of the characters from that, because that art style is so sick. Yeah, the way they draw eyes in this one, oh, it's so gorgeous. So yeah, the girls from Path to Nowhere look incredible. I think 1999 is another one that has an interesting art style. 1999 gacha game? Yeah, that one, because of like so many different time periods and everything, and the way the eyes look is quite interesting in that as well. The 1999 has a pretty unique art style and unique styles. Oh, is it reverse 1999? That makes sense. That makes sense. I thought it was just called 1999. I'm at the point where I appreciate more mature main characters. That's why I love Clive Rossfield and Barrett so much. Yes! Barrett I'm not super into, but Clive Rossfield, like, I liked him when he was young. When he was young, like, not when he was a twink, but when he was like the middle stage. Like, I liked him when he was middle stage. And then he got another time jump by 5 years when he became Sid. And oh my God, his chest got bigger. He got even hairier. Clive Rossfield is a fucking incredible character design. But yeah, when he was, it's nice as well to see a character like grow, because that's what I liked about the main character Noctis from Final Fantasy 15 as well. Because Noctis throughout the entire game, pretty much, except for the final chapter, he's like a twink. He's like generic looking, but he's surrounded by other characters. One of the other ones is a pretty boy. The other one's a bit older and more mature and big and buff. The other one's just a bit more mature and more like refined looking. But yeah, he's like a typical anime looking angsty boy. He was like pretty much everyone who went through an emo phase had like the same kind of look of like gelling your hair back, black spikes, like all of that. Back combing the back of your hair and straightening it, all of that kind of shit. Straighten your hair, back comb it, and then hairspray it so it stays up. That's pretty much Noctis's hairstyle. But then they get into like the time skip, and my god. Noctis post time skip is one of the sexiest designs Final Fantasy has ever wasted. Noctis after this time skip is one of the sexiest designs in all of creation. The facial hair goes so hard. He looks so mature. The hair is great. It's so like ruffled. It's so loose in his face. Oh, it's just so sexy. And he only exists for one chapter, and the chapter is super rushed. And then you get an ending that just kind of feels a bit lackluster compared to everything else that was going on. It's painful. It's painful. But that design went so fucking hard, and they really should have like given that like a good 3 chapters of exploration and bonding with the boys again. Noctis, not Gladio. I said Gladio, a big buff man. His face was okay. Let me look up Gladio. I think it was just his size. He was kind of twunk. He didn't quite hit me. Gladiolus Amicitia. Yeah, see, his mustache doesn't connect to the beard. The beard is a little bit too long. Like, I prefer like a stubble beard on a manly man. And the hair, like the mullet, it just don't work for me. Ignis, yeah, I actually preferred Ignis to Gladio, which is probably weird for people who know my normal types, where I'm like, oh yeah, give me the Bara. Give me the big buff hairy man. But Ignis, it just works better. Like the glasses, the slicked back hair, and just the voice as well. I preferred him. Even better when his hair is down. Prompto I had no interest in physically, but his storyline and background was sick. Also, God, they built up so much around that story that had nothing to do with the game. Like, if you play the game, it just doesn't... It's like, okay, this is kind of cool for the first 7 chapters, and then shit hits the fan and goes horrible for a bit. But the first 7 chapters are good, but you don't really get too much of the story built around. To really enjoy Final Fantasy 15, you also have to watch the prequel movie, which isn't amazing, but explains a lot. And you have to watch, like, the anime spin-offs, and you have to play the DLC spin-offs to understand, like, Prompto's backstory and, like, the characterization that's built up between the different ones and, like, the sister and everything. Like, you have to do so much to fully embrace the story of FF15, which I think is just why it never quite worked. Even the anime didn't explain much. The anime added quite a bit to Prompto's story, though. Like, episode Prompto kind of covered the idea of what he was, but the anime episode for Prompto really explained exactly what kind of character he was and how hard he's worked just to get into the kind of position he's in. So that was very interesting. And buy cup noodles. True. You have to buy cup noodles to be able to beat the director of the game to death. I don't know what they were up to with Final Fantasy 15. And it's really sad that Final Fantasy 15, like, it kind of seems to have killed some of the hype for the future series, because FF16 was so good in my opinion, but it did so poorly compared to every Final Fantasy before it, which is so sad. I feel like Clive deserved more respect. That game was incredible. It didn't overstay its welcome. It was a good story, and the action gameplay was incredible. Remember when FF15 was called FF13 Versus? Yeah, actually, I guess that was the true beginning of the end. FF15, people were hoping to bring it back after FF13 kind of killed a lot of the hype. Because FF13 was okay. And then they made FF13 2 Lightning Returns, and then an FF13 3. And, like, the spin-offs, they were supposed to be spin-offs. I forget the name of the other one where you played as a bunch of kids in a military academy. That one was actually pretty good. But yeah, that was supposed to be a spin-off to 13, and so was what became 15. Was supposed to be 13 Versus. Yeah, Type 0. Type 0 was actually interesting. Oh, 3 was Lightning Returns. Okay, whatever number 2 was. All I'm saying is FF13, I don't know why. Like, they made a game that not many people enjoyed, and instead of being like, okay, this one kind of flopped, let's move on, they really dug in their heels and said, no, you don't understand the story fully yet. 13-2. Oh, they still aren't getting it. 13-3. And then they finally gave up and were like, okay, all these other spin-offs about like the Crystal Chronicle kind of stories, let's just turn those into 15 and Agito. 13-2 was about Sarah looking for lightning. Oh my God, I see that. I didn't even bother. I just know at some point the child character comes back and is like, a romantic interest? Who's... No, thank you. Waskis9161, thank you for donating the food funds. Used to play Cookie Run Kingdom every day, but new rarities made me drop out. Though it was cheerful when I did it, but have fun with Nikki. Yeah, I feel like that's what happens with every gacha game. And you always, you get to that point where either the game just cancels and goes offline, and in which case, all of that money that you paid into it is gone forever. Or you just get bored of it, or you spend too much money on something and that drains you and makes you think like, oh, maybe I should give this up. The gameplay just becomes stale. That's normally what happens with gacha games. So yeah, that's why you just got to be careful to know, like, when you're spending this money, you're not actually buying anything. You are renting things. You are investing money into like PNGs, into like character models for a service that may disappear at any time or that you may get bored of in the future. So yeah, just, you need to make sure that you know how much you're spending and what it's actually worth. Because when it comes down to it, it is just like fancy PNGs. And I mean, from a VTuber's perspective, you could spend that money on a gacha game, or you could invest that money in like getting yourself a new costume or a new model or a new rig or some new assets or some new art, kind of things like that that will actually be used forever as long as you want to use them. Or, real life stuff as well. Oz, thank you for joining the membership. Can't agree more. Clive and 16 deserve far more than they got so far. It has been nice seeing all the little like things that Clive has shown up in as well. The fact that he just got announced for Tekken. If they had announced Clive was in Tekken before the tournament happened, before the tournament had been decided, I would have signed up for that tournament. I would have mained Clive. I would have just practiced nothing but Clive for like several days and done my best in the tournament. I'm just not particularly interested in Tekken outside of that. Okay, there was a few super chats that didn't get grabbed for a while, so I'll grab these ones now. Feli Eep Eep. Fuchan, sorry, I need to say this. Why do I keep seeing you as a retired Santa today? I can kind of see it. It would have to be Santa who's like really trying to get into the modern day age though, because this is such a like K-pop hairstyle. I think I'm more like, I think this is like Fuchan. This is what I should have been when they were like, oh, we're going to give you a K-pop at the airport outfit. K-pop undercover outfit. This is the kind of hair they should have given me for Legatus. Because this is very like attractive K-pop hair I would have like, really loved. But yeah, it's basically like K-pop idol celebrating Christmas with the family. Maybe just post-Christmas Santa. Oh, I mean, I guess if Santa hasn't killed himself, he probably does have to stay with the times. He has to be interested in what goes on. Especially since nowadays he mainly gives people like video games and consoles and phones and stuff. He has to keep up with the modern times. So yeah, maybe this is what Santa would look like. He's just trimmed his hair, trimmed his beard, and worn a slightly more relaxed Christmas jumper. Oh my god. K-pop hairstyle. That's how I feel about it. It's a very beautiful hairstyle though. The artist who made this asset did me such a service because this works with this face so freaking well. I wish like this hairstyle was rigged because can you imagine like all these little sharp bits like bouncing around and stuff? Oh, it would be so good. How did we get a Santa S word? Santa what? Santa S word. Kushabi, thank you for donating the Foo fans. Ooh, are you interested in this anime because you want to be... I mean, we're willing to accept you no matter what fetish you have. I'm not reading that one out loud on stream. Oh, Santa unalive. Oh, guys, you can say the word on this channel. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, that's fine. But yeah, no, suicide happens. Suicide is a tragic subject, but I actually get more uncomfortable when people like censor the word because it just kind of like, it happens. It's a thing that happens. But yeah, that was just a joke more than anything. It was just like, because we had been talking last week about like the idea of immortality and like having to find your own meaning in the world. And like when you are immortal, yeah, if you are immortal, if you don't find your own meaning in the world, you just go insane. We were talking about it mainly because we were playing Outer Wilds? Yeah, Outer Wilds. And in Outer Wilds, there's a character who's been in a time loop for so long that he's just given up on everything. He's just constantly dying every, I think, 12 minutes, essentially, in the game. But I think it's like several days of game time. But he's just done the loop so many times, he's given up on trying to break out of it. He's given up on trying to save himself.
he's given up on trying to figure out what's going on. He's just chilling. Because, yeah, he's probably already gone through the point of trying to kill himself and coming back to life continuously. He's basically become enlightened to the point where he's just like, I'm just going to play music and vibe. I'm having a good time by myself. I think they censored it because YouTube. Oh, well. Screw YouTube. This is my channel. Like, we're fine to say it here. It happens, unfortunately. But yeah, if you feel uncomfortable hearing it, sorry, that's one of the things on the channel where, like, yeah, dark topics come up on this channel. We don't censor that word here. But yeah, that's why it came up to the whole idea of Santa being around for like so many years. And if he hadn't, yeah, gotten rid of himself, then yeah, he would have to be like paying attention to the modern world, which may make him more want to end everything, to be honest. Oh my God. Oh yeah, sorry. I just wanted to dive into this because it came back into, because of Kushami's comment. One thing, yes, there's nothing wrong with pegging. Pegging is a fun time. There is nothing wrong with enjoying that stimulation as a man, wherever you get it from. Moving on. That came from the topic of how I attended an all-guys mixer, and I realized I hadn't like talked about some of the other anime because Volpixie brought up My Happy Marriage, which I watched because she suggested it. My Happy Marriage was really good. Season 2 is about to come on. So yeah, definitely suggest watching that if you want something that's like tragic and heartbreaking, and every episode basically made me pissed off because it's a story where it's like the overblown shoujo kind of drama where it's like a girl being abused by her adoptive family. Well, not even her adoptive family. A girl being abused by her real family, being married off to a man who's supposed to be like incredibly abusive just because they want to get rid of her. But then it turns out the man actually likes her because she isn't just trying to marry to get her family name. And so she starts to slowly get confidence and he protects her, and together, yeah, they like rise up against her family. So it becomes like very cathartic and interesting. But the first 5 episodes, each episode I watched, I was like, I fucking hate this story. And I need to watch another episode. Every episode was like, I hate this father. I need to see what happens to him. I hate this sister. I need to see what happens to her. How the frick is she getting kidnapped right now? Now I need to know what happens with the kidnapping. That was my entire experience of the first season of My Happy Marriage. And so now I have completed the first season and I'm waiting for the second season. And I'm not sure if I'm going to survive watching it weekly through the second season. So I'll probably just wait for that one to completely come out before I watch it. But yeah, no, that one was a fun, painful anime series. And also, I mean, I've mentioned these on stream before, but yeah, Apothecary Diaries, Raven of the Inner Courts Palace. Those are really the only ones I've watched recently, other than the one that I said that's airing currently, and Dandadan. I'm very interested in seeing Dandadan once it's fully over, because I've heard that's really good, and I've seen a lot of clips of it that make me want to watch it. Oh, the Raven one, is it good? It's really good, and the novels are pretty damn good as well. They've been releasing the novels in English, and I've been picking those up. The artwork is gorgeous, and the storyline is great. Apothecary Diaries, yeah, so good. When we had Apothecary Diaries and Frieren and Delicious in Dungeon airing, god damn. That was such like a renaissance moment of anime for me, because I just loved all of those, and it's very rare I watch more than 1 anime series a season, let alone 3. That was crazy. Dandadan is crazy, but gorgeous artwork and interesting storytelling. Yeah. And some of the things I've seen, it's like, it looks like that type of shonen story where it's super like over the top and funny. Like it looks like it balances everything really well. So I can't say anything about it yet because I got some super chats the last time I talked about Dandadan and brought up the fact that it caused a lot of controversy on Twitter when the first episode came out, because it turned out that that is not even anything much to do with the story, and people were like, you're totally misrepresenting it, and I was like, yeah, I said I hadn't watched it yet, but my bad. But yeah, that kind of thing. So it's like, yeah, I'm interested to see it when it fully comes out. It's supposed to be really good. Do you know Himoto Umari-chan? God, that's so classic. I've definitely heard of that one. Oh, that's the little, tiny gremlin girl. Yeah, I've heard of that one. I didn't even bother watching it, to be honest. It looked like silly, fun time, but yeah, I wasn't too interested in the whole storyline of like a brother being wrapped around a little girl's finger. You may hire. Thank you for donating Foo funds. You ever heard of the adoptable OC designs, Foo? I don't want to think how much I've spent over the years, but at least I don't have to worry about servers going offline. That's an interesting way to do things, actually. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I was talking about when it comes to, like, as a VTuber, the whole idea of, like, oh, I could spend a bunch of money on this gacha, or I could, like, buy new outfits or new, like, assets and things like that, new art. Yeah, it's a similar kind of thing. If you adopt OCs, it's like, boom, that character is yours forever. You can then, like, invest money into, like, creating, like, different, like, little comics, or drawing art for yourself, or like creating stories about them. And that way it's something that you actually own forever, and you don't like have to suddenly see being taken offline at some point in the future. So that's good. Just realized there are a lot of your minions. Oh, thank you for donating the food funds too. Sorry. You may hire. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you're having a lovely day. Please rest well and take it easy. But yeah, there are a lot of your minions here, which is why even when people were asking for what pegging is, I was like, it's an adult act between a man and a woman. If you would like to know, please Google it. But it is an adult act. It is an R18 Google search. So I will not bring it up on stream, but there is nothing wrong with it. And I get really pissed off when people treat it as a joke, because it is something that a lot of people enjoy, and there's nothing fucking wrong with it. I'm glad that fucking Deadpool, of all people, kind of normalized it. It's one of the ongoing, even though it isn't a joke in the Deadpool series, it is like very funny to me every time Deadpool mentions to Vanessa, like, can it be International Women's Day? And that's a joke from the comics, where it's like every International Women's Day, they switch places where she's the top and he's the bottom. So yeah, the fact that Deadpool and an extension like Ryan Reynolds are so comfy, just constantly being like, can you do me instead? It's just like such a like nice moment of like, see, it's fine. Violet Cleland, thank you for donating for funds. Oh, God damn it. And now I need to time you out, Viola. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I mean, I do, but I also enforce the rules. Merry Christmas and have a wonderful day, Viola Cleland. I'm going to time you out for 5 minutes. Anybody says Padoru or Badoru on my channel, for the next 10 days, they are gone. They are gone. What is it actually? It's the 16th. Okay, you can say it specifically on Christmas and Christmas Eve. You can say it during the actual Christmas Carol sing-along, which is going to be on Christmas Eve, and you can say it on Christmas Day. Other than that, no Badoru. I'm silencing it. It's too much. Other Merry Christmas things, completely fine. I'm not a Grinch this year fully. I just really don't like Padoru. It's one of those earworms that gets into my head, and I freaking hate it. So no Badoru, no Padoru. Chat goes by so fast, you can't get us. I've been getting a lot of people. I timed out like 15 people before I spoke at the beginning of the stream. And then I kept timing out people. There were like a good 25 people maybe timed out for the first 10 minutes of the stream. Welcome back to the membership, Kidadora. I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you so much for being here. We can? Yeah. I'll allow it on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Christmas Eve is going to be the unarchived Christmas karaoke. And then I don't know what I'm going to do on Christmas Day. I don't know if I'm going to do something special Christmassy or what. But yeah, I give you guys permission on Christmas and Christmas Eve. Uchan ain't taking our shit today. When do I ever? Honestly. Hot take. No idea what it is, but judging the past few streams, I should avoid it. That's fine. Honestly, yeah. If you're not into like adult or dark content, there's a lot of things that we bring up on this channel that should probably just be completely avoided. So yeah, I'm glad to hear that, Rom. That's actually a very sweet comment to be able to read, to just be able to see someone saying like, hey, I know my limits. I'm not going to Google that. I don't need to know what it is. Yes, curate your own experience online. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Yume Haya, thank you for donating the food funds. I think they meant to avoid the Padoru. Oh, that's a completely different thing. But yeah, no, avoid Padoru. Padoru sucks. You may hire. Thank you for donating the food funds. My icon is actually an adoptable OC I've had for like 5 years. I love her so much I turned her into my comfy Sona and sheep Sona. Aww. She's adorable. I love the eyes. The little horns are cute too. And yeah, the blue hair. I don't know what kind of character she is, if that's like the sheep version. But that's beautiful. That's one thing I love about people creating their OCs to like fit into their OC's universe as well. It's why I like the idea of like comfy Sonas so much and sheep Sonas. So obviously the sheep Sonas are just like adorable little sheep creatures that are customized to be your version as a sheep. But then the comfy Sonas as well, like very similar to like OCs or adoption kind of things, where it's just like, hey, this would be me if I was in their universe. I want to design something that would fit into their world. I always find that really interesting and fascinating. I saw somebody else is doing like a very similar event right now. Very good friend of mine is doing an event where they're doing like a little storyline based on that kind of thing and having people create their own OCs that match with that, which is definitely something I'd like to do someday in the future. Just been set up in a really cool way. But yeah, obviously not everybody can draw their own art, and not everybody has the funds to just like commission their own art of their own OCs and stuff as well. So yeah, it's always nice when people can do the art as well to go with like their characters and their general style, especially if it's like artists from the community. Kirada, thank you for the donation. I hope you're having a lovely day. Please rest well, take it easy, and thank you so much for being here. And Jay, not a Grinch, you say? Well, now you know I have to do it. God damn it. Do, 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 do. You're a mean one, Legatus. Yeah, we're not allowed to do that song. It's copyrighted, but I'm not a Grinch. I don't know what you mean. I've been a Grinch many years before, but this year we're celebrating Christmas. We're enjoying Christmas. We're creating our own unique carols so that we don't have to do real Christmas, so it works out. We'll kidnap Sandy Claus, lock him. Fuck, that's not on my list of songs. Oh no. Oh yeah, I should also say we're not just going to be singing the Christmas carols that we edit on the karaoke stream. I've also got like, it's pretty much the same list of Christmas songs from last year. So like Last Christmas by Wham, White Christmas by Bing Crosby, Fairy Tale of New York by the Pogues, Feliz Navidad, I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day, Do They Know It's Christmas? Merry Christmas, everybody. Blue Christmas, rocking around the Christmas tree, Jingle Bell Rock. Merry Christmas to you, Jingle Bells. Your mean one, Mr. Grinch, to let it snow. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Have a holly jolly Christmas. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the 12 Days of Christmas. Joy to the World, Winter Wonderland, Silent... Why do I have Winter Wonderland twice? Anyway, there's also going to be a bunch of traditional Christmas songs that aren't like in the public domain that we're going to sing on that day as well. It's not just going to be like a 30-minute Christmas carol singing session. Anyway, not a Grinch this year. Not a Grinch this year, actually. I have improved. I have decided to celebrate Christmas for the sake of the Comfydants. It will be a family-friendly event. Chibu, thank you so much for donating the full funds. Futchan, I'm in trouble these days. There are so many interesting games to choose from. Futchan, what do you prioritize when you playing games? It depends, because there's like a mixture of things. Sometimes it depends on... Sometimes I want like really good gameplay that will just distract me for a while. Things like Final Fantasy 16, Devil May Cry, like a bunch of like action-based games really that you can do combos on and good dodges in. Elden Ring is one of those as well. Or sometimes I want to have like a really interesting, intricate story that'll carry me along through it. Like Outer Wilds, like Fata Morgana, like so many of the visual novels. So yeah, those are the main two things that I keep in mind. Sometimes it is just straight up like action gameplay where I can turn my mind off and smash things and see cool visuals, which is why I really need to play Metal Gear Revengeance at some point. People have been telling me forever to play that. And we need to play Devil May Cry 5. I've even got assets that, thanks to this short hairstyle, that's why I didn't play Devil May Cry 5 for so long, but now we've just like been delaying it forever. But thanks to this short haircut, I can actually wear like the Dante and the Virgil hair without it like getting distracting with the long hair falling to the sides of it. But yeah, we've got assets to dress up as Dante, Virgil, and V, which somebody made. But yeah, sometimes it's just about action gameplay and turning my brain off. Sometimes it's about the storyline. And obviously with Infinity Nikki, it's like, yeah, turning the brain off and just enjoying the environment and storyline. So, yeah, it's just that. Whether I want to like play something story-based and have a really interesting story, or whether I want to just play something that I can take my mind off. Valorant's like that as well, actually. I could talk just about the action RPGs, but Valorant, like any kind of shooting game, any kind of MOBA game. Because I tried Marvel Rivals as well, which is very much just like Overwatch. That's good as well. That's another game where you can just like distract yourself for a few hours. Raina Noi Channel, thank you for donating the full funds. I take commissions so I can commission my favorite artists. It doesn't matter if I can draw my own stuff. I want art from other artists. Honestly, that's amazing. I've seen so many like so many of the artists that I commission as well to do like different assets or different wallpapers, different membership kind of things, I just basically see them immediately after dropping like multiple Arca supers, and then I'm like, okay, so I commissioned you. I paid you this amount for this like membership wallpaper or this like asset or whatever, and then they've immediately given the money back to me as well, and I'm like, god damn it. Thank you. That's very sweet. But yeah, it becomes like a cycle. And I guess that is what happened with the sponsorship with Infinity Nikki as well, where they were like, here's some money, play our game. And I was like, awesome. Here's some money back. Give me all the things that I got while playing your game. Rain the Fuchan sheep. Can't say the word, but my profile picture is a giveaway. Bye you. Merry Christmas, Rain. I hope you have a happy new year, and I buy you too. That's not Revoy. What the heck? Reverse Uno's down here. Reverse Uno, and thank you so much for being here. And yes, good. You didn't have to be timed out. Kirara! Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Cycling back to the topic of sexy old men. How about the animal dads in Disney, though, Fuchan? I mean, Lamau? Okay, you're going to need to give me examples of a sexy animated dad in Disney. Because the only one that's coming to my head right now is Mufasa, and I'm like, that's not humanoid enough. I can't. That's too far for me. Two people immediately say Mufasa. Sexy voice, sexy personality. Could not, you know. Unless you hit me with like the Disney Wonderland version. Nah. Aladdin's dad? Okay, Aladdin's dad was hot, but he's not an animal man. He's just an animated man. What about Sully from Monsters, Inc.? Let me Google it. Let me be fully reminded. Let me be fully reminded. Sully, Monsters, Inc. Wouldn't. I'm sorry. That's gonna be a no from me, Chief. I did consider it. It's just sexy big monsters. Sometimes a yes. He's too goofy looking. He's too like friend shaped. It's like Baymax. Baymax is a charming, adorable individual. But would I be smashed by Baymax? No. I would want to give Baymax a hug. And then if they tried to do anything sexual, I'd be like, that ain't you, Chief. That ain't you. Scar? See, again, it's the visual. It's too animal, man. Do I need to get the furry chart out? I kind of want a fan artist to make a furry chart just based on Fulgur Ovid that slowly turns more sheep or more wolf. Because if Google anime furry chart, that should bring it up. 1 second. I can't bring it onto... Okay, yeah, perfect. The first one that comes up is the perfect anime furry chart. There's like a not furry, which is a stage 1, which is just animal ears and a tail. Totally. Could smash. Level 2, semi-furry. That's when you get like little tufts of hair around the legs and the arms, sometimes around the face, the animal ears and the tail. Would still smash. That's okay. That's humanoid. That feels sentient. Level 3, this is like a Sonic character. That's when it starts to get to... I don't know about that. That's a bit too cute. That's a bit too cuddly. Robin Hood? See, yeah, that Robin Hood I would say is around the same level as a Sonic character. That's like, if the person now, like, if you had Mufasa looking like, no, not Mufasa. If you had Scar in that kind of humanoid form, like his personality and voice are sexy enough that, yeah, probably would. And then as soon as you get to level 4 or 5, it's like, no, go to jail. From me. Obviously, you do you. It's fiction. You enjoy whatever you want to enjoy. But people saying Marlin, Scar, Mufasa, nah, fam. Nah, not for me. You guys enjoy. That's a different thing from me. Not even on the same level of like dragons where it's just physically impossible. It's just like, nah, I can't. It doesn't... 100,000% the tigers from Zootopia. Let me look them up. Tigers. Zootopia. Oh, they look like Tony the tiger. They're so buff. Why are they so buff? That's very Beastars as well. Couldn't be me, but I can totally see it. I can totally see it. That's like a close one. There are too many dead dads. Oh. I think I grabbed the wrong one. There are too many dead dads in Disney for this to be an easy question. True. Somebody said Bambi's dad as well. Again, that's just a deer. Doc Hodgson from Cars? Hold the fuck up. Doc Hodgson. That's literally a car. Bruh. No, I don't want a car zoner. I don't want to smash a car. I have seen the My Strange Addiction thing where the dude fell in love with his car and manages to make it work, shall we say. That shit ain't for me. About Monster and the Beast, a manga. Have you heard of it? I think I've heard of that one. That's the one with the huge monster man, right? Monster and... oh, wait. Is it Beast or Best? A second, I'm grabbing this too. Oh, it is Monster and the Beast. Holy fuck, yes! Yes to both. Yes to the Dilf and yes to the fucking behemoth looking thing. Are you kidding me? See, that's where it differentiates. It's humanoid enough. It kind of looks like a Minotaur. I'm always good with a Minotaur too. The Dilf looks awesome as well. What the shit? Okay, I'm adding this to my to-read list. Bookmark. This manga? Yeah, I've never heard. I thought I'd heard of this one. There's a different one that I've seen. There's one that Aya loves that's like a giant man with horns as well and a sexy old man, but I can't remember the name of that one. Aru. As an old man lover, did you love Daniel in IWTV? What's IWTV? Oh, Interview with the Vampire. Daniel. Interview with the Vampire. I kind of did, and I'm not happy that I did. His snarkiness against fucking Louis, who could have ripped him apart at any point. Who's Daniel? Oh, Daniel's the reporter. So the reporter who shows up originally in like the original timeline in the original story. He just shows up while Louis is still like very pensive and emotional. In the new Interview with the Vampire series, he comes back when he's like 70 years old. He's already like written all the stories he wants. Nobody believed the Interview with the Vampire story, so it is a bit of fiction. And now he's just like very snarky. He's already like close to death, so he has no fear about death. And so his like banter between him and Louis is, yeah, it's very much like, I kind of wanted Louis to slam him against the wall and do some fun stuff. Did you know that he's a love interest? You're damn well fucking right. Do you not feel the tension? I feel the tension. And yeah, Daniel's one of those characters where it's like, I should not be attracted to this man. I don't have daddy issues, but he has riz. He has charisma. The way they've written his lines. I saw somebody else say he's a 70-year-old brat. He is a 70-year-old brat. He's so snarky. He's so witty, and I do love it. Yeah. Good-looking dude, too. Good-looking dude. I wonder how old that actor is in real life, actually. Let's find out. You seen the second season? The second season is out? What? I thought that wasn't coming out for a while. Season 2. It aired up until June? Huh? Is it not on Netflix yet? Is that what's going on? 1 second. I need to pop out my Netflix. Please don't make the sound. Please don't make the sound. Please don't. Shut up! Don't get me copyright stricken. Fuck you, Netflix. I watched season 1 on Netflix. Stop playing things. Yeah, okay. Season 2 isn't out on Netflix yet, so that's why. I don't have AMC, so I'm waiting for season 2 to come out on Netflix. I didn't know it was out yet. Fuck. Hopefully it'll come out on Netflix soon, because yeah, I do want to watch that. But yeah, I didn't even know season 2 had aired yet. I only watched season 1 like a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago. Futsan, do you know the Deer King? The protagonist is a sad, sexy dad, Cuban, and it's a very well done animation movie. I highly recommend it. I'm pretty sure I've heard of that one. The Deer King, but I know I haven't watched it. Oh, he is sexy as fuck. He reminds me of that really well animated one. Oh, I can't even remember its name. Sword of the Stranger, maybe? Let me see if that was its name. Sword of the Stranger? Yeah. The whole look of this just really reminds me of Sword of the Stranger. With a big, buff, sexy, jaded-looking older man looking after a child. Okay, I should probably add that to my list too. And that is on Netflix. Ooh. Okay, that's bookmarked. Because, yeah, I've definitely seen some images of this, but I haven't watched it. It kind of looks like if Ashitaka from Princess Mononoke grew up hot and somehow has a daughter that it looks like he adopts. You do the AMC trial and slam them out in a day, then cancel the trial. I've done that before for other things, so I would need to create a new email address. Looking forward to the new Elden Ring. Me too. Multiplayer Elden Ring looks cool. You should definitely watch it. It's amazing. Yeah, I'll give it a go. I'll let people know if I do watch it and what I think. There's a couple of other things going on. Is that breathing noises, Fuchan? Yeah, that was my audible reaction to sexy anime man riding a giant deer. Hear me out. Vittorio, the Dead by Daylight survivor. Wait, people like the survivors in Dead by Daylight? Vittorio, Dead by Daylight. Yeah. He reminds me of one of... Wow, why the fuck is he so hot? Dead by Daylight had no attractive survivors back when I played it. They were all just very generic looking dudes and chicks. This dude is crazy hot. He looks like a modern day Viking. The beard is incredible. The hair is sick. The jacket is great. He looks like he stepped out of Resident Evil or some sort of survival horror game. Well, I mean, he is out of a survival horror game, but you know what I mean. One that isn't, you know, multiplayer. So hear me out. That's just based. Yeah, that's not really a hear me out. That's not like a... That's not like a hot take. That's just a hot man. That's completely fair. Welcome back to the membership. Also, TY for this Chiozatsu. Made my shitty work day better. Ah, thank you. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Fuchan, please do a hear me out stream with the Comfydants submissions. We basically do that throughout most of our Zatsudans, let's be honest. We've done like monster character streams. We've done like hot take streams. We've done like hear me out streams. If we go much further, I feel like the video will just be taken down. Hirada again. Last one for my brain rot of hot men. I'll move to the chat later. No for animal dads, but mechas though. Optimus Prime. Just gotta back me. Nah, I'm sorry. I can't back you on that either. There has never been a mecha that I... Well, fuck. Okay. There have been a couple mecha. There have been a couple mecha that I've looked at and been like, not bad. But none of the Transformers. None of the Transformers have ever made me go, oh yeah. It's more like robots that are a bit more humanoid looking. Which again, this is not kink shaming you. This is just like, nah, it ain't for me. There are definitely like a lot of android characters that I look at and I'm like, okay, they are technically metal. You would not be able to do much with them, but what you could do them would be fun. But not the Transformers. The Transformers are inherently like... I've had the Transformers in my life since I was like 4 years old. So yeah, when it comes to the Transformers, I'm just like, those are like childhood friends. None of them look sexy to me. Calculesta, my beloved. Calculesta's pretty good. Connor just basically looks like a man, so that's kind of cheating. Be honest, was it Ultron? Both Ultron and Vision are two good ones. Vision, I don't know what it is about him. I think it's more his voice and his banter. Ultron, yeah, badass android that, you just... There's a lot of fan art when it comes to like mecha characters where they just have like all kinds of different implements and they just essentially play with their prey. It's like tentacles, but metal. And it's like, yeah, I can see the appeal. Welcome back to the membership. Katiksta. I've been told my worst hear me outs are the King Salmonids from Splatoon 3 Salmon Run, but I've heard worse hear me outs. King Salmonids. King Salmonid. Splatoon. I know nothing about Splatoon. I'm a bit worried because most of the characters look very... Oh, okay, this is a completely... Yeah, no, that's fair. You got a Leviathan, you got a whale, and you got a giant crocodile. That's a fine hear me out. That's no worse than so many people that want to smash Godzilla. I have seen worse. Do not worry about it. I'm sorry, Fu. You're fine. Fu-chan, hear me out. Blue Lock, there's this one hologram goalkeeper. What? Blue Lock hologram. Holograms just don't feel like a hear me out, honestly. Because they just normally look human. So I'm going to look this up. But I feel like it's just going to be cheating if it just looks like a human but hologram. Okay, this one is just like a humanoid body shape. That's fine as well. That just feels like Wii Fit Trainer to me. When I look at Wii Fit Trainer, I'm like, yeah, no, of course you want to smash Wii Fit Trainer. It's just a buff-looking character with a very plain face. It's the same thing for this. It's just like, it's a person in a spandex suit. It's a superhero. This isn't a hear me out. This is just like, yeah. If you ever wanted to fuck any superhero with the superhero outfit on, boom, you're there. Like, that's not really a hear me out. That's fine. Whoever this, like, goalie is fine. Of course, we'll oh, Aya's here. Hey, Aya. Aya was summoned by the hear me outs. Hear me out, sexy buff Dullahans. You can't yank their hair, so you got to grab their neck stumps instead. Not a bad choice at all, honestly. Dullahans are a fun one, and especially if they have their heads with them as well. Because we were talking about, like, Homicipher recently. Quite a bit we've been talking about Homicipher, actually. And in general, like, there's a guy named Mr. Chopped in that who is just a disembodied head. And it's like, a lot of the fan art that comes from that is fun. Their head can watch. Their head can not only watch, because you have their head and their body, they can do so many interesting positions. Think about the fact that with one character, you can be vaguely spit roasted. This is going too far for YouTube. I think we're going to have to stop this conversation. But yeah, essentially, you can have the body doing one thing on one side and the head on a completely different location. Enough said about that. Let's move on. But hey, Aya, the head can watch. If you're into just being watched, yeah, that's a thing too. The head can do all kinds of things. Yeah. My worst hear me out is literally a painting. Not the people in it. The whole painting. Landscape with a nymph and satyr dancing. Okay, I need additional information. I do need additional information. Like, when you say the whole painting, if it's just like the painting turns you on, that's just porn. That's just looking at an image. Now, when you say that this is a hear me out, I'm assuming you mean the actual painting? For one thing, I'm going to Google the painting. Landscape. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen this one with nymph and satyr dancing. So yeah, my question is, how do you smash a painting? Is it just like having it in your proximity? Oh, that's beautiful. I do not get sexually charged by this one at all. I just think that's gorgeous. I want to live in that world. Yeah, no, if it's just like, I wish I was that satyr, or I wish I was one of the nymphs, or I wish I was with all of them, that's just porn. That's not a hear me out. That's just like, ooh, sexy character. Thank you, Food-chan. I can always count on you to fuel my delusions. The only problem, Aya, is when we get together on a stream, I'm always worried that I'm going to get bonked by management again. I'm pretty sure what I said about Mr. Chopped put it over the line. Because I have said a lot of things about finding some spicy fan art from that series and being like, nice. But yeah, I think like mentioning position was probably that's level too far for Nijisanji. But I hope you're having a lovely day, Aya. Thank you for being here. Again? Oh yeah, you think I haven't been called out by management multiple times? Every time we used to do like Niji cancelled streams, there would normally be some messages. And yeah, a lot of like other random things. It's just like, Fu-chan, come on, dude. You know better. Anyway, I love Sword of the Stranger. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. Yeah, Sword of the Stranger was so good. Volpixie has such base taste in anime. Like so many classic ones that I don't hear many people talk about, Volpixie just recognizes. Yeah, the animation in that was so good and the movie was great. Not my kink, it's an artist brain, Fu-chan. Oh, then that's not a hear me out at all, Kirara. You're completely... No, that's not a hear me out. That's just like a, yeah, beautiful, beautiful art. There are so many ones like that where I'm just like, oh, gorgeous. But yeah, no, when we talk about hear me outs, it's normally like, hear me out. I know it's probably going to draw some interesting conversations and some condemnations, but would smash. So that's why it became a question when it came to the paintings, because it was like, if it's just like enjoying the painting and for the view, that's just yeah, liking a beautiful painting. That's awesome. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not a hear me out even slightly. You may hire. Thank you for donating the food funds. Your laugh makes me so happy. I can't. I sound. Yeah, I need to stop doing pure Zatsudan streams. We get into cursed topics. I laugh a lot. I have a lot of fun. I'm most definitely going to be receiving some message. God damn it. Thank you for donating the food fund, Juve Hayat. I hope you're having a lovely day. I don't want to be any of them. I just like it. No, that's fine. Honestly, that's just beautiful. There are so many paintings. I forget the name of it, but there's that really gorgeous one. It's not even... It's just a landscape shot, I think. It's like an island with a bunch of really beautiful evergreen trees surrounded by water. That's one of the ones where every time I see it, I just like stare at it for like a solid moment. And I'm like, oh man, the brushwork is beautiful. It's so gorgeous. Yeah, loving a painting like that is not a hear me out. Hear me out is a very different thing, but that's actually adorable. Club Netherbrand's Rogue Sniper, welcome back to the membership, and thank you for gifting a membership. I mean, we nail the paintings on the wall. True. See, that was what I was going to question, because I was thinking about the fact in like the house in Fata Morgana and a lot of like parts of Harry Potter, there are paintings that are sentient and that move and that talk to you. And in that case, you could make that work. you could make that work in so many ways. Sorry, Michael's brother. Sorry, yeah, I'm sorry, Michel's brother. His name wasn't Michael. Michel, Didier. I don't remember the third one's name. Fuck. Anyway, yeah, the brother who is a painting. You could make that work in a lot of ways, is all I'm saying. Georges! Thank you, Georges. Which brother, though? Georges or Didier? Didier is not a hear me out. Didier is in everywhere, every position, all the time. If you don't like that, you're the weird one. Didier is hot as fuck. The only bad thing about Didier is some of the things that he did in his life, which I do not hold against him because of the time frame and the fact that he was raised super fucking religious and literally a... What do they call those fuckers? Crusader. Like, I hate what he did, but it's completely understandable from his life. At the same time, sexy as fuck. For the cheating. Didier didn't cheat. Wait, did he? Oh, Didier did cheat. Fuck. Yeah, no, it was the other brother who was actually engaged. Okay, that's another one of the things that I kind of hate about him. But doesn't change the fact that he's sexy. I told everybody very clearly I liked Amy as well. Amy was much worse out of that. Amy was the one who actively did the cheating even though she was engaged with the Sorry, I'm spoiling a lot of Fata Morgana. Please play Fata Morgana. If you haven't, I'm never going to stop talking about it and spoiling things. Anyway, I don't give a fuck what Didier did. Sexy as fuck. I know what Amy did, and she could do it to me with a safe word. With a safe word, we could engage in a lot of that for time period. Sorrel Keys, thank you for donating the fund. My most embarrassing by far, Tars from Interstellar. That's blocks of metal. That's 3 blocks of metal that run around on their arms. Okay, that's an impressive one. I'm not even gonna lie. That's a hear me out right there. That's a hear me out because it begs the question of how it even happened in the first place. And then it's like, the only thing I imagine is like that scene where Tars is carrying the woman back to the ship. Tars is cute though. No, Tars is lovely. Tars is a great guy. He's one of the fucking heroes from Interstellar. It's just, I'm imagining the art in my head. That's where my mind always goes first. My mind always immediately goes to, how would it work physically? In what way would this be able to happen? That's why I often like, when it comes to like things like dragons and ogres, I'm like, how big are they? Is it like, I'm going to need like a week of recovery, or is it like you die? It's the first question. And then for other things, it's just like, yeah, with the painting, it was like, I guess you could make that work, although you can't really do much with the painting. Wait, Volpixie agrees with Tars. Tars has a great personality. Tars is very funny. He's a legend, a hero. I mean, I can kind of see it still, yeah, because I do like some inhuman things, and it just being a pure robot. Like, I forget the name of the fan artist, but it's not even a fan artist. There's an artist that has an OC, which is just a pure android, which doesn't look particularly sexual, but it's more the fact that they don't understand human biology and they're trying to figure out human biology while having a female partner, which is really fucking sexy to me. And yeah, just some of the things that artist has drawn with their OCs is always like mind-blowing to me, where it's like, wow, Yeah, kind of crazy. When you get like an inhumanoid creature who's just trying to figure out the biology and figuring out what works, that's always a very interesting concept to me. I foot that. Oh no, this was too old. I don't think I can even time you out. Yes, I can. You can try to run away, but I found you. First, I'm going to leave it a love heart, and then put user in timeout for 5 minutes. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you have a lovely day. Bye-bye. Run, sheep. Too late. Too late. They were caught. I think I've seen that. I missed that artist. Yeah, I haven't seen their stuff in forever. It was definitely on like a different Twitter account where their stuff would show up on my feed a lot. And it's disappeared from my life, so I don't know if they're still doing that OC or if they've moved on from it or what. That is crazy, though, that there are some like OCs where an artist would just create a character that they find interesting and start doing art of it. And then other people will fall in love with it as much as them and get so addicted to the characters. Talking about something non-sexual for once, let's for the love of God move on. There's like this one artist that does a bunch of really, really cute artwork involving, I think it's like a nunnery. It's like a cloister of nuns, and most of the nuns are like little girl children, and then some of them are like the mother superiors. So there's like 3 mother superiors and a bunch of nun children. They're normally, one of them's like obsessed with ducks and geese. So yeah, there's just constantly a big stream of artwork that comes out of like this cloister of nuns in anime style. And it's rare to see nuns in animal style treated in like a cute way rather than, because that can be a fetish for some people. So yeah, I like the fact that it's just a bunch of nuns being cute little girls looking after each other, playing with ducks, doing silly things. The mother matrons trying to punish the children for doing silly things. It's just really cute. I think the artist's name is Diva. Let me check. Diva. Oh God, if I search, I'm going to search Diva Nun Art and I bet it's going to come up with Overwatch shit. No, okay, yeah, no, their name is Diva. Yeah, this artist. I will share them right now on Twitter. I share them right now on the, on here. Why does it have, oh, because I came from Google. There we go. Yeah, this artist. Thank you for knowing their name, because yeah, I've seen this person's art around all the place, and it just gives me the same feeling of like a very cute Iyashike like story, like a very slice of life. Like if they turned this into an anime, I would have so much fun with it, because the kids just get up to so much silliness taking care of the people around them in their lives. Like I'm just scrolling through their art now, and oh, their most recent stream of things is just a girl who is being told off for the fact that she's been doing a bunch of bad things before Christmas and realizing she's not going to get Christmas presents. And so now she's taking care of a sick man in the hospital who looks like he might have cancer because his hair drops off. Oh no! The final image is just a picture of them celebrating Christmas because he did pass away. Oh, why? How dare? Fuck you. I didn't expect feels. It's normally just cuteness. Okay. But anyway, like, yeah, it's a very cute, like, little, like, slice of life Iyashike series of just a bunch of cute nuns, a couple of older ones, and a bunch of children just enjoying life together. I did not expect a man dying of cancer. Jesus Christ. But yeah, beautiful artist, beautiful artwork. Really, really adorable. Kit, thank you for donating the food funds. I'm sorry, lol. My little sister requested that I tell you she likes your stinky sweater. She's not listening, don't. Oh, thank God. Especially when you said stinky sweater. It's like, I get that there are some adults that say stinky, but as soon as you say my little sister said she likes your stinky sweater, I'm like, oh God. She did not hear everything beforehand, right? Okay, I'm glad she likes the visuals. Yeah, no, this Christmas sweater is so beautiful. The artist did such a good job. In fact, I'll move myself up a bit because it goes down so much further. We get like the Legati wolf. We get more Comfydants. There's more design on it. It's so wonderful. And the 2 little cats are great as well. Oop. Oop. There we go. Could be a bit short in this one, or the hair pokes out a bit too much. They definitely do feels too. I know, right? How did we end up here? I don't know. It's the power of a Zatsudan. We start off talking about a schedule. It turns into talking about like deep thoughts about the universe and science. And then it goes into like deep, dark, depressive thoughts. And then it somehow turns into smashing anime dads. And then full on hear me outs. 3 cats on the sweater? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? There are 2 cats on the sweater. There's 2 catses. And there's a Legatus. It's not a Nyagatus. It's just a Legatus. But also, thank you for donating the food funds, Kit. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And yes, please preserve your sister's innocence. Miss Jerry Lawley at Fugoshi. Comfydants never fail to make me laugh. Thank you, Fuchan and Comfydants, for brightening my day. So do you think you'll sing Hallelujah again? Yeah, that's on the list as well. I think you sing that song so well. Bye, you. Ah, thank you. That's one of my favorite songs to sing. And it really depends on the day if I can actually hit some of the notes and if I can like hold some of the notes. Because towards the end of that song, there are so many notes that are super freaking long. And there's a lot of notes that are like quite high. Some days I can actually almost hit them to the point where it sounds okay. And then sometimes my voice completely fails and I can't hit them at all and I just feel embarrassed. But I loved singing that song and trying it. It was so nice. It went so well last year. Yeah, I think the Christmas one, that went pretty well. And then I'm pretty sure I tried to sing Hallelujah at... It was either Halloween or the karaoke before that. But either way, I remember I couldn't hit the high notes and I couldn't hold the long notes. Because my voice was either weak from too much singing on the day or it was just like... weak from any number of reasons. It could have just been like I ate too much sugar the day before, or I don't know, brushed my teeth too early, too close to the stream, and so that put stress on my throat. There's a lot of things that can mess with your throat a little bit. Kasumi Hiyashi, hi Fuchan. Oh, I just wanted to say hi. Hey, thank you for donating the food funds. Oh my god, oh man. The dolls you have made are so beautiful. That shepherd one is one of the most gorgeous things I've ever seen. I cannot believe that's a 3D thing that you can move around and pose. That you've made all the armor yourself and the clothing and the sword. Thank you for donating the food funds. Lovely to see you again. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here. Fuba! Welcome back to the membership. I hope you're having a lovely day. Anime Animal Dads. You see, that wasn't my fault though. That was caused by other people. Best kind of combos happening here? Ah, hell yeah. The Comfydants are very based. Sometimes too based for me. Sometimes I have to be like, okay, that's a hear me out I can't get behind. Sometimes, on the other hand, it's a hear me out I can get behind, or I can have get behind me. So either way works. Speaking of wholesome, I've recently started developing a couple where she's a pirate captain, he's a Selkie. Oh, that sounds cute. They're just raising their daughter together while sailing the 7 seas. Oh, that sounds adorable, actually. I'm glad, because you did start with speaking of wholesome, and I was like immediately like Selkie would. But at the same time, no, it just sounds like a really sweet story. I like the idea of maybe them possibly trying to hide the fact that she's a Selkie as well, so that she won't be captured or like have anything bad done to her. He's a pirate captain, so it's perfect. They're always out on seas together. And yeah, raising their daughter together sounds so adorable as well. Selkies are so cute. Yeah, if you haven't seen it already, I would definitely recommend an Irish animated film called Song of the Sea by Cartoon Saloon. Cartoon Saloon are the same ones who did The Book of Kells and Wolf Walkers. So they did like a trilogy of Irish mythology films, which Song of the Sea is my favorite one. Wolf Walkers definitely had a bit of an upgrade in the terms of like art style. Song of the Sea was a bit less beautiful art style related, but still very gorgeous. And the storyline is just so good. It brings in so much Irish mythology, so many mythological creatures in a modern day Irish setting of like a child just trying to get his sister back. His sister is a Selkie. His mother was a Selkie, and his sister like gets lost or kidnapped, and he has to go find her across the land. So it's modern day, but there's all the Irish mythological creatures out as well. Fuchan, do you have any anime hear me outs yourself? Not any ones that would not get me in a lot of trouble. No, I mean, I've talked about a lot of my hear me outs in the past, mainly like just when we're playing video games, I'll just be like, wouldn't. I can't think of any anime ones off the top of my head, but I mean, yeah. Just a lot of the time when people bring up anime ones for their own hear me outs, I'm just like, yeah, that's tame. That's fine. And they sing a lot of beautiful Irish songs. Yeah, they do. Oh, and is her name Aurora? 1 second. In Wolf Walkers, one of the songs is by the girl who does the concerts in Sky. Aurora music? It is Aurora. Okay, thank you, yeah. Wolf Walkers, one of the songs, I think it's called... Let me actually look up the proper name. It's something about wolves. It's like Running with the Wolves or something. Aurora Wolf Song. Oh yeah, it's literally called Running with the Wolves. So Aurora has a song in that as well, which is really beautiful. And I listened to a bunch when I had first heard of the movie and seen it. but did not ever know that it was in fact Aurora. I was just like, oh, that's a beautiful song, I like it. And then we got into Sky and people were like, yeah, she did this song from Wolfwalkers. And I was like, oh, that was her. She was in Wolfwalkers in one of its most memorable sequences. Yeah, that's a really cute movie because that's about two young girls bonding. One of them's a Wolfwalker, which is basically an Irish werewolf kind of thing. And the two girls, like that sequence is just the first girl running off into the woods with her and learning to embrace wolf life as well. It's really gorgeous. It's just a cute little coming of age movie. It kind of reminded me of Nimona a little bit as well. Nimona got like way deeper into the whole like being treated like a monster thing. Yeah, I liked Nimona as well, even though that movie got royally shafted from the way it was treated. If it got given the full like AAA treatment, it probably would have been like a masterpiece. Lukeisuke, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. May he not see my recent super. If I didn't manage to grab it or catch it, then you managed to escape for this time. That happens sometimes with these, but thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I love Aurora's Animal. Wait, was she actually in the movie? Or is Animal... Oh, Animal is a different song. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've heard this one. I've not listened to much of Aurora's music. I've just listened to that one concert plus the Wolfwalkers song. Jojo BB, hear me out that made you go, what the fuck? We had so many today. So many of the ones that are just like too animal based. Or so many of the ones that are... Optimus Prime, the Transformers. It just doesn't work for me. And the painting. The painting was... oh, the cars? Yeah, the cars as well. Because I know there are people who have like car sonars and stuff. And most of like the Sonic characters don't do it for me either. I think with a lot of those ones, it's just because like I met them while I was a child. And it wasn't like an awakening for me. Like there are certain ones when you meet them as a child, you grow up and later you look back and you're like, oh, that was a bit of an awakening for me. Like I think for a lot of people like Jessica Rabbit or like Shigo from Kim Possible, Baddie Bad Girls kind of thing, Blackfire from Teen Titans, all of those kinds of things are ones where you'll be like, you enjoy them as a child and then you come back and see them as an adult and you're like, oh, I didn't just love that character, I love that character. But yeah, for most of those other ones like Transformers, Zoids, a lot of the Pokemon characters, like I look back at them and even when there's like dirty adult art of them, I'm just like, oh, they're my childhood friends. No. I had a crush on Cusco from Emperor's New Groove. No, that's totally fair. Midna's True Form, true if you were a Zelda kid. See, Midna's True Form isn't a hear me out. And I was old enough when Midna's True Form came out that I was just immediately like, now let me Google the Rule 34. Midna's Imp Form. That's one I see a lot of people have fun with. It's just not for me as well. Although that hand though, what that hand do? Anyway, thank you for donating the food funds. Cusco is a llama. Oh, I didn't even think about that. See, that's on another level for me. J-Dog, what's up, Jesus? What if I love Padoru? Wait. What if I love Padoru, dear my lamb? I'm very sorry, Jesus Christ, but you have no power here. We are rewriting your Christmas songs. Not in a blasphemous way, but just in like a personal preference kind of way. I am going to have to put you in timeout for 5 minutes, but I know for a fact that you will rise within 3 days minimum, hopefully within 5 minutes. But thank you so much for donating the food funds. Always love seeing you here. Love all of your work. And I hope the woodwork is going well. Thank you so much for being part of the sheep pile and for guiding so many of the lambs while I can't be their shepherd. Hope you're having a lovely day. Rest well, take it easy, and thank you so much for donating the food funds. We'll see you in 5 minutes. It's okay, guys. You can't keep Jesus down. He always gets back up. He's kind of like... yeah, kind of OP, honestly. He came back, and he came back with golden hair, actually. So he was the original Super Saiyan. Oh, is this? I'm not sure if this is. I will translate it to be sure, but it might be Jinhunja. No, it's Taego. Oh, man. I only have 2 Comfydants that I remember the names of that use Hangul. What is up, Taego? Taego. Thank you for donating the food funds. It's been a while. I hope you're having a lovely day. Hi, Futsan. Haven't been here in so long. It's good to see you again and watch your comfy stream. You inspired me to go for the content creation route, and I've never been happier. All the best to you. Yo, I'm so happy to hear that. Congratulations. I hope it's going well. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, and I hope you continue to enjoy it, because, yeah, content creation is so rewarding. So whichever path you're taking it on, whether you're streaming, whether you're creating videos, whether you're creating music or art, whatever it is, I hope it continues to go amazing. Thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. And yeah, I hope the journey continues to be a fun one. Something, something, what's a god to a non-believer? What is a king to a man? What is a king to a... Wait, no. What is a man to a king? What is a king to a god? What is a god to a non-believer? Fun times. We won't get too blasphemous, though. Really, Zoids? I don't think I've ever seen anything of that, and I don't think I want to. I didn't want to, but... It happens, man. It happens. I remember being like a very young teenager and just searching for like some of my favorite anime. Do you know how hard it was to avoid that kind of content when I was just looking up pictures of Sailor Mercury and Sailor Jupiter? I was just like, man, I love my Sailor Scouts. I want to see some cute pictures of Jupiter and Mercury. And it was like, what are they doing? My Sailor Scouts, what are they doing to each other? Back before Google had a safe search mode. And yeah, that's how a lot of the Pokemon stuff happened as well, where I was just like, Misty Pokemon. Officer Jenny Pokemon. Nurse Joy Pokemon. Oh, the internet was a very unsafe place in the 90s. Anyway, yeah, Zoids also. Oh god, there was one like anime that was like barely known. I think it was called Mushrambo. Mushrambo. That was one about like a girl. Oh yeah, Shinzo. Mushrambo was one of the characters. There was an anime called Shinzo, which was all about a girl from like modern day times freezing herself cryogenically, surviving an apocalypse, and then like reawakening in like a fantasy world. I remember like I loved Shinzo as a kid, and I remember Googling Shinzo and then finding some very graphic scenes of all of the boys, because there are lots of boys in that show and the one girl, and being like, what are they doing? I remember specifically getting told off by my parents and being like, I didn't know what that shit was. Do you think I was searching this shit out? Shinzo was on like cartoon, not even cartoon, I think it was Fox Kids, when I was like 8 years old. I wanted to smash the water boy so bad. See, nowadays, I'd want to smash the water boy. The water boy looks beautiful. And Mushrambo himself, when all the boys combine. That shit is sexy as fuck. I'm also really... It's kind of funny that I found Fushigi Yugi when I was like 12 or 13 as well, because Fushigi Yugi isn't like one of the first things that happens in that. Like, you know, the girl... Something violent happens to one of the girls and it leads her down a dark path. I'm pretty sure I watched that when I was like 12 or 13. I watched Higurashi when I was like 14. Oof. Man, I was quite young when I discovered Fushigi Yugi. Yeah, I think that went over my head when I was a child as well. You're aging me, Fu-chan. Sorry. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, we talk about some really classic things here, and yeah. Totally off topic, but do you plan on playing the new Indiana Jones on or offline? Can't play it online. Probably won't play it offline, to be honest. It looks like it's more of like an adventure game where I'd prefer to just watch somebody else play it. So I'm hoping like one of my favorite content creators plays it so I can just like watch them do a playthrough of it, honestly. Because the gameplay doesn't look that intriguing to me. So I'd like to see like an edited VOD kind of thing that cuts out like some of the monotonous moments and focuses on the story parts. That's how I'd like to embrace, yeah, the story of the circle or whatever it is. But yeah, we're not allowed to on stream. I was in love with Nakago and Yui. I can't even remember which ones Nakago and Yui were. I think they had different names in the English dub too. Nakago. Oh wait, Fushigi Yugi. Oh, that wasn't even. Nakago was pretty damn fine. Yui. Yeah, Yui completely fair. And Tamahome. And Hotohori. Pretty much everyone, honestly. There are very few characters in Fushigi Yugi that aren't just like a... Yeah. Man, I wish they came back and finished Akatsuki no Yona, because Akatsuki no Yona had a similar vibe to like the traditional setting. The young girl trapped in like a fantasy world. Even though it's her own fantasy world, she was the princess and it's a different kind of feeling, but it just scratched that kind of itch for historical fantasy done well. quite young when I discovered Fushigi Yugi. Yeah. I watched Higurashi Corpse Party and so much more at 13. Yeah, I sought that stuff out quite a bit when I was a young teenager. Higurashi was definitely one of them. I'm pretty sure by the time... What was the one with Yuno Gasai? That one was like very violent and very graphic with some very adult themes in it as well. And I'm pretty sure I was still a teenager when that came out, but I think I was older. I think I was like 16, 17. But yeah, Corpse Party was another one I watched when I was young as well. Don't worry, guys. 1999 was 15 years ago. Wait, is that even true? That isn't even true. Oh, God, it was 25! Well, that hurt my soul. Thank you. I know you were trying to put a light spin on it. But then I was like, wow, it was only 15 years ago? That doesn't sound so bad. And then I realized that can't be right. Fuck. Future Diary. Yeah. Mirai Nikki. Yeah, Mirai Nikki, I think, came out like much older. I think I was like 16, 17, maybe around then. Oh, God, we're old. Yeah, we are. Had such a mood. Sometimes folks ask if I want to play a game, but it's like, Fuchan already played it and I watched it. Yeah, when it's like the story-based games, it's like, I don't need to play that. I've already seen somebody else play it and enjoyed it that way. And then there are some where you're like, yeah, you can experience a completely different route in it or try like different things in it, which is always fun. Or you can play it again in your like in a couple like months or even like a year or two later. You just remind yourself of the story and play it your own way. So there's always good balances of that. But yeah, there are certain games as well where like if they just have a really good storyline and all I actually care about is the storyline, I'll just be like, I don't really want to play the game. I just kind of want to watch it as a movie. So you know what? I'll just wait for somebody else to play it and see them stream it. Last one. Any twinks on your mind, Fuchan? I'm kind of sick of twinks. I mean, I guess all of the characters from How I Attended an All Guys Mixer. That's about it. Anime twinks, this is what I'm saying. I'm just kind of burned out on them. We're also, unfortunately, slowly starting to hit twunk saturation, and I don't like that. Because twunk, at one point, people didn't like it so much because people kind of attributed it to like a shonen kind of look and to like a Dragon Ball kind of esque thing, because twunk is like bigger and buffer, but not quite all the way to Bara. They're like big, they're thick, they're slightly bigger than Auto Mode. And it just feels like every like VTuber who was a twink in the past is starting to go twunk because they want to like stand out a bit more and be a bit more muscly and manly. But at the same time, they still don't want facial hair or too big bodies or anything like that. And so I'm kind of getting burned out of twunks now as well. And that hurts because twunks was like a happy place for a while where it was like, okay, it's not like full Bara with body hair and stuff, but I need more mature characters. I need that. I guess it's because I surround myself with too many VTubers where I get to the point where I'm just like, I see a bunch of like good looking anime twinks or twunks now. And I'm like, oh, cool. Which agency are they from? Oh, okay. Now Hope, welcome back to the membership. Thank you for accompanying me on my 2-hour walk home after my car battery died. Oh, shit. Now I wait for my roommates to help get a new one. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mel. I hope you're able to get a new one soon. I hope it's better. But yeah, welcome back to the membership. Take it easy, and I hope you have a lovely rest after that. Yeah, 2-hour walk does not sound fun. We need bear VTubers. There are some out there. There are also everybody from, what's it called? Invicta. So boys like Taiga Chama and Kane and a bunch of other boys from like Invicta. Their mama Jovru does really good like big buff men that normally have like facial hair and body hair as well. There's also just a bunch of other like big daddy kind of VTubers as well. But yeah, they kind of just don't pop off or get as popular in general because I feel like the thing that most people wants to look at are like twinks and twunks. If it gets much bigger than twink or twunk, some people just start to not like it so much. Shiki MSHTS, what? The PS2 and DS is still pretty new. I'm sorry to tell you this. No, they are not. Which is kind of crazy. The fact that we're about to have a Switch 2. That's one of the... Look, let me look up how long ago the Switch came out. Because this hurts me. Nintendo Switch release date. Because it's sad to think that the same time the Nintendo Switch came out is the same time Breath of the Wild and Zelda Breath of the Wild and Smash Bros. Ultimate came out. And those games to me feel like they've only been out for like a couple of years. I'm like, yeah, I still love those games. They're brand new. I've only played one of them like 3 times and one of them for like 700 hours. March 2017. March 2017. It's been 7 years. It's almost gonna be 8 years. Which means the Switch 2 is probably gonna either be announced or be released on the 8th year anniversary, because that's a very Nintendo thing to do. Fucking 7.5 years. 7.5 years. That really does feel like it's just like a year or two ago at this point. It's so weird. It's so weird. The Switch coming out in 2017 is insane. Yeah, especially because of some of those launch games have just been such a big part of my life for these years, where it's just like, it feels like that we barely had those. Yume Haya, thank you for donating the food funds. Speaking of the old internet, but do y'all remember before like AO3 and FFnet, you used to track down fanworks on people's personal geosites? Yes. I miss geosites. I know some people that still use geosites, especially because like, it's so much easier to use things like, oh god, what are the ones? I forget the name of it, but like, there was a time period like 3 years ago where everybody had like a certain website that was easily editable as their Twitch link, where it would have a link to like every other one of their main links. It wasn't the Linktree one, but there was like some website that was like a quick little hosting portal where you could customize it a little bit. They especially used it for like all the fan works, all the fan translations. Card, yes, Card with 2 R's. I feel like Card is being used less now. But yeah, Card had like the same kind of energy as Geosites, but not quite as customizable. Geosites back in the day where you had like crunchy 2 megabyte GIFs that like barely moved and lagged the shit out of your computer. You had like all like the flame GIFs that would appear on the things, the music that would autoplay and be super loud, normally like really loud emo music. Be like, here, check out my playlist. Here's everything that I'm working on. And Angel Fire, yeah, and Live Journal, Card is used a ton for roleplay now. Yeah, for roleplay, for VTubers, for fan-made things, for like ways to select people's links and have like donation things set up and all kinds of things. But yeah, Geosites was the legend. And I remember the first place I started writing and roleplaying was on EasyBoard. EasyBoard was like a bunch of forums where you could like roleplay with people. And I remember joining a bunch of ones like Harry Potter roleplaying and Naruto role-playing and Bleach role-playing. And creating some of my first OCs and like role-playing with people online. And oh god, the cringe was certainly free back then. Anyway, yeah, I remember those things. Also, kind of, I still feel like that was like a peak time for the internet. That was also the same time that things like Jigoku Shoujo, Serial Experiments Lane, just a lot of anime from around that period as well were really good and like tapped into the whole idea of like people first approaching the internet and how much it was affecting people's minds and separating them from reality. Before we now know like how much that does like separate us, and yeah, them taking it in like a fantasy direction. It was just such a cool idea that like, oh, if you go to this website at exactly midnight, you'll be able to ask a hell girl to curse somebody else. Like, cool fucking idea. And then Serial Experiments Lane, where it's like, ooh, the internet is so cool. Don't you want to connect to it? Don't you want to get better specs? Don't you want to literally connect yourself to the internet and disconnect from life? Shit's crazy. Dot Hack? Oh, hell yeah, Dot Hack. Dot Hack was fucking Sword Art Online before it was, you know. Dot Hack was Sword Art Online good. Let me put it that way. Sword Art Online had its moments. But yeah, if you don't know what Dot Hack was, in fact, the whole like Geyser look for the Archivist story was based on the Dot Hack like Nerve Gear essential thing, where you just like sign into a virtual world and play MMORPGs on there, and then you got trapped in the video game. And like there were AIs that were becoming sentient and trying to survive and break out into the internet and like deleting actual human characters and trying to steal their bodies. There were so many cool storylines that came out of that. I really liked, they did like a whole series of little short light novels. One of them, my favorite ones, was the AI Buster series, where there was a character that worked for the company that hosted the Dot Hack online MMORPG and was going after sentient AIs to delete them before they became a problem. It was so fucking sick. Yeah, Dot Hack was so sick. And I always was freaking pissed off that they never released Dot Hack //GU in the UK. They released it in America, they translated it, they dubbed it, and for some reason, no publisher would just release it in the UK. So I never got to play that one. And when I grew up, I finally tried to play GU, and by that point, the controls were just too clunky and I couldn't get into it. I watched the anime. I liked Haseo. Haseo was so chuny. Weird. Yeah, it was annoying, but at the same time, then we got all the Project Rainfall stuff. It was a really interesting... We got, like... The Last Story, Pandora's Tower, and Xenoblade Chronicles. We got those 3 in the UK. That's why those 3 games have English dubs. They never actually released in America. They did like a big crowdfunding campaign to get them to release them in the UK, and they never released them in America. So that's why everything was dubbed with English accents rather than American accents for once, with actual English voice actors. You know Sora? Oh, dude. I know Sora. I know what he became. I remember Black Rose. I remember the fact that their avatars got given over to new kids in the little manga series. Doo-doo-doo. I'm just watching because I'm bored, thinking of blood. Sweet. That sounds like a dark comment. I'm going to time you out and let you think about blood for a little, like 5 minutes longer. Because that sounds like a worrying comment. So please take care of yourself. And I hope you enjoy the stream. But yeah. The Xenoblade dubs were peak. I don't know, man. The fact that they continued it on to Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is kind of... It's a bit much. I mean, it was one thing when we had the Xenoblade Chronicles original one and you had the same line being spammed time and time again. But when it came to the sequel, it was like, you could have made it less grating. Oh my god. Xenoblade 2 was incredible with the dub. They added Welsh and Scottish. Yeah, that's why, like, we were talking about, like, some of the dubs recently, the Arcane dub specifically, because we came up with Maddie having a Scottish accent. I like it when they have different accents in the English dubs and you really get to embrace them, and it's not always just the same group of American voice actors just always doing the same typical... Wow, I can't even hit it right now. Yo, I'm a Genki anime schoolboy. I have a light and airy voice. Doesn't it make you feel very soothed? And all the girls sound like really Genki and energetic and American. It's like, I got Norin activation from the word Pandora. God, I wish someone makes a proper adaptation of Pandora Hearts. Yeah. We got 1 season. The season was okay. I've given up on looking back into Pandora Hearts, unfortunately. Hey, Zanny! How you doing, brother? Look at that cozy sweater. Yeah, look at it. I got my catses on it, and I got little baby Legatus. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome back. I know you've been all over the place recently. Congratulations on everything you've been working on. Congratulations on the 3D debut as well. But just in general, you've been all over the place. Congratulations on the original song release. Zanny's been up to so much recently, and I hope, yeah, you're having fun with it all. But I'm glad you're able to actually properly relax again now, so yeah. Take it easy. Thank you for swinging by, dude. All this old talk made me wonder, do you remember the first game you've ever played, Fu-chan? Oh, yeah, I bring it up all the time. I was very lucky. The first game I ever played is also still one of my favorite games of all time, and one of my favorite game series. It was Zelda: A Link to the Past on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, the SNES. So yeah, that was the first game I ever played. And then, yeah, from then on, I was just a Nintendo fanboy. I played like all the Marios and the Mario Karts and the Metroids and all of those. And then, yeah, eventually went on to play like every Zelda series throughout. And I became a gamer eventually, but definitely when I was a child, I was primarily just a Nintendo fanboy. Zanny isn't a demon, he's a goat. Hell yeah. Cold Wrists is so good. Stream it! Karaoke was sick. Yeah, no, the karaoke sounded so comfy. They had so many people together for that. That was amazing. Thank you, Futsan. It was a pleasure to have you there. Ah, thank you so much. Honestly, yeah, I was honored to be there. You and Mary were so funny together as well. When I joined, I was like, should I do a slightly more posh accent? I don't feel like I'm posh enough to be in this stream. Because you and Mary just talking for a while was just like, oh, darling, everything's so wonderful. Oh, yes, darling. I was just sitting there like, I'm going to sound like the Brit who got dragged along as like, I don't know, the poor kid from school who can't quite afford the tuition, but his parents work in the office. To me, Zanny will always be a bunny. That works as well. Energizer Bunny never runs out of energy. But yeah, the fellow sheep. I love that we have so many sheep together now. I love Zanny's original song, especially the 8-bit. Yeah, it's so freaking good. It's such a good beat. It just makes you want to dance along. Didn't have a good PC till recently, and I didn't use my Xbox 360 a lot. I was never There was an Xbox 360 that I played for a while. There were not really many exclusives that I was interested in because I was never really like a big Halo fan, and Halo and Gears of War were the big ones. I played Gears of War a little bit, but never got super into it. Other than that, it had a few JRPG exclusives that I liked. Resonance of Fate was an exclusive for a while, as was Star Ocean, I think The Last Hope. But then both of them eventually came out on the PlayStation as well and got like re-released versions with new updates on the PlayStation, which just made that feel more painful. But yeah, no, I was never much of an Xbox fan. I started becoming a PC gamer when I was like 16, I think. That was the first time I managed to get a gaming qualified PC, which is crazy to think about because I managed to get that just by saving up like pocket money. I didn't have a job back then. And it's crazy to think about the fact that back then you could get a gaming PC with pocket money. Because nowadays, a gaming PC that's ready enough to actually be able to play modern games, that shit costs a ton. Oh my God. Even if you build one yourself, I could have never bought that with pocket money. Oh my God, that would have been way out of reach. That would definitely have to be like a big gift kind of thing that you beg your parents for forever and finally like wear them down on. Oh my God. When I was in school, you were either a Mario kid or a Zelda kid. When I was in school, you could either be like a Sony kid or a Nintendo kid. There wasn't really many Xbox kids either, but yeah, you were either like one of the kids who was into all of the Sony games, all the PlayStation ones, or one of the kids that was into all the Nintendo ones. And there was some like fighting going on between like whether you liked Digimon or Pokemon as well, though. Bought my PS2 with my paper round money. Oh, yo, yeah, man. It's crazy to think that that's happened like just within our lifetime. Because it's one thing to look back and think about the fact that, yeah, when boomers were young, they were able to buy houses straight out of university and not go completely bankrupt, to actually be able to pay off a mortgage with an entry-level job. But yeah, the fact that even just consoles and phones, like phones only used to be like £100 or so. Nowadays, like an average phone costs like $1,000, and it's, man, I don't know how people survive nowadays. Things are crazy. There's no way you can buy that with pocket money. Exactly. Even video games. Video games cost like 60 to 70 bucks nowadays. If it's like a mainstream AAA title and not one of the ones that's like an indie game you just buy online. But yeah, back in the days, games were like 20 to 30 pounds brand new. It's, oof. Gaming PC I made with a budget of $500 eight years ago finally reached the point it 100% cannot run modern games now. I'm so sad. Yeah. That's the difference as well, because like when I'm thinking of like a top of the line modern gaming PC could be anywhere between like $5,000 and $10,000, depending on if you're also using it for like rendering and streaming. But yeah, you could probably get a gaming PC that would run modern games decently for maybe like $2,000. That you definitely have to like build it yourself and like wait for like components to be on sale and stuff. At least from then on, the one good thing about gaming rigs is like once you have one gaming rig and you know how to build them, you can just like trade out parts when parts start to like become like overused or worn down. Graphics cards are normally like, yeah, pretty fast to go, and they're unfortunately the most expensive part, but yeah. Built my PC for around £800. I think when I got my first gaming PC when I was like 16, it was something like 450 maybe, and it was a pre-built because I didn't know how to build things back then. Like nowadays, if you built one for that kind of money, yeah, you would not be able to do too much with it. To be fair, video games were always very expensive, at least here. SNES games were 30 to 70 bucks in the 90s USD, so gaming has actually gotten more affordable in some ways. I don't remember them being that expensive. I remember them being like, yeah, £30 in the UK, so not, yeah, not like 90, 70 bucks? That's crazy. What the heck? I don't remember them ever being that expensive back then. This is true. What was going on in America? Was gaming like a rich kid's thing in America? That's crazy. N64 games would be 70 to 80 bucks. What the fuck? I mean, I also bought like all of mine secondhand back in the day, because the only things I ever got like fresh out of the box were only ever Final Fantasy and Zelda games. Everything else was always like a secondhand, like bought from, what was that game store? It was Game something, but it wasn't GameStop. We had a different version in the UK. Game something. Anyway, there was like a game store that sold secondhand games. That's where I bought everything. And you always like sold your games once you'd like beaten them and played them into the earth to get some money back as well. Back then, they actually gave you good prices. Nowadays, if you sell like a pre-owned game, even if it's like brand new, if you've played it once, boom. You are like, you bought a game for $70, you sell it back to them for like a week later. That's just, yeah. They're like, what? They give you like $10 for it, maybe. Gamefly, that's the one? No, it wasn't Gamefly for me. Oh, Computer Exchange. Yeah, CEX was one that I used to go to, but it wasn't the one that had game in it. EB Games. No, EB Games was a different one. Damn, there were 3. Those were the 3 big ones, though. We've gotten every one except for the 3, except for the one I was thinking of. There was one that began with game, but wasn't GameStop. It definitely closed down in like the early 2000s. Because I remember like all of those closing down, and that's when I started to go to CEX, which is Computers Exchange. They had a lot more rare stuff. They had like a lot of the Japanese imports in the Computers Exchange I went to in like Bromley and London. But yeah. There was electronic EB Games in the UK as well, and there was a third one that was Game something, but it wasn't Gamefly, and I can't remember what it was. Let me look it up. UK Game Store 90s Game something. Game the retailer. Oh, there was one literally called Game as well. Game Station! There we go. Okay, that was it. Okay, yeah, so the one that I used to go to, there was one that was actually local to me. It was Game Station. Game Station. Because, yeah, we had computer exchanges, but I always had to, like, get a bus to ride to those. Whereas game stations, they seem to be everywhere. And then they closed down sometime in the early 2000s. I was really sad. The game stores, like the ones that were just literally called Game, were always in, like, malls and shopping centers. So I never liked to go to those because there were like too many people and stuff. And the computer exchanges were like more high-end kind of ones. They normally had like import games as well, and like some of the rarer like Pokemon kind of stuff, and like a bunch of merchandise and stuff as well. So yeah, Game Station. Sorry, that was just me running down a nostalgia trip. So I was like, I know it had Game in it, but it wasn't GameStop. But GameStop was the only thing coming to my mind. When I saw a secondhand game for 60 euros, I had an existential crisis. Yeah, it's really messed up what they do nowadays, because they really shaft you. They just be like, oh yeah, we'll give you like 10, maybe $15 for it. We'll maybe give you 25 to 30 store credit if it happens to be like the week it released. And then they sell them back to other people for $60. It used to be when you sold a game, like if you bought a game for like £30, you'd be able to sell it for like the next month or so for like a good £25. So it really was just like renting a game for £5. And then, yeah, they would sell them for just like almost full price as well. It's crazy how much they changed that. I remember like I used to be able to like collect all the games that I hadn't sold for a while from like my SNES and sell those and be like most of the way towards buying a Nintendo 64. Whereas nowadays, if you like have like 20 games and you bring them in and like try to sell them, they'll be like, oh yeah, most of them we're probably not going to be able to sell. We'll probably just have to throw them away. We can give you like $45 for the lot. And it's like, nah, I think I'll just keep them, actually. I think I'll just keep them and replay them like somewhere centuries down the line, man. Computer I got as a gift for college graduation became completely unable to open any of my design programs and games 3 years ago. It was heartbreaking. It was 11 years old. That's such a long time for it to survive. Honestly, I'm impressed. That's really cool, actually, that it managed to survive that long. I think the longest any of my computers has ever survived is 5 years. And that was the one that I played like a bunch of Ether Saga on, and like I think I upgraded the RAM on that one at one point because the RAM was so weak when I first got it together. That was the first time I actually learned how to like build a computer, just to like change the parts in it. Only 5 years? Look, man. I download and delete a lot of things. And I also stream and game nowadays. The streaming and gaming nowadays destroys CPUs and graphics cards. Back then, it was just like a lot of file sharing websites, a lot of viruses, a lot of hard drives being like completely filled and then deleted and then refilled and getting shredded that way. Yeah. Uchan was an EVE Online player? No, thankfully. I was an Ether Saga Online player and then a Guild Wars player. 5 years is the average, isn't it? My laptops all die around 5 years. Yeah, that was another thing. I tried the laptop thing for a while, and like probably did some damage to my boys down there because I actually used it on my lap sometimes. I definitely had some nice, interesting radiation burns on my thighs. I remember for a fact, yeah, my thighs had gone a bit red in the bits where it was actually connected to skin and not metal. So be careful about that. Just because it's called a laptop doesn't mean you actually put it on your lap. So yeah, when I started seeing the red marks on my thighs that didn't go away, that were not like just like pressure marks, that were straight up like burns from something, I was like, oh god, this can't be good for me. When it's too warm for your lap, yeah, exactly. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I don't know what you mean. I have my gaming laptop from 2017 and that baby is holding in there. Well, I was never able to afford like a high-end gaming laptop either. They were always like Asus ones. Like everybody was always like, oh, check out my new Alienware. It can run anything. And I was like, I got an Asus. It sets on fire when I play Guild Wars 2 on it, but it's cool. You were cooking yourself live for the sake of gaming? Yeah. Did a lot of things for the sake of gaming that were probably a bad idea. My laptop is on 9 years and having some dead pixels. Thankfully, I'm drawing on iPad. If it's alive, it's usable. If it works for your programs and doesn't crash them, that's great. Because to be fair, like even some of like the art-based programs can be super heavy on CPU and RAM. Like there are some times when I use GIMP, it starts to like stutter my sound effects. Even on this top of the end game, well, it was a top of the line gaming PC like 4 years ago, and it has got a 3090 Ti now, so it's been upgraded on the graphics card since then as well. But still, it's a very good gaming PC. And there are some times when I'm using GIMP where even then the sound will get a bit stuttery if I'm using like multiple, like tons of layers at the same time. Like every time I do my schedule is made up of like probably like 140 layers. It's like 140 different layers. So every time I do my schedule, it's like, will it survive? So I have to save things like often. Also, I've heard that like people who rig VTuber things, because people that make PSDs, like the actual like artwork for VTubers, and especially because those can have like, I think I've heard that some of them can have like up to 220 layers of art at one time, just for like all of the different poses, all of the different things that are going on that separate like different parts of the body. And then even more so when it comes to like the rigging stage where it's cubism on top of like all of those layers. Yeah, I've heard you have to have like a really, really high-end PC just to be able to do any of that kind of work in general. I can't because my 2016 Chromebook is still alive and I use it to run slideshows, panels, and conventions, and it stays in storage the rest of the year. No, I get that completely. Like, that was the worst thing when you had like a gaming laptop that you also had to double for your work laptop. So you'd be like, this is my laptop for running Guild Wars 2 and Ether Saga. But at the same time, it has like all of my fucking really important med school shit. And if blue screens of deaths, like my entire career is over. I've given up like my entire like Ether Saga and Guild Wars account, which is my entire personal life, and my school life is fucked. All of my notes, all of like the things you take in class, all of like the printouts and stuff that you just save in there so you're not carrying around bundles and bundles of paper. Ugh. Doesn't run my programs anymore without lag spikes at least, so I have to draw on iPad. Oof. Switching from Photoshop to CSP probably extended my computer's life. Yeah, I've heard CSP is much more like agreeable compared to Photoshop, because Photoshop just has so many features, and they've also jammed in like so many AI features that you can't turn off recently. So yeah, I've heard CSP is like really good for artists and has like all the good brushes and stuff as well. I had an old laptop that my parents gave me for middle school stuff. Then I found out how to download music from risky websites. Still surprised it works still. It's not good. Wow, that's crazy that it still works. But yeah, you visit some interesting sites and bit by bit, you pick up viruses, and you also just pick up like so many things that if you just like, you replaced your full hard drive so many times that the data starts to get corrupted and things get crunchy and slow and start crashing. All my illustrations used to use at least 100 plus layers. That's crazy. I thought that was just like a live 2D kind of thing for all the layers having to move over each other. I don't know much about like modern art. I know most people use like multiple layers where it's like a couple, like a dozen layers or maybe 2 to 3 dozen. I didn't know just normal illustrations can take like 100. That's wild. That must be so useful for being able to edit them like easily and like color them and stuff though. That is why I have ad block. True. That helps a lot for a lot of things. I want to relate, but I cannot, unfortunately. I only recently got my first laptop. That's fine. I'm pretty sure I killed one of my phones in that kind of way as well. Just because I like kept filling up the hard drive. Just downloading things to back them up more than anything. Like sending them between my computer and my phone just by like sending them between Discord. So I had a backup back before I had a backup hard drive. My laptop from high school still works smoothly even after all the risky downloads and streaming. Though it's in my dad's hands now. Oof. My parents exploded computers because I mean, that's the difference between the two sets of things as well. I feel like young people went to all the risky websites and so got a lot of viruses that way. And then old people who didn't understand the internet and didn't understand technology but were using it did more of like a, oh, I got this email saying that my bank account has been hacked. Now I need to click this website to make sure that I get it back. And then suddenly, boom, they've got a virus on it. And it's like, oh, good job. Good job. Good job. I think one of the scariest hacks that we ever had is my father's laptop actually had one of these things where every time you turned it on, it would just immediately go into a screen that said like, this laptop has been seized by the police. Blah, 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 blah. You've downloaded this or this or that. We have this evidence to like get it back. You have to send this much money to this bank account. And it was like, that's clearly a scam. Like, I remember when that happened, my dad was like, what did you download? What did you do? And I was like, I don't use your laptop. That's a scam, you idiot. What did you do? It's like, nah. You can't blame me on this one. I don't click any of those suspicious emails, my dude. Oh, God. Yeah, that shit is actually terrifying. That kind of virus, or just like blue screens of death in general, are always terrifying. I believe that's called ransomware. Yeah, ransomware grabs like a bunch of old people. That's one good use of AI that I've seen recently. There's somebody who like gets back phone scammers. So that's not quite ransomware, but you know, like those robo phone calls you get that do the same similar thing. That's just like, hello, this is the IRS. You didn't pay your taxes properly last year, so we're going to have to collect an additional $200. Could we contact you? You're going to have to log into your bank account, and they like get you to log into your bank account while they have like a remote access terminal on your computer or something like that to steal your details. There's people that have created like AI chatbots that sound like legit, like human old people, and will just talk back to the scammers and waste their time for like hours. Because the scammers are told not to get off the line if the people are still doing things. So there's AI chatbots that sound like sweet old ladies that are like, oh yes, dearie, oh yes, I'm logging in right now. My login details. Oh God, I can't remember my username. Could you grab it for me? And then we'll just like start rambling about like family stories like, oh yeah, no, I think I remember my username now. It was because Janet used to give me a nickname, which was Margaret rather than Maggie. So I called myself Margaret 0757. And the scammer's just on the other end, like dreading their life right now, dreading their life decisions, but trying to get them to put in their account details. It's such a smart use of AI. So that's why I always say AI is a very powerful tool. As long as we use it right, it's going to be very useful. AI can be very, very useful. Kushami, you must back up important things multiple times. Honestly, I feel like the better a computer's performance, the more likely it is to break down. And it's more painful when it breaks down. And yeah, whenever you have like anything important, like everything that I need for work, all of my assets, if I ever like completely lost everything on my hard drive, I'd be far. That would take like several days of contacting like all the other artists, all the other people who have made the assets and everybody else and being like, could I get this back? So yeah, now I just have like a little backup 2 terabyte hard drive, which is just a nice little cheap one. It takes a while to send files to it, but I just back up everything on there. So if anything ever crashes, boom, that's it. Now being used as a suspicious email screener by my parents. I think that happens to all of us. I think all of our parents at some point realize, oh, I can't even keep up with it anymore, and have to be like, is this a scam? This person is saying I owe them money, or, oh, is this a scam? Like this person, they know my details. They know my grandchild's name. They said my grandchild is in jail and I have to pay money to pay the bail for them. And they used me as their emergency contact. And it's like, wow, scammers do some horrific things to old people. Yusfiria Blotchi. I fell for a lot of scams and got a lot of viruses as a young autistic kid who thought it was illegal to lie on the internet. Oh no, that's really messed up. I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't even think of that side of things as well, because like when I was a kid, like that was all that IT was for us. Like when we did quote unquote information technology, it wasn't about coding, it wasn't about programming, it was learning to use the Microsoft programs, so like Microsoft Word, Excel, spreadsheet, and PowerPoint. And it was learning like what not to do on the internet. Like our IT classes would literally be about like stranger danger and like, oh, don't give other people your personal details. Don't give out your phone number on the internet. You can join chat rooms if you want, but always make sure the person you're chatting to is of a decent age and you don't say anything too personal or too dangerous. Never try to meet anyone from the internet online. And nowadays it's like, everybody meets online. Most people meet most of their friends online nowadays. Start to meet them at like conventions or like meet up offline and then, yeah, develop their best relationships that way. Also, Blanc, thank you so much for the 20 gifted membership. That's so much. I hope you're enjoying the stream and I hope you have a lovely day. We only got the Microsoft programs part. Yeah, I've said this a few times, I think, but I was so mad because like literally about 3 years younger than me, they started learning proper programming in IT courses in primary school. And that, I know nothing about programming because I missed the chance to learn it as a kid and I was too dumb for it when I became an adult. So I was just like, that's just nothing I'm going to ever learn. I feel like it would have helped me so much when it came to like ARGs, making my own personal websites, just being able to store things and do other fun things. But yeah, it's not something that I ever want to learn again nowadays. It's just definitely one of those things that makes me feel like a boomer sometimes, where most kids know basic programming and I'm just like, oh, I kind of know what programming looks like. You did very well on the ARG. Yeah, but I only managed to do things that you can do just by basic website editing. Like if I had to create my own website, I'd not be able to do it. And like hiding code in interesting and unique places, I just could not do. It'd also be really nice. Like one thing that I am thinking of learning is learning like basics for like visual novel creation, like Ren'Py maybe. I'm not sure which program I'd use, but there are some ones like Ren'Py. I think there are a couple of other like visual novel makers where you can make like really simplistic, really basic games. I feel like that would just definitely help with like some of the storylines I make. Like if I could have turned Legatus 505 into a visual novel and hired people to make like different backgrounds and different sprite work for things, I just feel like that would have made it way more engaging as well. And obviously I'd have to change my writing style and stuff, but that would be pretty cool. And it would work in like a light novel kind of setting rather than a full-on novel kind of setting. But yeah, that's something that I might work on in the future, but definitely not proper programming. Yokopalu. To this day, I didn't know how I was able to go into chat rooms as a 12-year-old and just chat for several hours, oftentimes with creepy old men, later turned into writing fantasy RP. That's exactly how I got started too. I got started in the AOL online chat rooms. And I remembered... yeah, I remember talking with people who were very clearly adults and not paying attention to how dangerous that was at the time. And I remember like one of my worst experiences, one of my like most embarrassing things as a child was like talking to a girl for a while and being like, oh my God, I love her. She's so cool. She's into all my nerdy stuff. She's awesome. And then exchanging phone numbers. And then as soon as she had my phone number, she would just not stop calling it. And my parents would pick up and be like, who is this girl? Like it was just like immediately like regret and being like, oh God, now they know what I'm doing on the internet. But yeah, that's why it led into like chat rooms and stuff like that instead. I never gave out my phone number after that. That was an immediate lesson of like, sometimes people pretend to be nice until they have your details and then they overuse those details and become a different person. Omegle? Yeah, thank God I was too old for Omegle. Omegle would have been incredibly dangerous. Any of those kind of chat rooms. They just made one of those specifically for VTubers as well. And I'm like, do we really want to repeat these things? Like, are we really? I forget what it's called, but there's some like, yeah, some site now where it's like specifically for VTubers to do an Omegle kind of thing and just meet with other VTubers. And it's like, it sounds like a cool idea if you're using it for content production, but I can just imagine how much like horrible shit you could do to someone if they're like joining in a chat room and like, depending on one, what your model can do, or two, what else you can put on the screen. Yeah, you could really fuck with people. Me with Neopets when I was 9. Oh, dude, I loved Neopets. I had to visit the tree every single day. Not for too long, though. I think that only lasted for like a 3 months addiction for me. I just didn't have enough time to keep up with it, and I went back to Pokemon Red and Blue. They're useful for thrift shops that get a lot of second-handed items that need identification to sort them out and estimate how much they can sell the item. Cuts down the workload for the people involved. Oh, do you mean AI? Because, yeah, that's what I mean. AI can do all kinds of things. They've used AI to manage to translate some whale speech, some whale language, which is freaking fascinating. And they're thinking that AI is going to be able to translate what mushrooms are saying to each other. Because humans have not been able to survive, not able to do any of this yet. Sorry, yeah, this is my medical journal knowledge again. Let me Google this to make sure I'm not talking out my ass. AI used to translate whale language. Oh yeah, they also used it to translate an ancient text that hadn't been solved for like hundreds and hundreds of years. Oh yeah, so this is being done by MIT, by Batrusha Sharma, using artificial intelligence to visualize a sequence of calls between sperm whales, revealing a possible complex language. So they don't actually know that they're certainly never going to be able to bring out like a proper, like the whale saying, yo, fuck your mama. But they are possibly going to be able to, in the future, just have an AI program running that will let them see like whales saying, food here, or danger, no approach. It'll probably be things like that, like Homicipher style, where there's like no grammar, because I'd assume, I'm saying that, like that might be talking out my ass. For all we know, once we do like start to figure it out, maybe they do have like genuine complex conversations. I remember the thing I was reading about mushroom language. Mushroom language, they're pretty sure there's at least 50 words essentially, but they're transmitted by chemicals, by chemical signals. And so, yeah, they're trying to work that out because there's at least 50 ones that constantly get repeated, which sounds like they're just using words to like tell each other, like grow here, spread there, don't spread here. The same kind of way that like we know for a fact that when you cut grass, it releases the chemical that tells other grass, danger, bad things here, things are attacking us, do not come this way, spread out to a different direction. So yeah, mushrooms seemingly have a very unique intelligence of their own from the way that they do spread, from the way that they do grow. They're able to solve puzzles better than humans, if that makes sense. Because like, we don't know exactly how they do it yet, but when they put like mushroom molds into like labyrinths and have at the end of a labyrinth a nutrient solution that they'll want to get to, they always manage to find the fastest direction to get to it without having to think about it. It's just as immediately when they start growing, they know which direction they're going to get to the food through an entire labyrinth. So yeah, they've used mushrooms to find the best ways to build roads over complex landscapes as well. I forget which type of mushroom it was. It's some sort of like growth fungus where they would put it on a map, but they'd make like a 3D topical map and they'd make it like clear, like this is a mountain, so that we'll make this unpassable for the mushroom. This is like a water source. We don't want to build over that, so we'll make this impossible for the mushroom. And then they've just like put the mushroom, like the spores at the beginning of where they want to start the road, and then put the food solution at the end of the road where they want to get the mushroom to. And then they'll use the mushroom to like make the best path across the land and realize, okay, that's the fastest path. We'll build a road in this way. And sometimes it like will curl around like natural landscapes and around like mountains and water sources. And it will always find the fastest route. So it's helping them like build roads and shit like that. It's really cool. It's really fucking cool. But yeah, they are using AI because humans have not been able to figure out how to do it yet. But with like complex written out algorithms, they are able to now start realizing that mushrooms and whales are having conversations, which I really like because it makes me think that maybe in like another 20 to 30 years, we could get to the point where we actually have those like little devices you hang around like a dog's neck or a cat's neck and can translate what they're barking or meowing at into certain words. Like I remember those were like a big thing in the early 2000s where they were just a complete and utter scam. Where you'd like attach a thing to a dog's collar and it would be like, it'll tell you if he's happy, angry, sad, or needs to pee. And it didn't. It was just like if they barked really loud, it was like angry. And if it whimpered, it was like sad. But yeah, I'm hoping that, yeah, with these kinds of complex algorithms, we'll get to the point where we can have like dogs saying like, dog, dog, dog. Like knowing that, oh, there's a dog out the window. That's why my dog's barking. Or like, food, food, attention, attention, play, play, play. Like simple shit like that, I think would be really cool. Like the collar from Up. Yeah, 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 except they won't be that intelligent. I don't think any animal, maybe octopuses. I don't know. I'm very interested to see when we actually get to the level of figuring out what sperm whales are talking about, because undersea life, we have no fucking clue. We know like crows have, well, corvids in general have really good like intelligence levels for like building tools and figuring out puzzles and like, yeah, well, like I said with the mushrooms have like their own type of intelligence system, and octopuses do. Dolphins and like sharks and whales are supposed to be pretty smart. So yeah, once we see what sperm whales are saying, it'll be very interesting, and then maybe they'll be able to link that into figuring out other animals. Anyway, I'm going to start saying mushroom communication when I have limited speech due to situational mutism. That's a good way to put it. Honestly, I feel like a lot of people connect to like mushrooms and octopuses in that kind of way just because they have their own kind of intelligence that's almost alien to us. It's an intelligence that we might never be able to fully understand, but we can see that they do smart things. They figure out things. So I think that's why a lot of people do feel a bit of a connection to like, yeah, octopuses, mushrooms, ocean life in general. Crows, yeah, crows and ravens, corvids in general. Play, ball, ball. Exactly, that's what I want to hear. I want to be able to hear my next dog being like, play, ball, ball, human, ball, ball, human, ball, ball, now, human, ball. It won't even change much, because like once you've been with your animal for like a good amount of time, you figure out what their different like sounds mean anyway, but it'd just be a cute little fantasy thing to do. Be really cool if they managed to make one that actually works. Yeah, hopefully someday. Rather than just the scam ones that they have right now where it's just like, oh my god, the dog's barking loud. We think it's angry. It's like, congratulations. I'm glad I paid £45 to have this. I remember seeing those advertised, and when they advertised them back when they first came out, it was always like, do you want to understand your dog? Check it out. And it would always be like the dog barking and the thing being like, I am hungry, feed me. Meanwhile, when you actually bought the thing, it would just be like angry, sad, happy. It was like the three emotions. That was pretty much it. Mushrooms are fascinating regarding neurodivergent medical studies. I love talking about them with my doctors. Yeah, the different research that people are doing in different things is always fascinating. Also, I looked into all of like the metaphysics that I was talking about, or the theoretical physics. I was wrong. I mentioned this briefly in the stream yesterday with Ari. But yeah, a lot of the things I was talking about like observable particles that change their behavior when they get observed, and tachyons moving back in time. These are all theoretical, unfortunately. It was quantum physics, I think. Yeah, it was quantum physics. I was like saying this so proudly, like, yeah, scientists have figured out this. And then I went to Google it like a couple of days ago just to like back that up and be like, I want to be able to actually talk about them. What were the particles' names? And I looked them up and it was like, I think it was... Fuck, I've already forgot the name of the observable one. But the time traveling backwards one was tachyons. Apparently they haven't actually recorded those properly. They've only run it through theories. They've run it through like simulations and realized that if they program in things into a computer, tachyons would run backwards through time. And the observable one was also just a theoretical thing. They haven't actually managed to find that quite yet. But it does line up with some of the other things that make sense in quantum mechanics. So they think they exist, but they have not, in fact, managed to observe them or record them just yet. Unfortunately. Theoretically, yeah. It's theoretical stuff that they manage to, like, they have to use to work into the mathematics because it's the only way the mathematics will make sense for now. But they have not been able to prove or observe them just yet, which makes me sad. So for now, it's all just theoretical stuff. So a lot of what I was saying on the last Outer Wild stream is very much a... Fuchan talking out his ass again. So yeah, the game is using theoretical physics rather than things that we've actually observed in the universe just yet. It's a crazy theory though. It is. And it has like that is what goes into like a lot of the science fiction-y kind of stuff. Especially the, like we were talking about Interstellar and the whole idea of like time dilation. Well, time dilation is definite. I say that again. I better Google that after this as well. I think time dilation is, yeah. Time dilation has been a thing for like decades now. They've like linked into. So I hope they've managed to actually observe that. And it's not still just a theory. Anyway, I'll look into that later. But yeah, a lot of it is just like the theoretical stuff that they have to put into the mathematics because it's the only way that the mathematics works for some of the observable things in the universe. Elin, please no more than 3 emojis per thing. So I am going to time you out after this. Telling me mushrooms can help me learn more about myself and disability. Research, here I come. I hope you enjoy that. But yeah, please no more than 3 emojis per message. That is a channel rule. But yeah, no, mushrooms are fascinating. They have their own form of intelligence. And the biggest life form on the planet, I believe, is a mushroom. Let me Google this as well. Oh god, I look up so many interesting stories and find so many interesting things in both medical journals and in like news stories, and then I forget them within like another month and only remember the vague things. But I think that the biggest organism, it's definitely like some sort of plant life. It's not like a mammal. Biggest plant life. No, biggest life on Earth. I think it's a big mushroom colony. Biggest life form on Earth. The largest living organism on Earth is the Amarillaria solidipris. Honey fungus. It is a mushroom. It's a fungus. A network of this fungus. So this is the fun thing about mushrooms as well. When you see like a colony of mushrooms, where you just see mushrooms coming out of the ground, those aren't normally individual mushrooms. Those aren't individual organisms. Normally, like deep underground, they're connected by a bunch of like mycelium and other things, and it's all one giant organism all connected together, spreading out and just like having the mushrooms pop up to spread their spores further. But yeah, the largest living organism on Earth is the Amarillaria solidipris. So I'll drop this in chat in case you guys want to Google it. But yeah, it's the honey fungus. A network of this fungus in the Pacific Northwest spans 5.5 kilometers across, covering about 2,384 acres. It is estimated to be over 2,000 years old. And the pandoaspins may simply be dying of old age. So yeah, the forest that it's in, all the trees are dying out from old age. This fungus is as old as Jesus Christ and is spreading out to, yeah, 5.5 kilometers wide. It's freaking crazy. Damn. And so, yeah, as you can imagine, something that's that old and that spreads that much, and yeah, it's able to communicate, it's able to figure out things. That's so cool. Yeah, it's badass. I wonder what the oldest life form on Earth is. Oldest living thing on Earth. I wonder if it's the same. Bristlecone pines. Methuselah, a bristlecone pine, is thought to be the oldest living organism on Earth. The Inyo National Forest is home to many bristlecone pines. Okay, but which one? Oh, there's a bunch of different answers. I'm angry. Most of them are saying the bristlecone pine. Okay, how long is the bristlecone pine? How old is it? There is a cluster of them with plaques and their estimated years of birth. They're currently anywhere between 3,000 to 5,000 years old. Okay. So there are some trees out there that can be up to 5 millennia old. That's insane. What's this other thing? There's a list of like the 10 oldest living things. Ah, the longest living organisms. Oh, and then there's biological immortality, which is cheating. Revived into activity after stasis. That's kind of legit. You know what? I'm done. That's too much for my brain. Anyway, 5,000 years old tree, 2,000 year old fungus. Something, something, tell me the name of God. Something, something, you cannot kill me in a way that matters. Can you imagine the mushroom saying that? That'd be badass. Your motto is so handsome, Fu-chan. Thank you. I love it. Lamb Mama did a wonderful job, and the asset makers for these assets did a beautiful job of adding to it as well. Can only imagine how it's a network of communication involved. Yeah, mushrooms are fascinating. I learned a lot of it actually while reading that Dan Mei Little Mushroom. I first learned about like mycelium and stuff through that, and how they like communicate and spread out their spores and stuff. And then yeah, found like a lot of other stuff. I think mushroom is the most unique thing on Earth. Everything is. I find octopus is really fascinating, but also just like a lot of the biology. I like tardigrades. Tardigrades, they're also known as water bears. They're these little tiny microscopic organisms that do kind of look like little naked bears, but they have 6 legs and a big mouth. Big mouth rather than a head on the front. They can survive in space. They're one of the few things that we know can survive like riding along on asteroids. And yeah, they can survive in hot springs. They can survive in Antarctic ice. What they do is just basically when they're very close to die from like things that are too hot or too cold, or even like too much radioactive stuff, like that's how they can survive in space despite all the like cosmic rays and stuff. They basically everything like dies inside them except for like a tiny little nucleus which shrinks down and contains like all of their important DNA and stuff. They shrivel down, and so their body just becomes a husk, and they just keep all the important like DNA kind of stuff in one center. And so the husk just protects them while they're traveling, and then when it starts to get warmer from the cold, or colder from the too hot, or less radiation so that they can pop out again, then they start to just like absorb water from the environment. They basically rehydrate themselves and then come back to life. It's freaking crazy. Tardigrades are cool. Mushrooms are more closely related to animals than plants. That's a creepy thought. Especially since we eat mushrooms. How does that make vegetarians and vegans feel? I want to know. Mushrooms are a big part of the vegetarian and vegan. Come at me, vegans. Vegans? You know how intelligent mushrooms are now? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Huh? Huh? How does that make you feel? You ever play around with speculative biology stuff? It's always a fun thought experiment. I do. I like imagining different alien planets and like how the life would evolve there. Like, what if instead of evolving from mammals, we evolved from like, yeah, trees or fungus? Like, how would we have developed in different ways? How would the systems have worked? What if we could photosynthesize? What if we never came out of the water? Or what if we were like a water hybrid kind of civilization that was more like mer people, but without the fishtails, but had the gills and stuff? Also, they found out that dark oxygen is a thing. They found out that like, oh man, sorry, this is another nerdy thing that's really cool to me, because it means that even after humanity fucks ourselves into death, the world is still going to survive. They found out even down low at like deepest depths of the ocean where no light can get, so photosynthesis can't happen, there is still oxygen being created. Some of the plant life down there that is very, very tiny and unable to be touched by the cosmic rays or by global warming because it's so deep underwater, they're still producing oxygen. So even if all of humanity dies out, eventually the Earth will start to create its own atmosphere again, just based on everything that's so deep down in the ocean that we can't fuck it up. I've heard of this. Yeah. This has only been like known for like the last few months, and it's basically because if you don't know, environmental scientists have been like crying their eyes out and basically saying we're past the point of no return now, where there's going to be a cataclysmic effect because of a lot of the shit that we've done. And so yeah, this is kind of like the last grasping at straws things, where it's like, well, we're probably all going to die, but at least now we know for sure it's not irreversible. It may take a few thousand years, it may take a few million years, but the Earth will survive, and yeah, it'll just be like the dinosaurs falling all over again. Shimomi, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Speaking of mushroom, mushroom is this in Chinese. Sounds like mogu mogu. Oh, that's cute, because that sounds like how you say chewing noises in Japanese. Mogu mogu. Mogu mogu. Oh yeah, it is mogu.
蘑菇
Mogu. Mogu.
蘑菇
There is even a Chinese children's song called Oop. Oh, it's mushroom. God damn it.
蘑菇
That is cute. That is just a nice word to hear, honestly. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I didn't know the Chinese name for mushroom, although I should have. Because I should know little mushroom. Little mushroom must be Xiao Mogu then? Xiao Mogu, that doesn't feel right. I think it was something else for the little mushroom Chinese name. Let me look it up. I thought it was like Xiao Yu or something. Is it just Xiao Mogu? Oh. Little mushroom. It's just Xiao Mogu. For some reason I thought it was like Xiao Ye Le or something. It must be something else that's stuck in my head. Aw, my Don May websites don't exist anymore. They all got taken off when the official releases started happening. Little mushroom in Chinese. Yeah, Xiao Mogu. That's crazy. Man, that's so cute. I should have remembered that. Xiao Mogu. Thank you. I didn't know the Chinese name of that one, apparently. Weird. Honestly, the more I know about mushrooms, the more I'm glad of all my research in making a Fae species based on mushroom systems in one of my stories is paying off. Yeah, I love how connected mushrooms are to Fae as well. Because like a ring of mushrooms is supposed to be an entrance to the Fae world in a lot of mythology. I say a lot of mythology. I think that's mostly Gaelic mythology. It's Irish mythology, but it's definitely also Scottish and Welsh mythology. I don't know if it's spread to like all of the Gauls or like all the UK or elsewhere, but it's definitely in Scottish, Irish, and Welsh. And yeah, mushrooms have always been very connected with like magic as well and mysticism, especially because of like magic mushrooms and stuff like that, stuff that can play with your mind and make you see things. That makes sense why a lot of people see them as like things that open up your mind or open your third eye or help you see different things. Gotta watch out. Don't want to upset the fae. Yeah. Don't want your child to be replaced with a changeling or for you to be taken to the fairylands where you can never come back from. Mushrooms are also delicious. Yeah, they freaking are. I like mushrooms in just about anything. Like, even though it doesn't call for it, I always add mushrooms to shepherd's pie because they give like a nice little kick. They have some good flavors in soups and in stews. And man, for the first time, for one thing, I was just going to say portobello mushrooms make a really good substitute for a burger bun. Like if you just cut the bottom off of a portobello mushroom, you just have one of those on each side of a big slab of meat. Oh, 0 carb cheeseburger. So delicious, so healthy, so freaking good. The mushroom adds to the flavor. It's so good. Anyway, the other thing that I just tried for the first time the other day, I think they were called, I think it was beefsteak mushrooms or something. It tasted like meat. It tasted like a thick slab of steak, but it was like clearly mushroom shaped. It had like a little tiny growing bit, like a little tiny stem, and then like the actual mushroom bit looked more like seaweed. It spread out to like the sides, and it tasted like meat. It was so good. It was so delicious. And I was like, why have I never heard of these? Why did they ever bother to make like Beyond Burgers and shit when they could just like harvest these mushrooms? I wonder if they're just like super expensive or super hard to cultivate or something. But whatever they were. Are they beefsteak mushrooms? Let me check. Beefsteak mushrooms? I don't think... Oh, it might have been that one. Some of them look wrong, but some of them look right. Let me search mushroom that tastes like meat. Mushroom that tastes... Yeah, mushroom that tastes like steak. Apparently portobello tastes like that too. I've never really thought portobello tastes like steak. They are very greasy and oily. They can't... Oh, lion's mane. Was that it? That sounds right. Lion's mane mushroom? No, that wasn't it. That doesn't look right at all. That's a creepy looking one, but apparently that tastes like steak as well. Was it portobello? Wait, are portobello not the huge circular ones? Let me search portobello mushroom. Yeah, no, portobello are the big ones. What the fuck did I eat? It wasn't beefsteak. It wasn't portobello. It was something that had like a meaty name and then tasted like steak. Oh, I'm so confused. Mushrooms that taste like meat. Maybe I'll just... Yeah, that tastes like meat. I'll find images. I'll know what it looked like because it was a very unique look. Oh, it's... It's literally called beefsteak mushroom. Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah, some of them look very wrong. Some of them, yeah, they look exactly what I tried. Some of them look very circular and very red, but the one I had was like brown and with a good stem on it. So it is beefsteak mushroom. It's just, yeah, different ones look different ways. Yeah, honestly, it tasted like steak. And yeah, beefsteak mushroom, that makes perfect sense. Fuck. Dude, I said that? Yeah, no, you said that and I Googled that. I literally Googled that, but the first image, like Google beefsteak mushroom. The first image you get are like the ones on the trees that like are big red circles. I was like, nah, it didn't look like that. But then when I searched mushroom that looks like meat, I saw some beefsteak ones that actually, yeah, you can see the stem and you can see they're more like ripply and brown rather than red. Look, man, I did my best. It's been 4 hours. My brain is allowed to stop broiling. Lion's mane is amazing. It absorbs the sauce really well without wilting. It looks really interesting to me. It looks like one that you'd find in a deep cave that might be like phospholumescent. It's really beautiful looking. I would be a little bit weirded out trying to eat it. Like looking at it, it looks like something where I would be like, nah, that shit feels things. If I touch that thing, it would like retract away from me. Beefsteak tomatoes are also a thing. Do they taste like tomato? Do they taste like meat? Beefsteak tomato. Oh, it's just about the size. Does it taste? Oh no, they taste like tomatoes. Damn it. See, that's why definitely when I had those mushrooms, because they were in like one of my pre-prepared meal things, I was just like, oh, beefsteak mushrooms. I wonder what they taste like. And then realizing they tasted like beef was like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, I'd never heard of lion's mane before today. Apparently that tastes like meat as well. So enoki mushrooms wrapped in seaweed to make a fake scallop. Ooh, sounds good. Apparently mushrooms are like really popping off in the cultivation world as well recently, because so many people are getting into them, realizing they have good nutrients, they have good vitamins, and yeah, they're really like healthy for you. The only problem is if we then find out they're actually sentient and they're thinking about things while we cultivate and murder them. That'll be kind of rough. That will be kind of rough. But I mean, we already do it to animals, so. Maru, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for supporting the channel. Who's buying mushrooms after this Zatsu? I want to find more beefsteak mushrooms. The meal that I had, it was like, what was it? I think it was a lentil stew. It was like lentil stew. It was like a Mediterranean lentil stew with roast potatoes and beefsteak mushrooms. And yeah, the beefsteak mushrooms were the best part of it, which is freaking mind-blowing. So I need to find more of those. Have you tried jackfruit? I love jackfruit pulled pork. I have not. I've only heard horror stories. I hope jackfruit is the right one, because I think I've talked about this a few times and possibly been wrong in the past. But I have heard of like jackfruit being very stinky, but then also tasty. If that is the correct one. Look up metasmius hemicephalus. I cannot read that word, but I will look it up. I have mushrooms in hot pot. Yeah, I tend to put like just little, what are they called? Button mushrooms. I tend to put button mushrooms in a lot of things like stews and soups and stuff. Oh, they're so pretty. Oh, it's durian that's stinky. Jackfruit isn't smelly. Oh, okay. I need to try jackfruit at some point then. So what? Jackfruit tastes like meat? Jackfruit is really a love it or hate it thing. It smells really strong, but it's... Oh, okay. So it's not stinky, but it does have a strong smell. Okay. Durian is the one that everyone like agrees stinks, but can taste good, right? But yeah, this mushroom that somebody sent me is really pretty. It looks like a little umbrella that Princess Peach would ride. They also just found a brand new fungus that's super tiny, but super beautiful. 1 minute. I think it was the first one ever found, and they found it in a cave in Asia. Tiny blue mushroom. Just discovered. Discovering a newly tiny found mushroom. This is the one. Oh, what's your name, sir? I need to save you. Mycena subcyanocenaphala. Phala, even. Mycena subcyanocenaphala. There you go. Google that one. Look how pretty it is. It's so tiny. It's like so tiny. You have to find the image of it next to a human finger, because it's like, I don't know how to even describe it. It's like if you drew a dot on a piece of paper, it would be that size. Just literally a quick little pen dab onto the paper. It's so tiny, but it's got a proper mushroom shape. It's like white at the bottom, it's blue at the top, and it has a bunch of little yellow stalks coming off of it. They are definitely going to create either a VTuber or a Pokemon based off of that, because it's so adorable. It's like when people first started discovering axolotls. Well, not discovering them, but first started like getting axolotls into popular culture, and then suddenly everybody was making axolotl like plushies and stuffs. It's like a sky with stars. Yeah, it looks like the night sky. It's so gorgeous. Durian can stink to some people in my opinion, but the taste and texture is an acquired taste. That's the big thing. I wouldn't know how to prepare it either. Jackfruit cooked in coconut milk is chef's kiss. Does it make you small like in Mario? I don't think anybody's eaten it just yet, but I'd like to think that's something that somebody is going to do. I would like to think that one of the first things somebody does when they discover a new species is like, I gotta taste it. Like, it's got to be one of the first questions that comes into your mind, right? If it's like a surviving colony, if there's enough where you can like take 1 or 2 and just be like, let's cook it. Let's prepare it. Can we eat it? Is it delicious? Reminds me of the jellyfish from Sky. Yeah, it's got that kind of pretty look. Very night sky-ish. Jackfruit can be used as a dessert. In the Filipino cuisine, we use them in a dessert called tudon. Jackfruit plantains, brown sugar wrapped up and deep fried, like a dessert egg roll. I feel like Filipino cuisine has so many really beautiful desserts that look really gorgeous and contain like so many different ingredients in them at once. I'm going to look up Turon. What was the one? It's halo halo, isn't it? Which is basically like a ton of desserts. Oh my God. Ooh, Turon looks beautiful. Are those, wait, is that sesame seeds on top? This doesn't say sesame seeds. Some of these have sesame seeds on them. Some of them just have like a nice glaze. These are pretty. Halo halo. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Halo halo. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that looks like the food from Hook, Neverland, that the never... what are those kids called? Kids who never grow up. Anyway, it looks like the food in Hook. Halo halo, Tagalog for mixed, is a popular cold dessert in Philippines made up of crushed ice, evaporated milk or coconut milk, various ingredients including ube jam, sweetened kidney beans, coconut strips, sago, gulaman, pinipig, boiled taro, and soft yams in cubes. Flan, slices or portions of fruit preserves, and other root crop preserves. It's just every dessert. It's just every good-looking dessert thrown into a bowl and served together so you can mix them at your own mix. It sounds crazy. I have never tried it, but I will do my best. It's a parfait? Yeah, it looks like a parfait. It's like ice cream mixed with a bunch of other things. That's not where Millie gets her name from, is it? No, I doubt it. Turon and halo halo are so good. By Buko Pandan and Sapin Sapin. Eh? Buko Pandan. Oh, that's so pretty. My one says it's called Samalamig. Samalamig, also known as Palamig, is a collective term of various Filipino sweet chilled beverages that include jelly-like ingredients. Oh my God, it's so pretty. It's so green. Okay, there's lots of different colors. I like the green one. Buko Pandan Salad. Filipino cold dessert made of jelly cubes, young coconut, and sweetened cream. Infused with pandan or screw pine flavor. That looks so fucking good. Sapin sapin. A lot of Filipino food to me just doesn't look real. It looks like fantasy food. It looks like, yeah, like I was talking about, like the food in Hook in Neverland. Or just like, yeah, like fantasy anime. They'll be like, check out this. And it's just a bunch of colorful, sweet dishes. Again, sapin sapin. What the hell? Really vibrant purple with like little nuts on top of it. Some of them have like multiple layers with like yellow, pink, and green layers underneath. It doesn't look real. It's so pretty. Sapin sapin is layered glutinous rice and coconut dessert. It is made from rice flour, coconut milk, sugar, water, flavoring, and food coloring. Ah, so this one actually does rely on food coloring. I thought it might be ube or like purple yam again. Interesting. They're very good Filipino delicacies. Yeah, I hope wherever I move in the future, there'll be like a Filipino place. I'm also not sure if I'm going to be able to move anytime soon, unfortunately, anymore. My finances took a big hit recently because of some things. So I might not be able to move until like mid-2025 because I'm probably going to have to sell this place before I can find a new place. So yeah, unfortunately, that's going to delay some of the other plans I had for a bit. But it is what it is. And it will be sorted out. It's just probably going to take a while longer. The moment when Fuchan said kids who never grow up, it only reminded me of Conan and his friends. Did Conan have people that never grew up? I don't remember that. I remember just Conan being the big buff man and the masters of the universe. Wait, that's He-Man. Wait, which one's Conan? Oh, Conan the Barbarian? Oh, I don't remember Conan the Barbarian well enough. That was the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger. That was that movie. Dude, I think I have... Oh, Detective Conan. That's a completely different thing. Okay, that blew my mind. Whenever anybody says Conan, Detective Conan is not the first thing I think of. I think of Conan the Barbarian. I think that's both an age thing and like a location thing, like a nationality thing. That's just like a cultural like disconnect of like Conan. Ah, the Barbarian. And then I just realized in my mind, I think I've been linking Conan the Barbarian and He-Man. for like ever as well. Case closed in the States. Yeah, I mean that's been going on forever in Japan as well. In fact, baby girl Mane-san loved that. Baby girl Mane-san had like one of the things that they were most freaked out about was them getting to see the new Detective Conan movie like the first day it aired in cinemas a few months ago. Baby girl Mane-san has seen every episode of Detective Conan and owns all of the manga somehow. It's shocking. I like that tweet that's like, imagine being the first people to discover you can eat mushrooms. Like, this one tastes like beef. This one killed Brian immediately. This one makes you see God for a week. Yeah. The Darwin Award, baby. There were so many people back in the days who must have had some crazy experiences just being like, never eat that one again. It makes your stomach explode. Do eat this one again. It tastes delicious. This one tastes delicious, but for some reason it also makes me violently throw up. So maybe have it like once in a while. It's a good thing we live in the times we live in. But at the same time, yeah, I'm not going to lie. I see that tiny blue mushroom. I'm like, it's probably poison. At the same time, bring me like 1,000 of them because you need 1,000 of them to get like a single bite. I'll try it. I'll give it a go. I'll let you know if it's poisonous. I'll let you know if it lets me see God. Thanks for your sacrifice, Brian. Yeah, thanks to him, we know not to touch that one anymore. Some just kill you immediately. Yeah, they do. I mean, some things make it very clear they're going to kill you. Imagine being the first person who found a pineapple and said, I bet I can find some way to eat that. And then imagine, yeah, also being at the point where you realized if you eat like a whole pineapple, it starts to digest your mouth. And still being like, it's not like it kills you. Let's keep eating it. Sure, we have to cut it down from a huge tree and then slice off all the skin and make sure not to eat the center because the center will make you a bit sick and be undigestible too. But other than that, we do what we have to, man. We do what we have to survive. We have this joke about manioca here because it needs to be cooked for days. I wonder how many people died to find that out. I'm always interested in that about like some of the fermented things as well. Because I get for some of them, it's just like, oh, they would like ferment things because they would bury it in the sand like during the winter. No, during like collect things in the summer, bury it as summer was coming to an end so they could like pull it out during the winter. And so they got used to fermented dishes and realized like some of them were even better fermented. But then when there are like certain things like the eggs that you have to ferment for 7 years or like, yeah, the fish that you ferment for like 12 years, shit like that is like, so did people just like forget about those and then realize like several years later, like, oh, I should probably check on that. And then try to eat it anyway, being like, oh, what's it going to do? Kill me? Hairy tofu? What does hairy tofu do? Hairy tofu. Hairy tofu is a type of fermented tofu originating from China where the tofu develops a fuzzy white mold layer during fermentation. Oh, let me see the images. It actually looks not bad. It looks like shredded coconut, but I don't like eating mold. Like, that just makes me feel kind of sick. There are a lot of things like I would try it. But at the same time, yeah, the idea, just knowing that it's mold, both from like hairy tofu like that, but also then from things like, yeah, blue cheese. I was going to say all kinds of different cheese which get moldy specifically to add to their flavor profile. I'm just like, I've seen too many things turn moldy and smelt too many things that have turned moldy where I'm just like, I never want to be around that. So you will taste the hair. I would give it a go. That's the thing. I tried blue cheese. Blue cheese isn't terrible. It's just also not something that I seek out. It's like a very sharp taste. But yeah, for like, the tofu do look kind of rancid. Knowing what it is. That's the thing. If you just told me, oh, it's tofu, but then we shredded some coconut and put it on top, I'd be like, oh, sick. Try a bite and maybe be like, oh, that was delicious. And then you tell me it's mold and I'm like, why would you do that to me? Like, I would have tried it anyway. I would have liked to know. Not gonna lie, I do love blue cheese, but hairy mold is a bit much for me. Yeah, I think just knowing it's mold makes it a bit more painful. That blue alone, not my thing, but with full salads, banging. Blue cheese can make some amazing sauces as well and be paired with some other things that are really good. Blue cheese with certain fruits together. Oh, that's banging as well. Maggot cheese, not mold, but worms. Yeah, we've talked about that on the channel as well. I don't think I'd be comfortable with that one either. It's a bit much. It's a bit much. Oh yeah, shit. We're supposed to do Streamlabs today and from like other days as well. Also, I missed, it looks like 2 super chats. Shiki MSHTS, thank you for donating the food funds. Distinctly remember buying Mega Man X for $80 US. Mega Man X? That was, oh god, that's a really old game as well. Mega Man X release date. 94. Oh my god, why was that what was wrong with America and video games? Was that because of the whole like video games make you violent thing? Did they just like make them that's so strange. They were definitely not that expensive in the UK. I don't think I would have been a gamer kid if things were that expensive. That's crazy. Frick, what was I gonna, oh yeah, more super chats. But thank you for donating the food fund, Shiki MSHTS. I'm sorry it costed that much for you. That's rough. Cloudines, thank you for donating the food funds. After the downfall of mankind, there will begin a new era. The era of sheep. Sheep will rule the world. Mark my words. I do like the idea of like in a couple thousand years, maybe in a couple 100,000 years, people finding like the remains of humans and just being like, oh, these creatures were so weird. And hopefully, yeah, if it's like livestock animals that have like evolved at that point to be like fully conscious, just like sheep and cows and pigs walking around looking at human bones and being like, look at how funny looking they were. Why did these fuckers dominate the world so much? And what happened to them? Why did they suddenly disappear 260,000 years ago? I think that'd be really cool. Anyway, Streamlabs. Imagine humanoid sheep. I don't think they have to become humanoid. I think if we all die off, like the world will just like deal with itself for long enough. Like, I don't think they have to become humanoid. Like, I kind of like the idea of whatever takes over the earth after us being something vastly different. I could totally see something like ocean life becoming intelligent enough that they start to take over the oceans and keep us out of the ocean. Octopuses are already on the way. Whales as well. There's been multiple stories recently of whales just getting pissed off at humans, ganging up in like big groups and smashing apart boats. So yeah, there are some whales that are just so pissed off now. They see boats and they're like, get these things out of our water. Certain birds too. Yeah, certain birds are really intelligent as well. Be interesting when they start like an uprising when there's enough of them intelligent enough to realize we kind of suck. Jules, it's been a while since I've been able to really sit down and listen to you yap. Recently came back home from studying abroad. Fupape was very popular amongst my classmates. You. Thank you so much, Jules. I'm glad you got to bring Fupape along, and I'm glad that the classmates liked them. Well, welcome back from studying abroad. I hope you're having a lovely time now that you're back home, and I hope you get to enjoy more of the streams soon. Thank you for being here. Please rest well, and thank you so much for being part of the sheep pile. Oh. Taiwan, there's a type of tofu called chor tofu, which is fermented in brine. It smells bad, but tastes amazing, just like a shepherd. Hey. How dare you? Also, I will admit, I had to eat the stinky tofu potato chips. The stinky tofu lays, they were delicious. So if actual stinky tofu tastes anything like that, it did smell kind of bad, but they tasted really good. Wait, are you saying the shepherd tastes good? When did you taste the when did you bite shepherd? I remember that being a thing. He would grow back though. You know what? I think I can officially share that part of his lore because I think a lot of people figured it out anyway from the fact that there was a timeline introduced where he disappeared for 12 years. Yeah, Shepard can't die. But yeah, that was going to come up in the he does age, but he can't die. He was going to come up in the Alan Bink voice drama since we're not able to write the story anymore, where Alan Bink was going to be removing parts of him to eat him. Honestly, probably the reason that we weren't able to do that. But yeah, there was a scene where Alan Bink like disappears from the recording studio for a bit and you just hear him having a conversation with Shepard and he says something along the line. Shepard is like, when are you going to stop doing this to me? And he just responds something like, oh, I'll just keep cutting it off as long as you keep growing it back, Shepard. And then like, yeah, coming back with meat that he then turns into shepherd's pie. Now I see why it was rejected. Yeah. It's like, it was a scene that a lot of people would have liked. And yeah, a lot of people would have been real creeped out about. But yeah, there's some of the shepherd lore for you. Shepherd cannot die. He, like, if you slice things up, they grow back. But he was born with like the metal arms and legs and stuff. Everybody just thinks they're like dragon parts. Anyway. Yeah, that's probably why. I didn't want to like sacrifice that bit because the main point of like doing the Alan Bink cooking stream for me was like sharing like bits of lore and sharing like the interactions between Alan Bink and Ian Blanc and stuff. And I wanted like, it's a cannibal RP. Like you gotta have some human torture. Okay, I'll do the Streamlabs from today, and then I'll move into the Streamlabs from our last Zatsudan, our member Zatsudan. Shepherd buffet, all you can eat. Yeah, I mean, I kind of teased that general idea when it came to like the Comfydants in the Shepherd's world being able to do the same thing. The fact that, yeah, you can like cut off pieces of them and they just grow back. It's like a spirit thing in their world. December 16th. That's today. Thank you for donating the food funds, anonymous person. I will continue doing me. Equi, thank you for donating the food funds. Hello, Fuchan. Do you know that Dredge got a lot of DLCs? Would you like to play it again someday? Or did you hear about PVKK? Planet Vertide. I only heard good things about it, and you're looking good today. The sweater is pretty. Ah, thank you so much. Let me see this. Is that why we're immortal as well? Yeah, you guys just keep growing back. I've never heard of this PVKK thing. Operate your planetary defense cannon to fend off an interplanetary invasion from the comfort of your cozy bunker. You're here to stay, so obey your superiors. Press the right buttons and sip your daily tea ration. It's good for you. This one apparently hasn't been released yet, and it doesn't have a planned release date. But I will add it to my wish list because it sounds interesting. It sounds like, yeah, a cannon pilot for an autocratic regime confined to a defense planet. So it sounds like you're supposed to do whatever they say, even though there's some evil shit going on. That does sound fascinating. So it's added to my wish list. I don't know when it'll actually come out, but thank you for letting me know. I've not heard of that one before, Equi. And I don't plan on doing any of the DLCs for Dredge. Dredge was a nice time, but I don't really particularly want to return to it anytime soon. Wait, no, yes. So it means we can keep Shepherd parts at some point? I mean, I guess. Sort of like Papers, Please. Yeah, that game does sound like Papers, Please. It sounds like, yeah, there's going to be parts of it that are like, should I be doing this? Are we the bad guys? Should I obey orders? That's what it sounds like. But yeah, the whole idea of like taking bits of Shepherd. He'd be an organ donor's dream. You could like take out an eye and he'd grow it back in a few days. You could like take out a kidney and he'd grow it back in a few days. You took the metal arm, would it grow back? Yeah. If you take out the metal arm, it grows back eventually as well in the same way. It doesn't grow back human, it grows in the exact same way. Shepherd's pie? That was the joke that was going to be made. It was going to be like, we're making shepherd's pie. And then he was going to like leave the room. And it was actually, the ongoing joke was going to be that Ian Blanc forgot to close the door. And that's why you hear the conversation between him and Shepherd. But yeah, it was going to be like, we're making shepherd's pie today. And then, yeah, you'd realize, oh, it's pie made out of shepherd. Mirin, thank you for donating the food funds. Good day, Fuchan. I've been vodgang for the past few streams, but I'm happy to see you back. Writing my next letter, and I hope I can send it before the new year. Ah, thank you so much. I hope I get it soon. I haven't actually gotten any of the fan mail in a while. I'm wondering, because some of it might have been in that package that got caught in customs. Because I saw that Ukiki and a couple of other people got their things. So yeah, it could be that, yeah, some of it's just in customs right now and will hopefully get here sometime in 2025. But thank you for donating the food funds. I'm glad that you're back. Sorry you've had to be vodgang for a few of them, but I hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you so much for being here. Please rest well and take it easy. Not shepherd's pie, but shepherd in a pie. Exactly. Shepherd can regenerate anyway. Yeah. Equi, now hear me out. Just a based Dommy Mommy. Guild Wars 2 Pytha. I never was invested in any Guild Wars character before her. Not gonna lie, sometimes I wish I could kick Braham and tie me out of the party. See, this is funny. Because I do not remember... Oh, yeah, see, I do not remember Pytha, but she is gorgeous. And I do not remember her at all. But she does look like a fun character. She's got an amazing design. I do, however, remember Timey. Timey was an annoying little shit. I remember the name Braham. Let me Google Braham. Braham Guild Wars 2. Oh, yeah. He was the son of the original champion. I didn't like Graham too much, but he didn't annoy me too much. Who was Timey? Why do I remember that name so much and hate them? Oh, yeah, she was the tiny little gremlin. Yeah, she annoyed me too. I also didn't like the plant guy. The plant guy who got the Kalidbolg sword, who always did the, like, this won't end well. Like, he always graded me the wrong way because he was so whiny about everything. Kat Kitoshi, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I enjoy these Zatsu so much. I laugh a lot and learn a lot. It makes work pass right on by. Thank you for the stream, and it's lovely as always. Ah, thank you, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I hope you're having a lovely day, and please rest well. I think I will answer this anonymous donation, just because that did kind of rub me the wrong way. So what I will say is, to the person who is saying, like, please respect your position as a Nijisanji member, I respect my member as a Nijisanji member. And what I do outside of the world of Nijisanji is completely up to me and is my own business. That is nobody else's business. So that is all I will say about that. That is all I can say about that. Because that was a really aggressive message, and I do not appreciate that. So yeah, just, I doubt you're actually a confidant. If you are, what I do in my alone time is up to me. That should not be a line that anybody should be crossing in their own line. With that said, we're going to move back to the donations from the other days. Okay, Hani, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. There was no message there, but I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you have a lovely day, and thank you so much for being part of the Confidant sheep pile. Ray Ray, oh my god, there's so many Ray Ray ones in a row, 4 in a row. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Oh, please don't read. Okay. Oh, that's really sweet. Aw. I'm really glad to hear that, Ray Ray. That was just a really sweet message, sharing some personal details about their own life, and I'm glad to hear that there are a lot of things that have helped you on your own side, so thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I hope you have a lovely day. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and being a lovely person. Oh, and guys, do not worry about it. It's just, that is a message that, like, I feel like should be said to the greater public. It's just like, when I'm here, I'm here. I'm a Nijisanji member. When I'm elsewhere, don't try to police me on what I'm doing elsewhere. I know what I'm doing elsewhere, and that's up to me. But that is all I will say about that. But yeah, it's like, it was just a very aggressive way of saying it that time, and I've gotten messages like that in the past before, and it's just like, this is my job, and I respect the shit out of my job. I am honored to be here, and I'm honored to be part of the sheep pile and everything, but yeah, outside of that, that's crossing a boundary. If you search that out, that's on you. Toby TBC, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. I'm so sorry for Doggo, sir, but at the same time, I'm thankful for how you're making it through, and you're proud of yourself now. Thanks for sharing what you think about, sir. Those definitely helped some of us too. During your break, I talked to my younger sister. She worked as a vet before. She shared the experience about watching some dogs have to be put down. Yeah, I don't think I could have ever worked as a vet. It sounds like such an emotionally stressful job. And you actually have to know, like, a lot more about biology than some doctors, because doctors only really have to learn about humans. Vets have to learn about, like, all kinds of different animals to become a qualified vet. She said she saw the facial expressions of every dog as simple, only trust and happiness in their eyes, simply about the owner to be with them. She said dogs never suspect about the owner trying to harm them, but only worry if themselves did something that made the owner unhappy. But I believe Doggo is the happiest in the world. I believe every sense in his memories are only happiness with no worries, as he so loved to have you as his owner. Bye, you sir. Thank you for being Fulgur Ovid and sharing time with us in our life. Aw, thank you, Toby TBC. That's a really sweet message. And yeah, when Dog had to go to sleep, yeah, they were very gentle about it. They were just wagging their tail and having a good time. Yeah, it just looked like they fell asleep, essentially. And the vets were always very good about it. There had to be 3 of them because they had to, like, all help together to carry him out. And yeah, it was a very gentle end, so it was a very sweet and respectful moment. So thank you for that. Camille, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. It says no need to read, so I'll read it through in my head first and see how it feels. Oh no, that's fine. Thank you for trusting us and sharing so much of yourself with us. Personally, I've been going through a really rough year, but I've been gradually taking better care of myself, and it echoes with the things you said. Thank you for your words. Yeah, I think a lot of the time we don't realize just how much pressure we're putting on ourselves or how much damage we're actually doing to ourselves when we're trying too hard to focus on work or trying too hard to just like in general not focus on our emotions. The emotions start to build up after a while if you don't actually embrace them and deal with them and work your way through them. So yeah, when you're too busy focusing on other parts of life, which makes total sense because sometimes we do just have to focus on work. Sometimes we do just have to focus on survival. Sometimes we do just like, have to take ourselves out of our own heads and focus on what's in front of us and try to get through a grind. But sometimes we push it down for so long that it starts to break us. The anxiety starts to build up. You just realize all of a sudden that you still haven't dealt with things that have been still in your mind for years. And you didn't realize how much those were holding you back from embracing other parts of in life and enjoying other things because you were so focused on certain things. So I do hope it is getting better. Thank you so much for the sweet message, and I'm glad to hear that my words were able to help and my journey was able to help anyway. Thank you. Looks like everyone is okay despite the current circumstances. Please take care of yourself, Wu-chan and chat. You guys are wonderful people to chat and be around. Thank you, Erlin. I hope you're having a lovely day too. Sometimes we don't realize it's breaking us until it's too late. Yeah. That's one of my favorite phrases is like, take a break before it... Make sure you take a break before you get broken kind of thing. There's definitely a better way to say that. There used to be a smarter way that I said that. You either need to take breaks or you either need to take breaks from work or the work is going to break you, I think is the phrase that I heard before that sounds good. Anyway, that kind of thing. Yeah. Eventually, you're going to break down. Your body's going to break down and then you're going to be forced to take a break sometimes in a much worse time period than you would have wanted it to be. So... take breaks when you can to process things emotionally as well as just like dealing with physical ailments where you've just been working too hard. Welcome back to the membership, Potato. I hope you're having a lovely day. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. See, that one would be okay, except that one gets choosed too much in like fights nowadays. Nowadays, when it goes to like check yourself before you wreck yourself, it's normally like some aggressive dude saying it to some other dude where it's like, hey, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself. Rather than like, hey, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Like, calm down. Think about it. Is this a good action that you're taking right now? Like, that, honestly, if you could check yourself before you wreck yourself in the same kind of way as like take a break before you get broken. But it's taken as such an aggressive thing nowadays. Kind of just behind recently. And even though many things have happened, I think this year was kind of a pause, but not at the same time. Yeah, that's what I feel like. I feel like I didn't progress for most of this year. For most of this year, I feel like I think I've just been stagnating and I've just been like getting by kind of thing, which is funny because we literally started this year with our whole Noctix mantra being like, I gotta live, not just survive. But yeah, I feel like 2024 was just a really rough one for a lot of people. For me, that one like really, I'm glad. I'm in a headspace kind of right now where I'm like looking forward to things in the future and working on a bunch of things and like progressing both like on a personal level and on like a Nijisanji level. And I'm glad that I'm able to do both. So yeah, I'm finding a good work-life balance and I'm enjoying things across the board. So I'm hoping 2025 will be a year where I really feel more confident to do all the things that I want to do and be myself. Trying to break free? Hell yeah. So yeah, it's taken a while, but I think the mantra of that song is finally getting through to me. Alicia the Heart, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Hi, Fu-chan. I hope you're doing well and feeling better. It always feels a little bit more like Christmas when I see you in your sweater. Yeah, I'm wearing this one today, but I've also got my really comfy winter sweater with like the holding a cup of coffee or hot chocolate as well. That I'm looking forward to using as well. We're going to be using like a lot of the more cozy assets on the Just Chatting streams for the next few weeks. And probably after, because like this is a Christmas sweater, but the other one is just basically a comfy winter jumper. This one doesn't quite fit Archivist, as you can see. I've had to make it oversized, and even then, while leaning, the shoulders poke out a little bit, but I still think it looks beautiful. I still think it looks wonderful, even if wiggling around makes it a bit interesting. I'm so happy you're here with us. Bye, you cyborg with the heart of gold. Thank you. And I'll do my best to keep being here with you guys and enjoying every day. And hopefully making everybody else's day a little bit better, because yeah, as I always say, these streams are always my happy place. These streams are always like the best part of my day when I get to do them. Unless I hit like a stressful part in a video game with a bunch of puzzles, then I maybe rage a little bit. But other than that, yeah, it's always very much like I finish the streams and then I immediately jump on the Twitter and see like what Comfydants are saying on Twitter and go through art and stuff. And then for the rest of the day, I just kind of relax and vibe because, yeah, that's the happy part of my day done. This year felt like a never-ending soon. Like, this is going to happen soon. Yeah. And I think, yeah, midway through and then towards the end, there were just a lot of things that all happened at the same time where it was very much a case of like, oh, a lot of things that I was hoping for didn't happen. And so, yeah, that was quite depressing. But that did just kind of put me into the right headspace to be kind of like, that happens. Life happens. It isn't everything. And we can work on other things. So, yeah. See how many hours we were watching you when YouTube Rap dropped? I did not. I was away. I was away from social media at that point. So I did see people posting other ones when I came back. But yeah, no, I didn't actually see many Comfydants ones. Kirara, please do read my channel rules. I hope you have a lovely day. But in the future, please don't tell me when you're leaving. Just feel free to not leave a comment and head out whenever you want to head out. Hope you have a lovely day. Slide puzzles. Slide puzzles are the worst. I am very geometrically challenged. Not just slide puzzles, but also like any kind of puzzle that involves like 3D objects. I mean, slide puzzles are 2D objects, but 3D objects as well, like how they fit together, how they rotate. My mind can't do that. My mind really cannot do that. I don't know why. I think I'm smart in some ways. I know I am very dumb in mathematical ways. You were my number one, and for some reasons, Walking Dead was the top game. Oh, that's interesting. I miss Walking Dead. Ugh, wish we could have gotten that back. Still take walks even without dog? Yeah, I do. I've not been able to take as many walks recently because, yeah, it is covered in snow where I am right now, and it's dangerous on some days. I'm hoping it melts out within the next 2 days because it's supposed to be a bit warm here, but yeah. I take the walks. I was talking about, like, on my membership Zatsu, the fact that, like, the first couple of days after, like, everywhere I go, and I even got one, I think it was 2 days ago. It's just like people who see me walking alone are just always constantly coming up to me and being like, oh, hey, where's your dog? Your massive, beautiful dog. What's up with him? And I have to like explain to people time and time again. He had to be put down and he's gone. I got one like 2 days ago who I hadn't run into a while because I was walking at like a different time than usual. I was walking at like normal streaming time because I was a bit late to wake up. And yeah, it was just a really nice interaction again because it was just a nice woman who walks her dog and we don't run into each other often, but she was just like, oh, where's your big dog? And I told her and she's like, oh, that's so sad. I know big dogs like have a lot of problems like that. And she was just like, well, thank you for letting me know and I'll cherish my one and give him a treat for dogs honor too. And I was like, oh, thank you. I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, not like that one woman. Kushami, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Who said you couldn't become a vet? Wait, did I talk about the woman who said something really bitchy? I'm not sure if I talked about that on stream. Let me know if I didn't talk about the one woman that I almost said something really horrible to. Who said you can't become a vet? Your presence cured my sheep's impotence. God damn it. What I mean is, in a way, you've healed our lives. We bar you. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, Kushami. Oh, I didn't talk about that one. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to translate this from Kushami to find out what this says. I did not know I could cure impotence. That's a new one for me. Doop. Baldo.
巴鲁豆听的巴鲁豆
Baludo. I don't get what that means. It doesn't translate it into English. Google Translate doesn't understand it. I guess that's a compliment. I'll take it as a compliment. Come to think of it, am I imagining this, or during one of the confession streams, wasn't there somebody who said... There was one liver who I'm pretty sure got a confession from somebody that basically said, like, they had, like, a partner, and they thought they just weren't into the partner. And then they ended up having to break up with the partner because they found out that they were in love with the streamer more than the actual person that they were partners with. But they started imagining the streamer while they were together physically with their partner, and then realized that it wasn't just that they were, like, not feeling anything, but they just weren't feeling anything for their partner, and so they had to break up. That was Vanta's. Thank you. I wasn't sure whether it was Vanta or one of the other Crisis boys. I was pretty sure it was one of the Crisis. Yeah, there was a confession that was basically like, yeah, I had to break up with my partner because I just realized that you do it for me way more than my partner, kind of thing. Oh my god. I also saw, I won't bring that up, that's like a political thing. There was like something recently where somebody broke up with their partner because they were in love with somebody who's gotten a bit famous recently for something kind of dark. It was just very funny to read. Okay, the one about the woman that I almost said something very horrible to. I don't think she meant this in a rude way. It's just like rude to anybody who actually understands the relationship between a human and their dog, which is their best friend and part of their family for several years of their life. Essentially, there was this woman who I only ran into like, I think it was like 5 days after dog had passed away. And it was just a woman who was just outside her house and said to me, "Oh, where's your dog?" And I was just like, oh, he had to be put down. And she was like, "Oh, sorry to hear that. When are you going to get a new one? You're kind of looking lonely without one." And I was just like, my first reaction was knowing the fact that this was also a widow. I was so fucking close to just responding, "Oh, I don't know. It's a bit early. When are you going to get a new husband? I know yours has been gone for a while." And I was like, no, that's a different kind of thing. That is a different line. You do not cross that line. But at the same time, I was like, oh, you don't say that, dude. But yeah, that was just like in my mind. Like, I just like balled up my fists and kept walking on. I was just like, yeah, I'm not ready yet. Thanks, though. Just kept walking on. But yeah, I came so close to being like, "Oh, when are you getting a new husband? Like, you've been looking kind of lonely yourself." Oh, the petty reaction. Yeah, the petty reaction that would have definitely been over. That's a different level. That's definitely a different level. But I came so close. I think Kushami is saying something like, translate this. That was so unnecessary of her. Yeah, I think she probably just meant it in a nice way. She's probably just not a dog person, I'd imagine. Bato road fighter dolo baturu.
巴豆路霸豆路拔都鲁
No! No, you did not just padoru pa- Oh my god. Okay, Kushami. Shimomi, thank you for explaining that to me. Unfortunately, Kushami's message is, I didn't even realize it. Oh. Well played. It was onomatopoeia, padoru. I didn't catch it the first time. The translation didn't make enough sense for me. Okay. They win, you lose. Yeah. Aha! I just realized I typed it wrong. And now that you've typed that, puts user in timeout for 5 minutes. Get fucked. Thank you for donating the food funds. I hope you're having a lovely day. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you for explaining that, Shimomi. I was kind of confused. Oh my god. Okay. Lauren, thank you for donating the food funds. Oh, thank you. You don't have to read, up to you, but I thought I'd share. You can check out the Healthy Gamer GG channel if you haven't. Dr. K has helped me be able to get perspective and change my thinking. It's been great. So is this like a cinema therapy, but for video games? I mean, I'm going to look this up, but that sounds really cool. I was literally talking on the membership stream about like how much cinema therapy was helping me and how much I wish there was like a gameplay version. Oh, Healthy Gamer GG. Oh, I've seen this. This guy is definitely... I've seen him appear on like Lily Pichu's channel a few times. Alok M. Onija, also known as Dr. K, is an American psychiatrist and co-founder of the mental health coaching company Healthy Gamer. Oh. Not shushu. Content, coaching, and community from Dr. K's brain into yours. Why happiness feels impossible. How ADHD is different from women. How to stop being clingy. Exploring the subconscious mind. This sounds fascinating, actually. I'm interested to see how it connects to video gaming. I currently don't see any actual video game topics, but maybe they focus on the mental health and then lead it into comic. Or maybe it's just because he's a gamer as well. Anyway, I'm going to bookmark that. Thank you for letting me know. That sounds fascinating. And yeah, I have seen this guy show up on some other streamers' channels. I just didn't know what they actually did. His cooking content, well, coaching content are so helpful. There's also this other therapist that plays games on YouTube. That sounds interesting. Yeah, I just didn't know any. This guy's about to get a lot of traffic his way because of all the need for some healthy habits. Yeah, I think anything that promotes like actual healthy dealing of emotions is going to get much, much bigger in the future. Because obviously that's a thing that most people pay for when it comes to therapy. But so many people could use it that, you know, don't have time to deal with that or don't have the money to deal with that as well. He's a psychiatrist. This guy, okay, interesting. Love the petty reaction. Yeah, I mean, I had a really good response for her, but I was able to hold it back. It's fine. But thank you for letting me know, Lauren. I hope you're having a wonderful day, and thank you again for donating the food funds. Hezu Xiaoshang, Aini. I've always been very proud that you are my Oshi, and always been very proud I'm a confidant. Ah, thank you so much, Hezu Xiaoshang. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here. Please rest well and take it easy. Yu Ling. No need to speak about it. Okay, I will read it and see. Aw, thank you so much. I'm going to read this one. It doesn't have any personal details. It's just a sweet message, so. Losing someone so dear is always incredibly painful, but all those happy, warm memories will stay with you always, giving you strength. And thank you for being here, Fu-chan. Your words always speak to my heart. Bye, you, and I love Doggo. Ah, thank you so much, Yuling. That's very sweet. I really love that message because, yeah, it connects to what we were talking about on the membership stream about the things I said about, like, Andrew Garfield during his interviews about the loss of his mother. The fact that, yeah, he treasures those memories even though they make him so sad, because being sad is proof of how much they loved them and how much that affected him. And other people being sad about it as well is just more proof of how much she affected other people. So yeah, even though it sometimes hurts to think about Dog still occasionally, yeah, it's nice to know that there are so many people that Dog affected and that so many people cared and loved them so much. So that is a nice feeling. It shows how much they were part of your life and how much they've probably changed you as a person, affected your life, and given you great memories. But thank you for that. That's very sweet. Not a therapist, but there's a guy who does body language analysis of characters and scenes. Not sure if it's just TV and movies or video games as well. Well, that sounds cool. I know there's like a criminal profiler that does that kind of stuff, which is always interesting. You're a bigger person than me, sir. I'd just tell her not yet and explain why it's not something you say to someone who lost their pets. Yeah, I mean, she probably just doesn't have anyone in her life that like cared about an animal that much. So, you know, it's just a different type of person. There's no point that I need to explain that to her because that's probably the only interaction we'll ever have. I don't remember ever talking to her before that. So I think she was just curious about me suddenly not walking around with the dog again. Oh my God. Just realized my chat box broke for a while. Now I fixed it. So freaking helpful. He basically uses video game turns to explain sometimes. Oh, but he has a degenerate gamer background and his thing is AoE healing. Oh, that's a cute way to put it, actually. AoE healing, where you're just putting out positivity in the world. Oh, that's cute. Some people are just tactless like that. That could be a thing as well. I've seen some people say some similar things about like family members that are lost as well. And it's like, dude, not so much replacing, but when people lose a loved one and just be like, oh, it's okay. You'll get another boyfriend someday. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? That's not how it works. Jesus Christ. Happy memories will stay in our hearts forever. Yeah. And the memories you've had with somebody you lost are going to stay there forever, and they've probably changed you as a person. Lost my cat of 14 years old in 2019, and even now my heart aches and I miss her. Now it's less sad and more nostalgia remembering her. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. You get over quite quickly the whole like, oh, they should be here and they're not here kind of thing, but it doesn't change the fact that for a long time, I'd imagine it's going to be like a thing of like, oh man, I miss Dog. Wish I could go on walks with him again. I wish I could play ball with him again. And realizing that, yeah, I probably hadn't given him as much treats as he really deserved or played with him quite as much as I could have. Kind of like lets me down. But that just makes me want to do better when I do possibly get a dog someday in the future as well. And just, yeah, I wish that when I had gotten Dog, one, that was back before my back problem had started up, before I had realized how bad it was. And yeah, having a giant dog as somebody who can't necessarily always lift 160 pounds and can't necessarily always get down to the ground isn't a great idea either. So having a dog that would be lighter weight would have been better for him and for his ability in life. Like I might have even, like the fact that I couldn't drive him around and stuff and had to get him into buses rather than take him into cars and stuff was just something where I was like, damn, that's on me. That's just like I got disabled after I'd already had him for a few years and it sucks for him that that happened kind of thing. Because if I was still fully healthy, I probably would have been doing like a lot more things of like driving around to better campsites and going on more hikes and stuff like that. You couldn't know that? Yeah, no, I know. It's just like, it's one of those things that definitely does feel like a letdown where it's like, he probably deserved a better life. He probably deserved to have like more comfort. And just because like I happened to be his owner, he didn't have the best possible life. Plus, I was pretty poor back when I got him. He was like my main expenditure back then, honestly. Dog appreciated and loved you though, regardless. You know, that's the best thing about gods. That's the thing. It's a personal hang up. It is a personal hang up because I realized he was happy 100%. He always loved me. Dogs really do not care so much. I mean, that's why I get really freaking frustrated when you have like those videos of people stealing dogs from homeless people and being like, oh, you can't take care of this dog. He's clearly hungry, even though they look perfectly well fed and happy. Because dogs are just happy as long as they have food in their belly, they have companionship, and they have fun. Like, they're happy. That's all they need. They're so simple, and they just are happy to exist and have a friend and be fed. But yeah, anytime they try to do that to people, I get so pissed off because it's breaking the dog's heart, and it's probably destroying one of the only happy parts in that person's life. But yeah, sorry for getting depressive again. Sorry, I kind of knew this would happen at the end of the stream because we have to go through the super chat, the Streamlabs donations from the membership stream where we were trying to contain all the sad parts. But yeah, we're diving back into this again for a little bit. But it is what it is. It is a pure Zatsudan. A lot of houseless people will make sure their pets are fed before they are too. Exactly. A lot of people, and there are a lot of people who don't want to give money to any homeless people, but will quite happily like give scraps of food or like buy treats for their dogs, which is kind of heartbreaking in its own way. But yeah, some of the dogs that are on the streets get treated better than some of the homeless people that are on the streets. Like, I've definitely seen like a lot of people like walk by and just like give a big slab of meat to a dog and just be like, here, that's for the dog, don't you eat it. And it's like, oh, that's a horrible thing to say, but at least the dog is being fed. Annie, thank you for donating the food funds. I've decided not to be afraid to post my art on the tag anymore. I mostly only do sketches, but I figure regardless of how I feel about my own art, I think maybe you would like to see it at least. I'll keep trying my best. That's the thing. I always love to see the art. It reminds me, I brought this up before, but it's just like such a perfect encapsulation of it, where there's like the image of the two people baking cakes, and one person makes like an amazing like 3-tier beautiful cake. And then the person next to them makes like a single layer, like basic vanilla cake with no decorations on it. And the person's looking over at like the 3-tier cake and being like, man, my cake's so ugly. And then the person to the side who's looking at both the cakes is just like, wow, 2 cakes. This is awesome. So yeah, it's that kind of thing. Plus, like being able to share your art with people and being able to like let people appreciate it is such a nice feeling as well. If anybody says anything rude about your art, that honestly reflects on them more than anything. But yeah, just having the confidence to share your art is going to brighten up some people's day and is going to make some people happy. Especially, like, there are so many things where it's, like, not necessarily the best, like, looking art, but because it's, like, a moment that really connected with me, I really love it. Because obviously I love the incredibly beautiful, intricate ones that have clearly taken days and days of work. But I also like the cute little sketches that just capture a really funny moment for a stream, or things that capture, like, a very cute part of, like, Legatus 505. Any of those kinds of things, if they just get immortalized in art, there's never going to be a question of me being like, oh, I don't like it because it doesn't look good. It's going to be like, wow, you liked that scene so much. You liked that part of the game. You liked that part of the stream. You liked that part of the story so much that you immortalized that in your art style. That's an amazing feeling. I'm sure there are so many other people who see that and are just immediately like, yo, that's badass. So yeah, try not to compare yourself to other people. And the more that you draw art, the better you'll get at it. Which was like a big thing for me when it came to my writing, is like I dropped writing because like I was afraid it would never be good, and I still think I'm not great, but now I'm feeling more confident in the fact of the general idea of like I'm working forwards, and the more I do write, the better I get at it, the more practice I get, the more I develop my own style. That's a big thing as well that I think a lot of artists need to hear, is there are so many people that feel like they have to do art in a certain style, but then there are so many people who have found their own unique style that doesn't necessarily get as much attention from other people, but can become such a unique thing that other people will completely fall in love with. I mean, when you think about like, I've been talking a lot recently about like the classic Castlevania styles. I'm sure when they first started doing the classic Castlevania style art, it wasn't as good trying to blend like traditional oil painting with anime, like modern style, like characters and facial expressions and stuff like that. I'm sure there was a long time while that artist was like trying to blend the two and finding the style that sticks, where it looked really grotesque and not quite right. But they became a master because they ended up finding a way to combine them and working through that. And now I see their art style and I'm just immediately like, that's one of the most gorgeous things I've ever seen. And yeah, it's just like, yeah, working on your own thing rather than necessarily trying to copy somebody else's style. And there's nothing wrong with like trying to learn like the basic anime style or like specific art styles, because that's always very useful as well. And it may be the style that you prefer. But I've seen like so many people in the Confidant community specifically who have unique art styles that I always think are really cool. And that, yeah, I see like get like disillusioned a little bit every now and then because it doesn't always work perfectly as a thumbnail or like if for a certain thing. So I can't always use them myself, but I still always love seeing them. Like the unique art styles are always really cool to me. I can't draw hands, so I make the hands mittens. I like it. My friends and family like it. And that's all I could ask for. Yeah. Just being able to see how much you have grown in the last like several years, weeks, months, whatever it is always cool as well. According to my proofreader, I write descriptives too much and take forever to get to the point, but I like this being my style. That's the thing as well. There are some of the best, most prolific writers in the world who are like, I read their work and I'm like, this bores me to tears. I've talked multiple times about the fact I can't get through a Stephen King novel. He's like one of the best known writers of all time. But every time I read a Stephen King novel, I'm like, why are you meandering about this pointless shit? Like, I love the Stand story. I love the movie adaptation. But every time I try to read The Stand, I get like 30 pages in and they're still describing the security guard's day at work. And I'm like, bruh, I'm good. I'll watch the movie again. The movie starts with the song Don't Fear the Reaper as well. I'm happy with that. If only I can manage to develop an art style, that'll be my first step. And the first step is normally like, yeah, practicing from tutorials and learning from other artists. That is always the first step. I think. I don't know. Maybe there are natural geniuses who just immediately start drawing in a unique style and just build up from there. But I feel like most people like practice and learn that way. If you haven't watched it yet, I think the movie's called Look Back. It's by the author of Chainsaw Man. Yeah, Look Back. Okay, I'll drop that in the comments as well. There's an anime movie. It's only about an hour long, so it's not a super long one. But it's called Look Back, and it's about two artists that I think start in middle school. It's either middle school or high school. But either way, it's like one artist who thinks they're incredible at art, and then another artist who just suddenly picks it up is suddenly doing way, way better at them. Way, way better than them. And so the first one gets very disillusioned, suddenly realizing, oh, I'm not the best artist in the world, and do I even want to do this anymore? But it turns into like a really beautiful story about their relationship and about the creative process in general, and it's just so fucking good. It's worth seeing it in theaters, sit through the whole film. Yeah, it's so beautiful. That's one of the ones I actually watched on my headset as well. So I watched it in like a virtual cinema thing with like a giant screen above me. It was so nice. True, I find it's just a way. One thing that I'm always glad for is that there is always someone to connect over a common thing, no matter how niche it is. Yep, the world is huge and the internet collects us all pretty much. Other than people that, yeah, can't connect to the internet. It connects pretty much everyone in the world, so we get so many different viewpoints online nowadays. Funny thing with drawing is sometimes I take a month break and then come back and I'm suddenly better. I guess your mind gets trained subconsciously. I don't know the science behind this. I don't think it's always that either. I think it's also sometimes that you either overwork yourself or you're overstressing about something. Because I definitely feel like, taking it from a writing perspective, there are times that I can write like continuously for like 2 to 3 weeks in a row without any problems. Or there are times that, yeah, I just like get stuck on something and then just can't get back into the flow for ages. And yeah, sometimes just like taking a while away and then coming back when you feel more ready, just, yeah, it gives you like fresh eyes, a fresh feeling, and just makes it flow more naturally, I guess. So I'd imagine it's a similar thing for art as well, where you just have moments where like something subconscious, something psychological, just maybe even like something physical where your body's not doing its best or you don't realize it, and that's holding you back a bit in your creative process as well. It can always happen. Hello, disabled person advice. Get a projector and then you can set up yourself a movie haven wherever you need to rest. That's a good idea, yeah. Projectors are quite expensive as well. I think the headset that I got was about $280 because it was on sale as well. I think they're normally about $350, the one that I got. But yeah, I got it on sale. I think the projectors that I've seen are normally about that price as well. So either one could work though. But yeah, just being able to like experience movies in like a much higher quality. Like Dracula, I talked about watching the 1990s Dracula recently as well. I watched like the 4K HD remastered one. And just the colors are so vibrant and Yeah, seeing that on like a PC or a phone screen wouldn't have been nearly as like amazing as like laying back with my headset on and just watching it huge. There's mini projectors, I think. Oh, probably, yeah. There's probably like, yeah, ones that are cheaper and stuff. You're going to see Nosferatu when it comes out? Oh, hells yes. I am most certainly going to see Nosferatu when it's online digitally and I can like buy it properly online. I've heard it's a really good movie. I like pretty much anything with Bill Skarsgård. He always gives his everything into a role. And just in general, Nosferatu was a crazy time. So I'm interested to see what that looks like reimagined. Also, don't forget that you often know more about art or theory and can evaluate compared to your own skills and applying the knowledge. You just haven't processed the information to use it yourself. That's true as well. There's also, yeah, the fact that like right after you've first drawn something, sometimes you think a completely different way from how you would feel later. Because like when I first write something, I normally think it's absolute dog shit. And then I'll come back in like a day and I'll be like, okay, it wasn't so bad. Let's change some things around. Then I'll like re-edit it. And then like a couple weeks later, I'll be like, it's acceptable. It's fine. I can share that with the world. But then often like weeks and weeks and weeks later, I'm like, yo, that was actually a really good piece. I'm glad I did that and kept that as it was because it really works very well. And then there are other times when I finish writing and I'm like, oh, this is the best thing ever. Like this might be the best chapter I've ever written. I love this description. And then like a week or two later, I come back and I'm just like, oh, what was I on? Like the tone is all off. Like the pacing is all over the place. I'm going to need to edit this quite a bit. So yeah, fresh eyes, fresh perspective can help a lot as well. Like sometimes you're down in the dumps about something you really don't need to be. Sometimes it's just, yeah, bouncing around and stuff. But yeah, definitely give it some time as well. Reevaluate things and see where you've improved on things as well. Be able to look at some of the really old stuff and compare it to some of the newer stuff. Fila, thank you for donating the Foo funds. Hi Foo, I'm so glad to hear you're feeling better now. Listening to your talks really comforts me. I'll try some of the methods you mentioned. It's my pleasure to be your confidant. Also, I'm looking forward to meeting you in Nijifez and bye you as always. Thank you so much, Fila. I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you so much. And yeah, the journaling has definitely been helping me a lot. So I'm really glad that I went through the actual like journaling process and the 5 questions I asked myself during the membership stream. Thank you for donating the Foo funds. I hope you have a lovely day and thank you so much for being here. Pro art tip is all-nighters only give you more work in the head and go the hell to sleep. Especially if you end up like damaging yourself from like working too hard for too long and then yeah, then you're out of work for like another week after that. You're getting better to recognize mistakes, but don't know how to fix them. You're better on recognizing mistakes and being able to fix them, and then being good at last. Yeah, it's all a process, and that's how art should be. It should always be like continuously developing. So true, I hated my art pieces, but after years of not looking at them, I love them now. I think part of it as well is like after years, you can also see like, oh, I didn't like how I drew eyes then, but because of the way that I drew eyes then and how I learned to like develop them into a different way, it actually became a bit of like a unique thing that I do just myself that nobody else does. So yeah, some of the things that like you feel like are an error when you first get to them and want to do something else, sometimes, yeah, you can like realize later that, oh, that will actually help me develop my own personal style and try new things. On Saturday, I was writing and ended up finding myself at 4 a.m. Fair enough. I disagree. Sometimes I don't enter the right art zone until 10 p.m. and I ride that wave until like 3 a.m. when I pass out. I think that just depends on the person though. Because yeah, some people are better at being night owls. Some people hit their creative stride in the night as well. But the simple fact is, if you're pushing through an all-nighter just because you want to get something done, sometimes that can hurt you. That can do more damage, or it can create things that you're not proud of afterwards. And just like the sleep deprivation can tell you is good. So yeah, it is up to each individual. It depends. All I'm going to say is that if my friend can write an Omegaverse horror book about Jesus, you can write anything. True. There is that US senator that exclusively writes Bigfoot erotica, so who knows, man? Who knows? There is a group of people that will enjoy just about anything. Whatever you're passionate about, if that is your passion and you enjoy leaning into it, just lean into it. Twilight is an objectively poorly written book. However, it has sold an incredible amount and made an incredible film series. People love it and love it so much. Stephanie Meyer was not the best writer when she started it, and she was not the best writer when she finished it. However, a lot of people love it, and it's a good series with a good story overall. It did well. Harry Potter, yeah, Harry Potter, when it first started, like you read the writing style of Philosopher's Stone and Chamber of Secrets, it's so different from what it turned out later on. It was very clearly something that was just, yeah, not quite there yet. She was a fan fiction writer with a mission? Hell yeah. And speaking of fan fiction, then there was 50 Shades of Grey, which is very well known to have originally been a fan fiction based around Twilight itself. And then, yeah, that went off to become its own thing and sold shit tons again and became a fucking film series again. So yeah, just lean into your passions, have fun with them, develop them. Just enjoy them. Be cringe, but be free. And yeah, if you feel like something isn't like working, hey, you can try something else, but don't just immediately give up and be like, oh, I'm terrible at this. If you have passion for it, keep working at it. Keep doing your best. Plus, there's so many people who like work on things for their whole lives and nothing interesting happens to them. And then either late in their lives or even after they're dead, people discover their work and actually share it with people and say like, oh, that was amazing. Wasn't it Picasso? I think it was Picasso who had like the tragic life where nobody ever liked his artwork. And nowadays his like a single piece of his artwork can sell for like tens of millions of dollars. And yeah, the whole time he was alive, none of his art did like anything. Van Gogh. Oh, it was Van Gogh. Sorry, my bad. That's probably Van Gogh. I don't know if it is Picasso as well, but Van Gogh for sure. Because Van Gogh was the one who cut off his ear, right? The one, yeah, who had like a very interesting life. Yeah, he was like full of like depression and nobody ever respected any of his work while he was alive. It was only after he was dead and like the family started taking over things and sharing them that suddenly, yeah, suddenly people loved it and was like, oh, this is incredible. Who's the artist? What do you mean he's dead and nobody cared about him? It sucks for him, but yeah, at least it's a nice story for like, you never know when people will actually appreciate your work later. There was that book I was talking about recently as well, the Book of Disquiet, where the author, while they were writing it, nobody cared about it. And that, like for decades, no, centuries, because I think it was written in the 1600s. Let me Google that. Frick. I always like, okay, the Book of Disquiet by Fernando Pessoa. Portuguese author. Oh, it was only like 200 years ago, 1800s. Published posthumously. So yeah, he had written like a whole bunch of novels and none of them were ever published. None of them were ever respected. The Book of Disquiet is literally a bunch of thoughts that he put together about how the fact that he was never appreciated and nobody would ever understand him in his lifetime, and he had accepted that and was going to die alone with nobody caring about him. But then, yeah, posthumously, the book was collected and people loved it and really like connected with a bunch of the thoughts and theories that he was having, and then connected some of his old novels and also published some of those, and some of those have done well as well. Lovecraft also got famous after his death. I didn't know Lovecraft wasn't well known during his time. That's kind of crazy considering how much, yeah, Lovecraftian mythology is such a huge thing now. No, Ernest Hemingway had a crazy life? Yeah, in a different way. Oh my god. Sounds so tragic? Yeah. In one way, it's very tragic because it sucks that they were never like... Yeah, throughout their life, they never know that that happened. In fact, isn't there... I forget whether it was a Doctor Who episode or a Sandman episode, but there was some series where like they had Van Gogh come into modern times and walk through a gallery of his artwork, and he was just like crying his eyes out, seeing everybody like, it was Doctor Who, thank you. Yeah, he was just crying his eyes out, walking through the gallery, noticing like how much his artwork was respected and hung up on the walls and protected, and how many people were showing up just to see his work. And yeah, that's heartbreaking because it sucks that he didn't get to experience that during his life, but at the same time, yeah, it's very nice that to at least the fact that it was respected after he's gone. Even though he never actually got anything for it himself, at least he's remembered in that way. Alicia the Heart, thank you for donating through funds. And so yeah, whatever you're working on, hopefully it will be appreciated in the future. I think these words are important for Fuchan and all Comfydants. I learned them from an emo guy who likes Kuromi. Comparison is the thief of joy. Dogs don't see disabilities, Fuchan. Only loves and hugs. Very true. And comparison is the thief of joy. It's something that pretty much everyone deals with, because it's hard not to compare yourself to other people that do similar things or that are in similar situations. And it can lead to a lot of negativity that really doesn't have to be there. Because yeah, it's much better and much better for you and for everyone else if you see other people's work and are just like, oh, that's cool. That's better than mine, and I want to improve my own and be better, but I can still support that and be happy that somebody else is doing something that awesome. Without being like, oh no, somebody's doing that, I feel like crap because I can't do that, kind of thing. There's a book called... oh, and thank you for donating the food funds, Alicia the Heart. I hope you're having a lovely day. There's a book called Master and Margaret, which was published decades after it was written because of censorship. Partially about the author that had been put in a psych ward because of his creations. Oof. Damn. Yeah, that's rough. It is what it is. Sometimes we're just born in the wrong time. Or sometimes we're just not appreciated within our lifetime. Lifetime is fleeting like that, so you never know if it'll work out. But you never know who is going to connect with your work. I'm sure that even when it came to Van Gogh, I'm sure there were like singular people that had seen things that were like, oh, this is beautiful and I love this. And just, yeah, didn't like get to the level of being able to show it off to other art critics or making it become famous. But I'm sure there were other people who saw pieces of his art and were like, wow, that's gorgeous. Blaze, thank you for donating the food funds. Oh, this is a 3-parter. No need to read out loud. Okay. Aww. Aww. Okay, I won't read that one out loud because it does share some personal stuff, but Lays, thank you for the very sweet comment. That means a lot to me. I'm very happy to hear that, and I hope you enjoyed that. And just, yeah, honestly, that's a large, like, part of the healing process. Just like, yeah, knowing how much we actually mean is like such a vital thing. So thank you for the sweet words, and I hope it continues to go better, and thank you so much for the sweet words. I feel the same way. There's a lot of times where I don't quite appreciate life or don't quite appreciate what's going on around me, but yeah, every time I come out of that, I'm always like, I'm glad I got through that. I'm glad I kept moving forward, and I'm glad I'm still here and doing things. Yeah. I'll get comments on this fic I wrote years ago. I wrote it in a dark place and can't really finish it now, but I love hearing that people can connect to it even years later. Yeah, I've actually talked to some other creators who've had similar things as well, because I don't have much experience with that, to be honest, because obviously a lot of what I do, it goes live and it stays live and it doesn't really get picked up after the fact. It's more of like it either pops off while it's going off or it doesn't. But I've talked to a lot of creators who have made like different comics and literature works as well, where it's like, yeah, I released this at the time, like nobody appreciated it, nobody cared about it, and so I was kind of sad about that. I abandoned the project and just wrapped it up and moved on. But then years later, it suddenly like started to get traction when people started to share it, and like suddenly people are saying how much they love it, and I wish I had gone backwards and actually finished it to my full ability, because I could have done a much better job of continuing it and ending it. So yeah, sometimes that happens as well, where it's just like, okay, I need to move on and try something else. And yeah, you don't realize how much it's going to affect people down the line and be like a cornerstone of what makes your content your content. And hey, Volpixie, I'm glad you're still here. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Receiving comments on old fics is so special. Honestly, just receiving comments on anything is so special. That's why I always tell people, like, you don't have to send money. You don't have to like do anything that goes too far out of your way. Just being there and watching things is okay. Commenting on the live streams is great, but also leaving comments like long after the fact on the VODs and stuff. But yeah, you never know when like there's that phone notification is going to come up and you're going to open one. It's just like, aw, that's so sweet. I'm glad somebody's appreciating that, even though it's from forever ago. Like, I still get a very slow trickle of comments. It's maybe like one every 2 weeks or so that'll show up on like the Fata Morgana VODs, the Fata Morgana VODs and the Cyberpunk VODs and the actually Walking Dead ones, even though we only ever got to do part 1, which is really unfortunate. But those 3 are probably the series where like every 2 weeks or so I'll get a comment here or there of somebody just saying like, oh, I heard you talk about this series and I'm new to the channel and I'm so glad I watched it now and I really like it. I love your VOGs. How dare. Still get comments on a fic from 2017. It's so sweet that people are still enjoying it. Yeah, it's nice. And yeah, even if it's not just like, oh, it popped off later and like blew up and now people appreciate it. If it's just like a small trickle of people are still appreciating it, that can mean so much. My sister is a great artist and I'm a good singer. But when I draw, my sister encourages me and I do the same when she sings. We're not comparing, just encouraging each other. Yeah, no, that's always really good. It's always really good to share positivity with people. Just to be like, yeah, okay, this isn't something that I necessarily understand fully, but I can definitely appreciate it for what it is, and I think you're doing an amazing job. Sometimes, yeah, that's even better when it's like a completely uneducated thing of just being like, hey, this is cool. Like, I don't understand it too much, but it sounds good or it looks good, and I appreciate you creating it. My day is awesome. I get to listen to your stream all day while I'm out delivering food and Christmas presents. Oh, awesome. That sounds like, yeah, really therapeutic and relaxing day. Hope it goes well, and thank you so much for being here. One of the best feelings is sharing something even though you don't feel confident and then getting positive feedback saying it's one of their favorites or influenced them. It always makes me smile. Yeah, so true. That can feel really nice, and just like, that's why I don't like the opposite. Like, the older I get, the more I get into the mindset of like dropping back all the way to Bambi, the freaking Disney movie, of just the mother being like, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Like, if people are actually looking for constructive criticism, that's a different thing. You can just be like, hey, can anybody tell me what I'm doing wrong about this? It doesn't feel right, but I don't know what's going on. Can anybody critique? Meanwhile, yeah, I hate the people that just go out of the way to tear other people down. It really does bring me back to the whole, yeah, like we started at today. The mouth washing and the homicide for things where it's like, oh, you don't like that content that somebody else has made as a fan. Fuck off. It's fine. They made it with their passion. So yeah, move on and just do your own thing. Create your own artwork. Don't like try to make a statement to hurt them or tear them down. Just like, it's not your thing and that's fine. Old but good and true. Yeah, sometimes we need to be reminded of the simple things. Back to early, if you don't like something, just leave. Yeah, it just means it's not for you. Pretty much. Brotome, thank you for donating the food funds. A lot of what you said this stream about anxiety and mental health really hits home. Thank you for sharing and for making time to closely examine and appreciate the media and discussions we go through on stream. Yeah, no, it's always one of my favorite things. And it is why I'm thinking about going back to school and doing like psychology and like really learning a lot about that without necessarily, like, I don't even know if I necessarily want to become anything related to that field. But I would just love to know like the actual, like, well-educated enough so that when people say like, oh, you can't say this thing, you're not a psychiatrist, you don't know, you're probably doing more harm than good. I can just like point to a PhD and be like, look, I may not use the right words, but I did do the schooling. I am, in fact, a qualified psychiatrist. So yeah, that would be a really good feeling of just being like, for right now, all I can say is like, yeah, no, I'm always just talking about my own life, but I'd love to be able to like have that education and be able to like help more people with some of those discussions and dive more into like the psychological aspects of some of the games that I love. Some of the games and some of the content in general. It would just be really nice every time somebody comes on and it's just like, well, I have this condition and what you're saying doesn't represent me, and being like, correct. Every person is unique and individual, and every condition doesn't define a person. However, yeah, I just love to be able to point to a PhD degree and be like, I do have the doctorate. I do understand that, and I did not say that this has to specifically mean you. Kaya, thank you for donating the food funds. It says not to read out loud, so do not worry, but thank you so much for donating the food funds, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Oh, that's all good. Thank you for the lovely message. I hope you're having a lovely day. Please rest well and take it easy. I'm getting my PhD for funsies just to be called doctor on paper. That's actually so fucking funny. I love the idea of just being like, you know what? I'm going to become a doctor just so I get to... Like, yeah, part of that would just be a lovely moment of just being able to tell people every time they call you Mr. Ovid. It's like, oh, it's doctor, actually. It's Dr. Ovid. They're like, oh, no way. What, you went to med school? And it's like, no, but I did do a doctor. It's like, hey, it's doctor, damn you. I did the PhD. I damn well deserve the respect. No, I really doubt I'd ever actually be able to achieve a PhD, but I do want to at least do a psychology course just so I understand some more. Sadly, the same people would not care if you have a PhD to say you're making things up. No, I know. I know 100%. It's just, yeah. Right now, it is like always like a feeling of like, yeah, no, I get it. I'm not a psychiatrist. I can only ever talk about my own experiences and the experiences of the people around me and the things I've heard from other actual professionals. It's just, it would feel very satisfying. It would be such a clapback. Like if I ever did get a PhD, I would literally scan that shit, hide the name and turn it into my VTuber name and just have a toggle so that anytime I wanted to, I could do both this and the PhD on screen and be like, well, actually... Oh man, I would like to know more about the stuff like that. I don't think I have energy for school. I definitely don't think I have the energy for a doctorate, but I think I could do an undergraduate in psychology. And if I enjoy that, then yeah, I might go into other things. This is why, even though I took psychology in high school, I specify I'm not a doctor. Please do not take anything I say as an official diagnosis. Yeah, even the guys who are like trained, like fully have their doctorate, have their degree and work in that field, a lot of them have to make it very clear at the beginning of every video, just because people get so aggressive about it. Like, please remember, these things are not me giving you any kind of psychological advice. These things are me talking about specific situations of specific people. The advice may not help you and may not help anyone else. It is such a natural put down for everyone, like online, to be like, oh, well, you're not qualified, so shut your mouth, and just to be able to be like, I'm qualified actually. And yeah, I just like the big dick energy of being able to say, anytime anyone's like, Mr. Ovid, it's Dr. Ovid. Thank you very much. Can you be an owl when you get your PhD? Can we call you Doctor Who? No. No, gonna be a sheep, thanks. Cloudcat, thank you for donating the food funds. There's no message, but I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here, and please rest well. Just realized it's almost been 5 hours. Actually, it's almost been 5.5 hours. I think. Yeah, 5 hours, 25 minutes, because I started a bit late today. But that's pretty par for the course for a Fu-chan stream. Tomorrow's stream's probably going to be a pretty long one as well, because it's Outer Wilds, and that game fascinates me. So yeah, we shall see. Dr. Fu. Oh! Dude, I could be Dr. Fu. Big PhD energy. Oh god, why didn't I think of that? That's actually fucking hilarious. God damn it. Nia, thank you so much for donating the food funds, and I hope you're having a lovely day. I've tried takoyaki for the first time when you were away. It was a bad day for my stomach to try something new though, but it was tasty. That's it. Just wanted to share. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Outer Wilds. Did I say Outer Worlds? Oh crap, I do that a lot. Sorry if I did. Anyway, time to make fun of Fu-chan for saying it would be a short stream at the beginning. I genuinely thought it would. That's the worst thing. I was like, I don't have any like topics to discuss today. This is just literally because I wanted to, one, catch up on these Streamlabs, and two, I just like doing Zatsudans. I just like chatting to you guys. So yeah, I thought this would be like a 2 to 3 hour stream, and it became our normal stream length. My bad. Chat Salva, thank you. Oh, but Nia, I'm glad you enjoyed the takoyaki. Takoyaki is one of the tastiest things in the world. I might order something literally right now and try to have it. No, I can't. Oh, I want takoyaki, but I can't order anything right now. It's too snowy where I am. I'm too scared that people would slip on my property and I'd get sued. I haven't done the snow shoveling yet. F. Yeah, I'll have to wait for my days off. Hopefully it'll be melted by then. That made me really want takoyaki. Takoyaki is delicious. Anyway, Chat Sama, thank you for donating the food funds. Thank you, Fu-chan, for everything. I'm grateful to discover Nijisanji and being a part of this amazing comfy community. I just hope that I represent this community in a positive way, like how y'all do to me. I'm forever to be a confidant and have you as my Kami O-sheep. Aw, Kami, thank you. Sorry, Chat Sama, thank you so much. Sorry, there's also a Kami Sama. But Chat Sama, thank you so much for the sweet message. I'm glad to hear that. I will never regret joining Nijisanji either. It is one of the best things that has ever happened to me in my life. It has made so many incredible memories for me and provided me so many things I never thought I'd be able to do. And hanging out with so many of the amazing people has made me a better person. There are so many members of Nijisanji that are incredible people that make incredible content that make me want to do better, and that are in general just incredible people as well. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting me, and thank you so much for supporting Nijisanji throughout everything. Hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you. Time flies when you're enjoying yourself. Yeah, that's a large part of it as well. And that's why I kind of got ticked off about that other content, that other comment, because it was like, I respect being part of Nijisanji. I respect the shit out of it. I'm very aware that I'm incredibly lucky, and I don't know where I would be if I did not get picked up by Nijisanji. I will always be thankful and very respectful for that opportunity. And I try to make that as clear as possible, as much as I can, and speak on that. So, yeah. Enji, thank you for donating the food funds. I'm not the best with words, but I honestly couldn't be more happy or proud to be a confidant. I truly love the comfy and safe community created by all the confidants and the incredible shepherd at its center. Thank you for being you. And bye, Yufu. Ah, thank you so much, Benji. I'm glad to hear that because, yeah, I want the Confidant community to always be comfy and have a lovely time. Yeah, I love this community and I just want everybody to feel safe expressing their opinions and sharing the things that they do like about it. So thank you so much for being here and thank you for the sweet words. So happy that you did and we found you. Thank you. Yeah, I get comments like that a lot. So yeah, sorry. This is the last day I'm going to speak on that. It's just I've gotten those comments quite a bit in the past and I just figured, you know, I'll just say it now. If there's a chance that they're actually watching right now, I just want them to understand, like, yeah, my thoughts on that. If you don't like it, there's other communities out there for you. Honestly, all good. Like, no hard feelings whatsoever. It's just, it's not going to change about me. MJ and Lim, thank you for donating the food funds. Bye, you Fu-chan. Ah, thank you. And please remember that I buy you too. And get squeeze shipped. Hope you're having a lovely day. Please rest well and take it easy. Feel like they could be trolling too. Oh no, they 100% could be. But yeah, I'll stop speaking about it now because I don't want people to think that like it's really weighing on me too much or I'm getting one-guyed or anything. It is just literally, it rubbed me the wrong way today, so I brought it up. And yeah, so we're done now. It's just, yeah, that's my thoughts on it. Yuda, this is the final one from the 9th. So thank you so much for donating the food funds. Thank you for all the sweet messages in Streamlabs and on Super Chats during that membership stream. I'm sorry I couldn't get through them all on the day, but I'm glad I managed to catch up to them today. Yuda, thank you for donating the food funds and a huge donation. Thank you so much. Fuchan, welcome back. You never led us astray and always lead us to the light. I'm proud of you so much, and I'm proud to be a confidant. You're the best shepherd and my cameo sheep. Please remember that we buy you. Ah, thank you. And please remember that I buy you too. I'm trying to find the other... There we go. What? When did I hit the apple one? Eh? Not bad. I did not mean to take a bite out of an apple before grabbing this confidant. But thank you guys for being part of the community and putting up with so many dumb things that I do. Because I do make a lot of mistakes, but I always try to correct them and I try to like fix them as I go on. But there are also some things that people just aren't going to vibe with me as a creator, and that's completely fine. When people do bring those up, yeah, I just like have to say like, it's not going to change, honestly. That's just a part of me. And if you don't like it, it's all good. I'm always thankful for everybody who wants to be a part of this community, and I love you guys. Fuck! I got through so many streams. I buy you guys so much, and I hope you're having a lovely day, is what I meant to say. It happened once or twice on the membership stream as well, and I said I was going to correct that. I've been telling my friends that I love them a lot recently, because I said this on the membership stream as well. So the L word has been coming out of me a lot recently, and yeah, I don't want to bring that into stream chat too much. But I buy you all, and I'm glad you guys like being part of this community. He said it. I've been saying it to my friends a lot to remind them how much I care about them and affirm how much I care about them as people. God damn it. No. No. Anyway, that is all of the Streamlabs. That is all of the Super Chats. And since it has almost been... Oh, no, it's only been 5.5 hours. Oh. Time moved slow for those final few moments. But yeah, I'm going to wrap it up here for the day on that embarrassing note. I am getting out of this one because I can disappear. But we're going to be back tomorrow with more Outer Wilds. If you haven't already watched it yet, feel free to catch up on the VOD if you want to. I think it was honestly... I'm not sure if the stream was amazing, but the game has been incredible so far. I've been having so much fun with it. Also, like I said, I'm probably going to try and do a Delico's nursery reaction some point in the future. I am going to message Pio-chan, knowing that at least on stream, he only did the first 5 episodes. I'm going to see if he wants to do a double reaction to that, because I know he'd love that. Well, I mean, I know he loves that show if he's watched the first 5 episodes. But yeah, I'd like to see if he wants to do a double reaction for the Comfy Kicks together. But either way, I'm probably going to do a Delico's nursery reaction at some point, maybe early 2025. I don't think we're going to be able to do that before that because we're doing so many Christmassy things. And then I need to start working my way through like some of the Batsus and stuff. But yeah, I want to do a reaction to Delico's nursery since we only got the first few episodes and then they just dropped the series for a season, unfortunately. Akira Kaneda, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Just wanted to say thanks for the wonderful Zatsu on my 20th birthday. Number 1, happy birthday, and I hope you're having a wonderful one. Thanks for creating a comfy community where I can feel safe and for inspiring kindness and joy wherever you go. Bye, Yufu-chan. Aw, thank you so much, Akira Kaneda. Kaneda. Akira Kaneda. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you for donating the food funds. Happy birthday. I hope you have a lovely day. And thank you so much for being here. Please rest well and have a lovely evening. And sorry I had to correct my pronunciation of Kaneda so many times. I was like, Kaneda would just be like how I would read it. But no, in Japanese it would be Kaneda. Kaneda. Yume Haya, thank you for donating the food funds. I consider myself so lucky to have found Fu-chan, who I vibe with like 95% of the time. And to be fair, yeah, that's another big thing as well. Like, if you ever feel like, oh no, I didn't like this one thing Fu-chan said, or like, oh no, he has some really bad takes on like some relationship things or like some adult content things, like that's to be expected. You can't vibe with anyone 100% of the time. And like, yeah, if it ever makes you uncomfortable to be in the community or to watch my streams, completely like take care of yourself, jump out. That's all good and understandable. But yeah, it's never going to be 100% of the time you vibe with someone. It's, if you do, that person's probably your soulmate. And at that point, maybe put a ring on it. I don't think I've ever found anyone that I 100% vibe with, but you know, even just like a 50% vibe check pass is normally like, oh, they're an awesome friend. We get along on so many things, but I don't like this, that, or that. We disagree on this, that, or that. It's fine. So yeah, 95% is honestly amazing odds. I don't know what I'd do 6 hours a day without you. Ah, yes, you would, because I disappear all the time for months at a time. But thank you so much for donating the food funds you may hire. I hope you're having a lovely day. I hope you rest well, take it easy, and thank you so much for being here. That's why I make more mistakes to learn more, since that's where we can learn in life. Exactly. No matter how old you get, you should always be open to changing things. Like, there are some things you may like feel like, okay, this is just a part of me and I don't think it's going to change, and you can put your foot down on. You don't have to always be malleable. You don't always have to listen to other people's perspectives on things that you know that you believe in a certain way of. But that doesn't mean that you have to get completely set in your ways and just close your mind to everything else in the world. Nobody is infallible. Nobody knows everything. And even the people that seemed like the most wise and intelligent 100 years ago, they didn't know half the shit that we know nowadays. And in another 100 years, we may have completely different perspectives on things as well, where we're like, wow, those people were fucking idiots. So yeah, just keep learning, keep changing, and just keep accepting that people are always going to make mistakes and change, and just be understanding when it does happen. Nobody is perfect. And if you want somebody to be perfect, you know, stick to fictional characters. Even then, create your own fictional characters, because don't get angry when the creators do something with the fictional characters that you don't like either. If you end up not vibing with a fictional character, you can't just immediately be like, the creator doesn't understand the character. No, no, no. That's their creation. Create your own OCs and your own headcanons and enjoy them. Anyway, learning doesn't end when you graduate from school. I'm proud of you, Fu-chan, and bye you. Thank you. And I buy you too. I should have been holding this all day. Oh no, that one has the jacket on. And a little bit of the arm sticking out. This is a Legatus asset. Still, cute little shitto. But then I have VODs. Well played, you may hire. Well played. True, there are a lot of VODs in the backlog. Some very, very long streams as well. So I hope you enjoy those as well. Def Kuzu, thank you so much for donating the food funds. Nothing is perfect, but I wouldn't want to have any other Osheep / any other Fu-chan besides you. But there are 3 Fu-chans. And any other community besides Sheepies. Bye, you all. Ah, thank you so much, Def Cruiser. I wouldn't want to have any other community either. I think I got lucky with finding an amazing community, but also this community has changed me, and I've definitely, like, you know, I've made it very clear, if you don't like how our community does things, it's all good to just drop out as well. So yeah, I think this community has formed and developed around each other, so it will always have a special place in my heart. It's our community. So thank you. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you have a lovely evening. And finally, Victory M. Thank you for donating the food funds. I'm sorry this one did not get grabbed by the comfy grabber. Please don't be embarrassed to say the L word on accident. It's such a privilege to appreciate people. This year was so full of goodbyes for me, but finding new people to call my people gave me so much relief. No, that's completely fine. And I didn't explain it properly today, but I did explain it on the membership. Basically, the reason that I don't like to say the L word, originally it was like a my comfort thing. I took that word as like a very serious, like deep emotional thing that you only say to people you really, really, you know, love in a certain kind of way. Nowadays, the reason that I choose not to say it on stream is just because I know, because I had that discomfort, I know for a fact that there are other people in this community that feel a bit like either like they're being lied to, or that they're being like led into like a parasocial kind of thing, or that it just feels uncomfortable in general to hear that and feel like it's disingenuous if they have the same kind of feeling about the L word, which is why I just use the word bah. But yeah, no, I didn't explain that outside the membership stream, so that's my thing. I just prefer saying I bah you rather than, yeah, the L word. So yeah, it's just another one of those things, like sexual topics as well was the other example I brought out, where like I doubt there's anything the Comfydants can say that will ever make me go like fully like, ew, that's disgusting, I don't like that. Well, there is probably a certain point, but there are very few things that people would say like in public in this kind of space where I'd be like, no, that's just disgusting, get away from me. But at the same time, we do have a certain limit for like how sexualized we can get before we get to a point where I'm like, okay, no, that's a bit uncomfortable for like the greater community. Let's rein it in, not just for YouTube, but just for people who don't feel super comfy with some of those things. Toes? As I've always said, I do not kink shame anybody. If you like toes, you like toes. That's all good. It's just, yeah, some of those jokes go a bit too far. Some of them get to like the full cringe level where I'm like, guys, yeah. That's why we have a separation between the Comfydants and the Tofydants. The Tofydants can enjoy their jokes and sillies, and then occasionally we have to put our foot down figuratively, not literally. We put our foot down and say, that's enough toe jokes for today. Hunting Fry, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I disappeared for a bit, but you really created such a beautiful community to come back to. I hope you're doing well and the weather isn't too harsh. Weather kind of sucks for the last few days, but it's supposed to get warmer for a bit before it snows again. But yeah, it's okay. I'm surviving. But I'm glad you like the communities. Thank you so much, Haunting Fry. I'm glad to hear, even though you disappeared for a bit, you felt like coming back. So thank you for being here, and I hope you're having a wonderful way. I'm not kink shaming. I'm kink asking why. I don't even need to ask why, because I get it. There are all kinds of things that I'm into where I'm like, yeah, no, I get why people wouldn't be into that kind of thing. So yeah, I get like all those kinds of things where it's just like people are just into that. I don't need to know why. It's just very much like it's okay to make a few jokes. And then when it goes beyond that, it's like, okay, we're not making a whole stream based off of like foot stuff. Like that was the day that the Tofydants showed up and did like an entire super chain. Thankfully, it was mostly just jokes. And that's the thing. It is mostly jokes because people don't take it in too much of a dirty way. But there is also the level of like not wanting people to feel uncomfortable if people do actually have a foot fetish and they feel like they're being mocked. It's like, no, you have a foot fetish? Own that shit. That's good for you. That's good for you to enjoy. Like one of those things that made me feel a bit uncomfortable was when I did that. There was a Zelda Breath of the Wild stream where somebody did a beautiful piece of art where it was a perspective shot of like under the water, looking up at me bent down, and the feet were in the image. And it was just a really beautiful image that just happened to have feet very prominently shown. And just like the entire like comment section as we started the stream was just people continuously being like, oh, feet. Fuchan. Does Fuchan like feet? Is Fuchan giving us feet? Feet? Is it? Oh, the feet. Oh. And it was like, it was just a really lovely piece of art, guys. It wasn't like anything weird or fetishy. It was just a really beautiful piece of art. And so I was just worried at that point that the artist would get uncomfortable and feel like people were mocking their work. And they really shouldn't have been, because, you know, it was gorgeous. Had us be normal? Yeah, exactly. Like there's a level of like having jokes, and then there's a level where the jokes go too far and it just has to be like, okay guys, that's enough. That's okay. We chill now. It's the same as like the Badoru thing. It's like people know I get kind of aggressive about the Badoru thing because I hate the fucking song. And we're not allowed to sing it anyway. And people continuously try to use that to push my buttons. So it's like, okay, you can say it occasionally. But now it's been like a few weeks and it's like too much Badoru. Too much Badoru. But the asset you used? Which asset do you mean? By chance, do you mean? Crap, I don't even know if I have a button for that one. Shit, I might not have a button for that one. It should be here. 1 minute, I'm going into the abyss. Oh, maybe I only have that one. I might only have that one on the desk scene. 1 second. This is going to be so messed up. I haven't used this in... Oh my god, there's so many things on screen. Get rid of those. I know I have the feet. There we go. Do you mean this one? Do you mean this asset? There is nothing wrong with this asset. There are so many people who have assets of them having their feet up on the table. What is wrong with it? Again, as long as you don't think it's anything weird, it's just a human body part. And it's not like an 18 plus body part. It's my feet, guys. It's my feet. That's what I'm saying. It's like when I put an asset up like that and people are like, oh, he's showing us feet. It's like, yeah, it's a nice asset. It looks comfy and laid back. And it's rare that people get to see the feet outside of the shoes because the shoes are technically sinets and the feet are just a different set of sinets equipped. So it is what it is. I'm good. I'm fully good. Bye. Yeah, see, I'm always happy when we creep out people a little bit like that because it's like, guys, it's just a body part. And we talk about like all kinds of adult topics as well. We had an entire short section about pegging today while the minions had just raided him. Anyway, those poor minions, they've been through so much. After everything I said in that 3D stream about the minions and the pentomos, I'm surprised the minions put up with me. But that is another thing that's part of the glory of Nijisanji, is the fact that Nijisanji has like so many different people in it. Where I'm comfortable talking about things like this quite comfortably with my community because I know it won't get taken out of hand. But for some other people, they hear that kind of thing and they're like, Fuchan said what on stream? Or they get raided into me and they're like, what the fuck is Fuchan talking about? I thought he was normal. He sounds so much more normal when we're in like a group chat session. When we're in like group games, he's like so chill. He's just like supporting the vibe. This is what he talks about alone. Oh my God. Cloudines, thank you for donating the Foo funds. Fuchan, the one outlined in the Anime Impulse Twitter announcement for February looks suspiciously like your unit art on the Niji store Foo t-shirt I own. I'll keep an eye on that. The outline in the Anime Impulse Twitter announcement. I only saw one Anime Impulse Twitter announcement. I only saw the one there was like no outlines. There were just a bunch of locations. Ah. They've uploaded a new one 1 hour ago. Well, allow me to retweet that one just like I retweeted the last one. I did tell you guys within the next 2 to 3 days we'd have a fun announcement. So, yeah, no, I think it's pretty freaking obvious. I can't officially say it, but you guys know it. We going back. We returning. So, yeah, I'm very excited. Anime Impulse have always been incredibly lovely to Nijisanji. And it looks like they've got 6 awesome Nijisanji livers coming to Anime Impulse again. This time in Fairplex at Pomona, California, Los Angeles. So if anybody happens to be near there around February 15th to the 16th, right around Valentine's Day, it looks like a fun thing will be happening at that Anime Impulse event. So yeah, have fun with that. And maybe in the next few days, I'll be tweeting something about it too. Thank you for donating the Foo funds, Cloudines, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Red-coated bishes. I know, right? I was surprised. It's a lot of red. There's like a little bit of purple and one violet, but it's mostly just like a reddish kind of thing. It's like they grabbed Niji Red together. Maybe, depending on the silhouettes, depending on what the silhouette. You know what I'm saying. Yume Haya, thank you for donating the Foo funds. I mean, I've watched every stream on your channel since I discovered you, and I've gone back through most of your first 6 months too. But I don't mind rewatching VODs. So many are so comfy. Ah, thank you. I'm always glad when people can enjoy the VODs, especially when it comes to rewatching old things. Because I never rewatch my own stuff unless I just need to be reminded of something. But when it comes to, like other content creators that I watch, even Volpixie, who's here, I've watched one of her Pokemon Nuzlocke challenges like multiple times already. A lot of Alpharad stuff, a lot of like the past Sykkuno and Toast stuff, especially their Among Us videos. Things like that, they just become comfort videos after a while where you just keep rewatching them and they make you feel comfortable and happy. Oh crap, she's still here. I thought you were gone. Go deliver presents. Go be Santa Claus. How dare you? My Comfydants started with Cyberpunk and Detroit Become Human. Oh yeah, I still haven't watched the new Pokemon one, Volpixie. Volpixie uploaded a new Pokemon one yesterday. I'm gonna watch that on Wednesday. That's part of my like comforting, relaxing kind of thing, is like catching up on Volpixie edited VODs. But yeah, I'm gonna watch that along with What We Do in the Shadows and the new episode of How I Attended an All Guys Mixer. Nuzlocke challenge is both fun and pain. Yeah, they're always fun. I think it was a Nuzlocke challenge. One of the Pokemon VODs anyway. It's like an hour and 45 minutes long. So it's just like the perfect kind of thing for like, my back is killing me. I need something to distract from the pain. Something give me happy bliss times. And so yeah, rewatching old VODs is always good. Cries in EU. Yeah, I am sorry. It is West Coast again. That is unfortunate. But in December, I'm going to be in Japan. So yeah, in December, I'm going to be at Wait, that's February too, isn't it? Oh, shit. Wow, I'm going to be Mr. Worldwide in February, actually. So in February, in mid-February, I'm going to be West Coast meet and greet. And then in late February, I'm going to be Japan meet and greet. Ooh, that's a fun month. And we're also doing our 3rd year anniversary for Noctic, so let's freaking go. But yeah, if nothing else, I'm really glad that Anime Impulse are announcing this one so early. So if anybody does need to like prepare flights, prepare hotels, all of that, hopefully you guys have enough time if you do want to come to show up. Okay, final super chat, and then we're going to head off for the day. Still screams in EU? Yeah, I'm sorry. We can't control where we get invited to. We can only accept once we get the invite. Sorry, guys. MJ Lim, thank you so much for donating the Foo Funds. Oh yeah, Fuchan. I can't move on to yesterday's collab when you mixed Joey and Chandler's name, Joey Bink. Yeah, I saw somebody post about that on Twitter, and I was like, oh, I did get the names wrong. It's Chandler Bink and Joey Tribbiani. See, now I can remember that it's Tribbiani. Because as soon as I like said Joey's name out loud offline, as soon as somebody pointed out like, oh, he got Chandler and Joey's names mixed up, I was like, oh yeah, it's Chandler Bink. Oh, is it Bing? Oh, Bing. I was calling him in Bink anyway. That's from Alan Bink, probably. There you go. I'm marrying all these boys. I'm turning them all into like one family unit. But yeah, anyway, when I was offline and I read the comments, somebody did point out on Twitter, like, oh, he mixed up Joey and Chandler's last name and created Joey Bing. There we go. Then I was like, is his name not Joey Bing? Oh, it's Joey Tribbiani. I'm not even sure if I'm saying that right. There might be an L in there. It might be Tribliani. Tribliani? I don't even know. It's something like that anyway. It's a very Italian. The true ending of Friends is a polycule. Always has been, baby. Tribbiani? Oh, it is Tribbiani. Okay. Anyway. It all just stemmed from, like, the fact that I read out, like, one character's line being like, how you doing? And it was just immediately like, I am feeling Joey right now. That's the best pickup line immediately. Just like, how you doing? Kind of feels like the same thing that they did in Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse as well. Where you just get, like, the uncle teaching Miles, like, when you really like a girl, you want to get her attention, you go up to her, and you put your hand on her shoulder and you say, hey. And Miles trying to do it as well with his, like, little boy voice, like, hey. Like the eyebrow cock and everything. Oh, it's so funny. But yeah, sometimes it's the simple things. You don't need an actual pickup line. You just need the right tone to get across, like, I'm into you. How you doing? Hey. Diana, welcome back to the membership. Dropping by to say, hola, happy 32 months. Holy. Yo, that's crazy. Ah, damn. I wish this happened a few months later, because yeah, 32 months while I'm 32. Only the 33rd month would be when I'm 33 in a couple months. Welcome back to the membership, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Hit him with the smolder? Exactly. You drop it from like a, hey, I'll have her home by 8. Your daughter calls me daddy too. Hit him with the smolder. Rini Akitomo, welcome back to the membership too. I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you so much for being here. Okay, we're going to head out for the day. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I did not expect this to turn into a 6-hour stream, especially when we were at the 5.5 hour point, and I was like, okay, we're done. I'm going to head out. And then we got so many super chats. But it was fun, so we're going to disappear. Let's see if we can raid anybody on the way out. There should be somebody by now. So many people raided. No way. Am I just missing someone? There's got to be someone streaming. I would even take Nick's today. We got so many raids. It feels wrong not giving it on. No, there's nobody live. Ah, God, I'm the dead end. I am the Darwin. I am the Darwin. Fish soon. Okay, where's fishes? Fish. Yakuza 6 at 4 p.m. Oh, okay, she's going to be starting in like 2 minutes. That's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, I'm going to raid you guys over to Fishy's waiting room. By the time we're done reading out membership things, it may even be already started. So that might work out perfectly. Thank you for letting me know. We don't have to die on... We would die. We don't have to make the limit. You know what I mean? The pattern. People have been passing on. Raids. There we go. Words. I'm going to head out. Everybody have a lovely evening. We'll be back tomorrow for Outer Wilds. As always, rest well. Take it easy, my confidants. And I will catch you guys next time. Bye-bye. And I was only late switching out the music that time because I was distracted, suddenly realizing genuinely this jumper and hair asset go together so freaking well. I was kind of distracted by how beautiful it was for a second there. Thank you again to the amazing artists. Considering I've been staring at it all day, it was just like the little tiny poke out to the left made it really pop out to me. On the way out, I'd like to say a special thank you to everybody who joined the membership today, although I can never thank everybody anymore because YouTube has a new thing where it stops like counting after a certain while, so that's why I'm trying to read them out more as they come in on stream recently, but I will thank whoever has been captured, including Vicky, Uta, Coffee Enjoyer, thank you so much for the gifted. Rissimo, thank you so much for the gifted. Natsumeko, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Irada, welcome back to the membership. Oh, and I'm glad to hear that. Roku, Reina Noi channel. Kuhu, thank you so much for the 10 gifted membership. Thank you so much. Like, if you haven't seen it, Huhu has been doing like a daily Fulgur Ovid fan art challenge. Huhu always does amazing fan art for like the community and the Nijisanji community in general, especially like big group events. But yeah, somehow they've managed to do like 100 days of Fulgur Ovid art. It's been incredible. So thank you so much for all of that. Well, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Aha, welcome back to the membership. And Yukako. Yisha, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. And Lala Peace. Crystal. Oh, Diana, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. I hope you're having a lovely day and thank you for being here. Thank you, the mod squad. Yeah, honestly, mod squad. Sorry we came back and I was talking about how like, oh, it'll probably be short streams for a while because I get used to things again, and we immediately dove back into 5 to 6 hour streams. I need to stop telling people I'm going to do short streams, but I am genuinely going to limit it to like 4 to 5 days of working a week for a couple of weeks just to make sure I get those days off to focus specifically on writing. But that's, yeah, the long streams, I've given up. I'm probably always just going to do long streams most days. Crystal, welcome back to the membership. Key Diva, Sleepy, Yura. Maybe I'm a lion. Thank you so much for the 2 gifted in a row. 1NN, Ariki. B Cream, thank you so much for donating the food funds. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here at the end of the stream. Oz, Kiradaro. Oh my god, that's your first time in the membership. Thank you for all the donations today as well. I hope you're having a lovely day. You did say it was your first donation as well, but I didn't realize you hadn't even joined the membership before. Welcome to a new confidant, and I hope you're enjoying your stay in the sheep pile. Fishy Lover, welcome back to the membership. And Vivian, Mayari. The floating sticker's so funny. In fact, yeah, let me pop those out for you. Here, you can have the emojis back on screen again. Pon Pon, welcome back to the membership. Antara's Grape Channel, welcome back to the membership. Erika, Daisy Egg, Atixo, Honda PG, Titus Porpants, Joyce Lier, It, Miju, Club Netherbrand's Rogue Sniper. Thank you so much for the gift. Does that mean you gift a bunch of ones in Zanny's chat as well to get a bunch of the Zanny's community members memberships? Is that the sniping? That's so cool. Pine, welcome back to the membership. What the? Welcome back to the membership. SD, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. That's very sweet of you, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Yume Haya, thank you so much for the 50 gifted membership. Holy crap. I hope you're having a lovely day. You donated so much today as well. Thank you so much for supporting the channel so much. Thank you so much for being a lovely part of the community in general. Rest well, have a lovely evening, and just, yeah, that's so many. Thank you so much. Welcome to all our new membership in the sheep pile. I did actually just get back the first draft of it's not quite a membership wallpaper. I'll explain that on the next membership post because it's been a while since we did one. But I did just get back a first draft of Legardus, Archivist, and Shepherd dressed as Noctix members, and it's amazing. I can't wait to show you guys the full quality one in a few weeks. But yeah, it came back. It looks incredible with the draft so far. I can't wait to see the full quality and share it with all of you. But welcome to all the new membership. Sorry there hasn't been much on the membership for a while. Fubot, welcome back to the membership. And Kasumi. Shiki MSHTS, Mel Hope, Blanc. Blanc, thank you so much for the 20 gifted membership as well. That's so many. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. I hope you have a lovely day. Please rest well and thank you for being here. Maru, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. And Secret Life of Anna, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Hot Sauce, welcome back to the membership. Akitoshi. Potato. Haunting Fry. And finally, if it'll load. Oh wait, no, there's 2. Diana and Shah. Welcome back to the membership. Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you all have a lovely evening. I'm going to send you guys over to Fish's waiting room, or she may even be streaming by now. But as always, do not be led astray, my confidants. And I will catch you guys next time. This time I failed to switch over the music again. That was completely my fault, but I'm going to blame the fact that we just got 2 more membership. Welcome back to the membership, Arcane and Bishy Lover. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. That's so sweet of you. Everybody have a lovely evening. Do not be led astray, and bye-bye.